Sanders boys.
Well, and again, he talked his trash. He was wrong. He stuck out his hand, basically, hey, you got me today, and you wouldn't shake his hand over it? Come on. Shedeur, you got the last laugh. Shake his hand and move on.
Yeah. You might have seen this or heard about it at least. Jane's Addiction ended their show early on Friday in Boston after Perry Farrell assaulted Dave Navarro right there on stage. We might never know exactly what happened, but Farrell got into Navarro's face and then shoulder checked him before throwing a punch. There was a crew member that tried to step in and kind of get things under control, but then another band member got involved, put Farrell in a headlock, punched him in the stomach, just kind of chaos going on right there on stage. The following day, the band did issue an apology. They did cancel their next show in Connecticut that was scheduled for Sunday. And like I said, while we might never know exactly what happened, Farrell's wife decided to speak out, and she said that her husband was frustrated with the sound because his voice was being drawn out by the band. And then apparently they also started a song before he was ready. So he was very frustrated. And she called him a crazed beast.
Huh. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. If you're a fan of Cedar Point, something's coming. I don't know exactly what it is, but there is something in the works because they just released this cryptic video on social media. It happened on Friday night. The video shows some waves, okay, and then some text appeared, and it said, "What sounds so sweet may not be so. Be wary of what lies fathoms below." And then the waves kind of crash, and then the face of a woman with blue eyes appears and then disappears. And the caption says, "Something is surfacing 9/19/2024, which is just a couple days away. So we'll see what it is. I'm guessing it's going to be some sort of a new ride.
Yeah.
A water ride, right?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Because they just got rid of that, the biggest water ride they had there.
Yeah.
They're closing that. I'm guessing something water related. I don't know.
Hopefully the new one works this time.
That would be a critical step, John.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's Heather with the news. TJ's making himself at home in the studio. We'll hear from him after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. There's plenty to be concerned with over the Lions' loss to the Bucs, but also some good things, such as Aiden Hutchinson's dominant performance, may be poised for a breakout year. Had 3 sacks in the first quarter, 4.5 overall, and plenty of pressures on Baker Mayfield as well. After the game, Hutch stayed positive about the loss, saying there's no need to panic. At Tampa Bay, Coach Todd Bowles said that Hutch made their lives miserable during the game and threw a wrench into his offensive coordinator's plans. Aiden leads the NFL with 5.5 sacks. The next closest pass rushers have 4. Sunday Night Football, the Bears only stopped short on their final drive, thwarted by Houston at 19-13. The Vikings now the only 2-0 NFC North team after beating the Niners, who lost Christian McCaffrey to the injured reserve for at least 4 weeks and possibly longer. Also, Jim Harbaugh's Chargers are 2-0 after more ground and pound by former Buckeye J.K. Dobbins, 131s and a score in that one. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Final hour on a Monday. We are joined by TJ Lang. Thomas John Lang is in the studio wearing a Lions t-shirt.
Oh, what full name?
That's right.
You don't know me well enough to call me that, all right?
Wow. Yeah.
Going full name. James.
Uh-huh.
It's good to see
What's
you.
James' middle name?
You don't know me like that.
Jonathan. You're just a John.
Are
you Jonathan?
I am a Jonathan.
You're a
Yeah.
Jonathan,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's going on?
I don't know. Maybe we just go by initials. I could be JW.
Walter? William?
William's a good guess.
Well, just like you keep guessing. That's great.
Wilbur?
Wilbur.
I'm running out of W names here. There's an obvious one I'm probably missing, huh?
Ward.
Ward? Oh, I would have never guessed.
No, I wouldn't have guessed. I would have never guessed.
Never guessed that one.
And I can go by J.A.
Would you like to fill in what the A stands for?
Alan? Anthony.
Anthony, there you go.
Okay, yeah.
Good Italian middle name. There we go. James Anthony. All right, now that we got the pleasantries out of the way, let's talk Lions football. We got calls to get to, but just your reaction initially to that game.
Same as you guys. I mean, it stunk. Offense was just out of sorts again. And way too, I asked Coach after the game, just 55 pass attempts. I mean, that doesn't seem like the Lions' recipe to win. And I don't know if he said it was more game plan, that I think they wanted to go into the game and, take their completions and open up the run game through the pass game, which a lot of people, might have philosophical differences on that. I always believe the run game is going to open up more explosions in the pass game. But yeah, just didn't seem like the Lions style that we've been used to, or that we saw, in the overtime game against the Rams, just dominating and establishing the line of scrimmage and being physical. I'm telling you, 55 pass blocks in a game is not fun for the offensive line. It's just not. And during the game, it looked like there was some interior pressure at times. John, I don't, you watched probably the game, and Goff just never really looked comfortable. And I got to be honest with you, I'm not saying this is, some headline news, but I think Jared Goff misses Josh Reynolds a little bit. I think that just the experience that he had with Josh Reynolds and the years of experience that he had and the reps that he had built up with a receiver like that and being able to just hit his back foot and get the ball out of his hands and knowing where the guy's going to be. I'm not saying that he doesn't trust his receivers now, but it just takes time, right? It's going to take a lot more reps for these guys to start getting on the same page and to fully trust each other. So the passing game just looked out of sorts. I thought Tampa played really good. They played hard. They were missing some of their best players, and by the end of it, Vita Vea wasn't even out there, but they played tough, and they confused the passing attack a little bit. And it's a shame because I really did feel the defense played really good football. Outside of the one busted coverage that led to that long touchdown to Chris Godwin, I thought the defense took a step and showed that they can be dominant. So it's really a shame that I think the offense just couldn't figure it out. It feels like a bit of a wasted performance, especially from guys like Hutchinson and Brian Branch getting an interception.
Defense played well.
Yeah, you can't even really feel happy about that performance unless you get the win. So just kind of a bummer overall.
And this is something I've been talking about that you just hit on. The strength of this offensive line is being able to run block. Kevin Zeitler is a really good player in both facets, but I think where he excels is in run blocking. Same with Glasgow, same with all of these guys. Now you start talking about Penei Sewell, I think he does it all well. But when you're talking about pressure coming up the middle, the way that you solve that is the same way that you won the game against the Rams. It's smash mouth football, and then it makes pass protection so much easier the further into the game that you get. First of all, you're wearing on that defensive front, and you're able to sell the run, even on a pass play. If it's a 5-step drop, there are still many times where I'm selling the run and run blocking and then converting to pass block because it makes it so much easier because that threat is always there that you're going to run, and they're trying to figure out how to solve that. And then I thought Ben Johnson really missed the boat when I don't know if he didn't recognize that Vita Vea was out or because they were already playing without Kalijah Kancey.
Right.
Then Vita Vea goes out. Their top two defenders up front are not in the game. I just didn't understand why they didn't just flip the switch and say, you know what? Enough is enough. We're just going to mash you.
Yeah, and it looked like the game plan was try to get the ball outside in the run game, right? A lot of outside stretches and zones and pulls.
I'm not going to run right at Vita Vea.
Right. But then when he goes out of the game, we were wondering, up in the booth, maybe you start running in between the tackles a little bit. You know what? And I think that maybe just the proper adjustments weren't made. And in the passing game as well. It looked like Tampa was just kind of dropping back and clogging the middle of the field, and their linebackers were dropping 10 yards, 12 yards deep and taking away those intermediate routes that are a staple of this offense, and you just couldn't find a way to get maybe some of the shorter crossing routes in there, right? Get Jameson Williams the ball on the move, maybe at 2 yards, and then he maybe breaks an explosion. It just seemed to have to kind of check the ball down a bunch, and when you're checking it down that late, you really don't have a chance. You know what I mean? Those linebackers and safety, they recognize it. They're coming up. They're making contact as soon as the ball is caught. If you get the ball out of your hands a little bit quicker, now you're going to give your guys a chance to break a tackle and make a move and get some yards. And John, back to your point, you can't just start running the ball, I think, in the red zone either, right? It seemed like yesterday it's let's pass, and then we get to the red zone and, okay, now we got to run the ball. It doesn't work like that, right? The defense, they're not dummies, right? You got to start loosening them up way before that, early in the drive. You got to throw some runs in, especially if you're this offense, which is your identity. So it was just and just other mistakes, right? The end of half. Yep. I mean, I know Coach was killing himself about that, and that's just a mental error that is just kind of shocking, right? Because that play shouldn't even be an option, and there needs to be. I hope there was somebody else in his headset saying, "Coach," like I think our code word used to be thunder, right at the end of half, where field goal team, we don't got timeouts, we get tackled in bounds, we got to go. Yeah. There's got to be somebody in his headset telling him, Coach, this is second down, we do not have time, this is not even an option.
Right. Yeah, he used the word hurricane. I think that's what they're calling. So hurricane, whatever the word is, right? Hurricane is off.
Okay, there's no chance for hurricane, right? Yeah. If it's third down, okay, Coach, we got it's second down. We're gonna have to get to the line, we're gonna have to spike it. That whole operation just was just a complete meltdown, I think, in that moment. And that was something uncharacteristic of what we've seen, at least over the past 20, 25 games with this team. Some issues we saw yesterday, that looked more like what we saw, a couple years ago. Now, I'm not freaking out. I think they're going to get it fixed out. And look, we all trust Ben Johnson. I think we still trust Jared Goff. But bottom line is, man, they got a lot of work to do.
Campbell said it's all on him.
I don't believe that. I mean, he was bummed, and did you take points off the board? You absolutely did.
Right, but the argument is, like, if you had 3, you only needed 3 at the end. I get why he says it's all on him, but I think that's more covering for
you still had deficiencies. You still had, I mean, they were 1 for 7. I mean, even if you take that out, you're still 1 for 6.
Right. I mean,
in the red zone, right?
4 fourth quarter possessions. Yeah. With an offense that's supposed to be great, like that's a Goff issue, that's a Ben Johnson issue. That's not first half Dan Campbell. He said that they had to overcome it. When he came out of halftime, he said we got to overcome it. They didn't overcome it. That's, to me, the story more than his blunder at the half.
Yeah, they started to. I think they started with a field goal their first drive, and then
that's more the same.
The next drive, then the next drive, I think they got the touchdown. So you get 10 points on your first 2 possessions. But you're right. After that, it just the offense just couldn't find a way to punch it in. And even at the end of the game. You get down to the red zone, and I'm looking, and I know he just got called up from practice squad, but Tim Patrick's a big dude, like 6'5". I mean, you would think, okay, red zone threat. He wasn't even in the game the last drive, and I think you started with the ball at the 40-yard line. You started with great field position when you got the ball back with 35 seconds, whatever it was on that last drive. I didn't even see Tim Patrick out there, so I'm like, okay, and I get it. I'm not going to kill him for that. I mean, he just got called up. I know there's probably not a ton of reps that he's taken with Jared Goff, but at least a red zone target, right? A 50-50 ball, get the ball up in the air. You need a touchdown. Why not take a couple shots? And he's really your only receiver with size right now on the roster.
Did they throw to the end zone at all in the fourth quarter?
I don't think so.
Doesn't that feel like unfathomable?
Yeah, it does. And it was just a game of adjustments, and I didn't think they made the necessary ones. I thought Tampa Bay's defense was, especially their secondary, were jumping routes. I thought Jared Goff was just kind of staring guys down at times. And there was a couple, I mean, I know he had the 2 interceptions, but first one, look, Jameson got knocked down. Second one, never really saw a good replay. Maybe his arm got hit, but either way, that looked like a really bad decision. Yeah. And there were probably a couple other ones that guys were jumping routes that Amon-Ra knocked away another one like he did last week against the Rams. But I didn't see, you're sitting there saying, okay, if they're jumping routes, what's the, obvious adjustment? Maybe a double move once in a while, right? Yeah. And I didn't see the necessary adjustments yesterday.
We got a bunch of calls we'll mix in. TJ's thoughts, 248-539-9797. Lions lose. It's 97.1.
Hey, when I needed a new furnace and AC, I called the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment and prices, but I think the biggest difference is their customer service. When you call, it's somebody you actually want to talk to, and then they're going to jump all over it. They also have a 5-year warranty, so I know I'm covered. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even offer generators and whole house hookups. Tell them John Jansen sent you for up to $500 off fast installation. They offer same-day service. They offer everything you want, so you can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. DraftKings.com.
That's so bad.
Were you saying mute my mic? Oh, no. There's a few other words I'm sure you wanted to use at the moment.
Fudge. Yeah.
Like, this is the NFL. That can't happen. And Campbell knows it can't happen. He owned it at the half. He owned it post-game. He owned it with you in the post-game.
Yeah.
Like,
He threw me off, man. He was... Because, look, I mean, and I love the accountability,
Yeah,
right? Don't
of
get me
course, we
wrong.
all
I mean,
do.
everybody, I think most of the guys in the locker room yesterday saying, hey, I got to do better. I got to do this. I got to do better. The coach just, I asked him, hey, you guys had a chance. You knew it wouldn't be easy. And, just what was the overall kind of message after the game? He's, coach screwed it up. Coach lost him one. I was like, maybe a little a little aggressive.
Yeah.
But
there's still 2 more quarters. You had chances.
Right. You still had a lot more chances than that. But, yeah, it was just, some blunders from guys you normally wouldn't expect them from. Right?
TJ, do we know if Sam Laporta is still on the team? Can you confirm?
He is. I mean, I saw him yesterday, but yeah,
they got to find a way to get him the ball.
I'm no tight end, genius or guru by any means, but it seems like, especially when you get down in the red zone, right? Yeah, I mean, he's getting a lot of one-on-one coverage with linebackers and safeties, and that kind of seemed like where he did a lot of the dirty work last year. Being able to go beat guys one-on-one and get those 50-50 balls back of the end zone, or even short of the end zone and lowering the shoulder, getting in. Yeah, I think that you could obviously tell this week the focal point was getting Amon-Ra back involved. Wouldn't be surprised if this week they find a way to, start force-feeding the ball to Laporta a little bit, because he's you're Captain Obvious. Your team's better when he's, a big target and making plays for you.
But it just feels like this offense hasn't found its rhythm or stride, because in week 1, hey, J-Mo goes off for 121 yards, which is great, and we expect him to have a breakout year. But Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta, they don't get their hands on the ball very much. There's not even many targets. And then this week, if you're going to force feed it to Amon-Ra St. Brown, I get it. He's a playmaker. You still find a way, but why not have a full complement of, if we could force the ball deep to J-Mo and we can get the ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown, eventually teams are going to cover those up. So it's got to mean that either Gibbs in the passing game or Laporta in the passing game, they can't cover everybody.
You would think, right?
Well,
that was the frustrating part yesterday.
Yeah,
like
we just said off air.
How are they covering all 3 of these guys, right?
We just said off air.
It's still putting pressure on the quarterback.
Right.
It's like Tampa had 12 or 13 defenders. You can't call the game in a way where it makes it feel like the other team has an extra defender or 2. You have to be able to find weaknesses in the defense. TJ, do you feel like on any level the league is figuring out Ben Johnson?
I think that's probably an overreaction. But, we haven't really seen back-to-back games where, at least in a long time, where it's like, man, we still can't figure this out, right? It's normally, hey, 1 week, okay, we didn't play our best, and the next week you see the complete opposite, right? So I wouldn't say that teams have figured them out, but Tampa figured something out yesterday, and you're gonna have to adjust. I think that the Rams did a lot of good things against our offense that Tampa probably copied and said, you know what, hey, this coverage seems to work. Let's drop our linebackers a little bit deeper, because they tend to like some of those intermediate routes, 15, 20 yards down the field. Not a big crossing route team, at least, within the first 5 or 10 yards. So, we'll just back the guys up a little bit, and it seemed to work yesterday. And it seemed like the Lions just couldn't find any solutions to it. So that's going to be the challenge this week. I haven't watched Arizona's defense yet, but guarantee you they're going to do a lot of the same things that the Rams did. They're going to do a lot of the same things that Tampa Bay did yesterday.
How much of it is the intangibles where, okay, last year the Lions weren't going to be sneaking up on anybody. At the beginning of the year, they kind of were. And now you make a trip to the NFC Championship game. Everybody's talking about you as a Super Bowl contender. Baker Mayfield last week said, this is a measuring stick for us. You're going to get the best that everybody has to offer, because they know if they don't bring it, they're going to get beat by the Detroit Lions. You've been about a part of a team where you were the marked. You were the ones that they were going after. Do you think the Lions are matching that intensity?
Yeah, I would say yes. I mean, they still, look, the bottom line is they're really close to being 2-0, and they're really close to being 0-2, right? But that's NFL football. I mean, the games are decided, and especially when you're a team like this. And look, you played two good teams, right? Tampa Bay, I thought, was a good team. You got them at home, which I think makes it sting a little bit more. But, yeah, I haven't seen anything where it's like, oh, my goodness, like they're not prepared, they're not ready to defend their title. But you're right, man. Anytime you put some hardware up on your mantle, right, last year with the NFC North and going to the NFC title game, teams are going to take notice of that. And I do think you've gotten some really good punches thrown at you from the Rams and certainly yesterday from Tampa, their defense specifically. So, but I haven't felt that, they're just expecting to walk around and just storm over everybody. This is just a game about details, and especially in this offense, it's about details. So, there's a couple plays yesterday where you're looking and you're like, okay, that couldn't have been the right route because there's two guys in the same area. You know what I mean? That's never supposed to happen. So, probably just going to continue to clean up some of the details. And I think Ben Johnson even hinted at it last week. And I think some of the same issues popped up again yesterday was just the small details, right? If we're supposed to be at 4 yards, we got to be at 4 yards. We can't be at 2. We can't be at 7. It throws everything off. If our split's supposed to be at the top of the numbers, we can't be at the bottom of the numbers, right? It's just going to throw the rhythm. It's going to throw the timing of everything off. So I think they just got to get back to the small things, right? Just the details, aligning, make sure you're aligning in the right spot and make sure your depth is where it's supposed to be. Because this offense is very timing based, especially when it comes to the passing game.
Mm-hmm. TJ, I'm a reformed Goff hater, so I have to be careful with my words today because otherwise it's a full-on relapse. And then, anyway, your assessment of Goff, because when I watched 2 interceptions, could have been 3, could have been 4, end of game, you have one timeout. It's your life your life jacket, your lifeboat in these choppy seas. It's going to be hard to win with 30 seconds and one timeout, but at least you have the timeout.
Yeah.
And the first play, he checks it down and burns it for 8 yards.
Yeah.
The very next play, another check down, burns clock because they have to waste it down and spike the ball. Like, it just didn't feel like high IQ quarterbacking from Jared Goff.
Yeah, certainly didn't look like his best game. I mean, it's some questionable decisions. I think even on the second interception. And like I said, I didn't see a replay. It seemed like his arm might have got hit, but even you're looking and you're like,
what was the decision?
I don't know where that was going anyways.
Yeah, what was the best case there?
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to force some things. And I think that you're right. I think didn't seem like he improv very well yesterday, right? We've seen other times where he's buying time out of the pocket, and it did happen a couple times. You throw 55 passes, you're going to do it a little bit, but it seemed like he played right into what the defense was trying to make him do, right? The defense is, hey, let's force him to check it down, and he takes the bait and checks it down, and the defense is over there high-fiving and celebrating and just, okay, we got him. You know what I mean? So, I'm not going to put it all on him, but just coming out of that game and watching the game, I'm sure he probably already took accountability yesterday and probably will continue to do that throughout the week. I think he knows he's got to play a lot better for this offense to have a chance.
We have a ton of calls. Why don't we start mixing some of those in?
Yeah.
Let's start with Steven in Detroit. Steven, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, Steven.
Good morning.
What's up?
Hey. Yeah, I just had a different view of it. I mean, 55 passes is all right. They do have the number one offensive line. I just thought he didn't spread that ball around enough. Last year, that was one of the things that was great about him. He got all the receivers.
Oh, I think we're losing.
I think we might have lost you.
Hello?
You're still there. You're good.
Yes. Personally, I would have dropped it to J-Mo at least 6 times through that game on a deep pass. It would have opened up the whole field for him.
Well, they had the one big play to J-Mo as Goff's best throw of the day. J-Mo did catch 5 balls for 80 yards. He was targeted 11 times. I don't think it was a lack of trying to get J-Mo the football.
They didn't target him deep enough. Deep. I'm talking about stretch the defense out deep.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, and I was watching after Steven.
Was bracketed by at least 3 guys constantly.
Yeah, I was kind of keeping an eye on how they were defending J-Mo, and it looked like the corner started playing, 10, 12 yards off, and we're basically saying we're not going to let you run by us. And I think that you started seeing some of those more quick out routes to Jameson down the side. But another part of that is, look, you got to get the run game going, right? Because that's going to open up the play-action pass. Those are the plays where you hit J-Mo deep down the field. When you're gashed in the defense in the run game, and now they have to start adjusting, bringing safeties up and playing a little bit more aggressive at the line of scrimmage, that's when you're going to get the big shots down the field of Jameson Williams. So that was, I think, what John and I were upset about, that you didn't establish the run game early enough to really make Tampa get out of their comfort zone. They were just able to kind of hang back because they knew, okay, I guess they're just going to keep throwing the ball, right? And probably played it right into Tampa's hands, what they wanted to force the Lions to do.
For the record, I'm with both you guys. I know I didn't play offensive line in the NFL. I also wanted them to run the ball more. I didn't like the offensive line pass setting 55 times in a one-score game. We'll get more phone calls, more TJ's thoughts. We haven't even brought up Hutchinson with TJ. Maybe some positivity a little bit, just a sliver of it. Sure, we can mix that in as well. It's 97.1. Jared Goff talking about Dan Campbell, Jim Costa, John Jansen, TJ Lang in for the 9 o'clock hour on a Monday. Couple sequences. We're still talking about them. Second to last drive for the Lions. I really thought they were going to win the game. And John, you made this point on that drive, especially after the 4th and 1 that they did pick up. Gibbs picks up. I go, they're winning this game.
I thought Gibbs was going to score on that play.
And instead, they throw a swing pass and lose 4 yards. Mm-hmm. They're not working north and south. They're working east and west. And then on 3rd and long, they throw another swing, another screen in that play. They don't get the block from Frank Ragg. Now, again, this east and west, are you going to try to work the middle? Are you going to try to run? Are you going to try to put the ball in the end zone?
Yeah.
That's killer.
Yeah, I mean, and the issue is on 3rd and 9 from the 12, that little screen to Gibbs, if Frank just looks up or inside, that instead of talking about it being a 1 yard run or 1 yard completion,
Catch,
you're looking at a possible touchdown. And then we're talking about a completely different conversation. Yeah, there's still a lot of things they got to fix, but we're talking about possibly a Lions win.
The other sequence is, to me, the very first red zone possession. They get it down inside the 3. It's 3rd and 3. Why not run it? Because it sets up 2 runs. It's your identity, right? You just won the last game with the identity. Instead, it's a pass on 3rd and 3 where Sam Laporta's in blocking. I can't get my head around why that's the decision to pass and why Laporta's not at least running a route into the end zone. To me, red zone execution was the biggest reason they lost this game. I know there's a lot of things people have been complaining about, and we can keep taking phone calls. 248-539-9797. Stan in Canton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, gentlemen. I think what this game shows is that the Lions need, especially Dan Campbell, need to have a paradigm shift. Dan Campbell, it's okay to go for it on 4th down, but when you get across the 50-yard line and you get to the 44-yard line or anywhere inside there, Jake Bates needs to be the option when you can't move the ball. New York lost to Washington because Washington kicked 7 field goals. D'Amico Ryans last night gave his kicker an opportunity to kick 3 50-yard field goals. Dan Campbell hadn't learned that from the NFC Championship. Kick the field goals, take the points. If you do that, the other 6 times, we win 25-20. If you do it 5 of those times, we win 22-20. He hasn't learned yet.
So
you got a weapon.
Which times did you want him to kick the field goal versus
they punted the ball?
Huh?
They punted the ball from like the 43-yard line. Put Jake Bates out there and let him kick a field goal.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. I think it was the 3rd to last drive. I think there was about 4 minutes left. And you had the ball at the 41. It would have been a 58-yard field goal. You're down 4 points. In that situation, I kind of understood why Dan Campbell wanted to do it. Your defense was playing good. And look, if Jake Bates misses that field goal, you're giving Tampa Bay the ball right at midfield, right? With a few minutes left. So
playing good.
No, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm just trying to take you through what I think was going through Dan Campbell's head.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, a paradigm shift. He needs to look at him as a weapon, not just, I'll trot him out for a 30, 40-yarder. I mean, if you kick the 50-yarders, the 60-yarder, and he makes them, we're not even talking about this anymore.
Stan, I get what you're saying, and there's a lot of people who've pointed out 3 points here, 3 points there, you win the game, right? If you get 3 before the half, if you get 3, where he called in to talk about the long field goal, if you kick 3 instead of going for it on 4th and 8 and then play I get it. I guess I just don't feel like I'm going to sit here and complain that they didn't kick enough field goals. How about you finish in the red zone and score a touchdown one other time, and all of it's irrelevant? I don't hate the coach who's going to say, I want to score a touchdown. I got all these chances. I've got all these pieces. I should expect my offense to score a touchdown.
And you hate to waste when they actually do, go for a fake punt,
right?
Which was great. I mean, Vaki was there. They convert, and then on 4th and 2, they convert, and then they ultimately they only get to the 48. So it wasn't the 44 like the last caller wanted him to get to.
Right.
Well, and just too many, I think, negative plays, too, on 1st and 2nd down, right? Yep. Even the 3rd to last drive where you're getting down in the red zone, you got 2nd and short, holding call, right? Now it's 2nd and 16, next play, trying to force something, interception, right? So got to be a lot better early down so you're not putting that much pressure on yourself in 3rd and longs and trying to convert.
Part of that phone call, though, and we've had a couple of these phone calls, the shifting of, hey, you got a good defense now. I don't know if you're willing to go that far, but the defense has played well the first 2 weeks of the season. 20 points allowed both games. Yeah. Hutchinson, not just pressures, sacks, 4.5 of them for him yesterday. And Branch caught the pick as opposed to dropping the pick. Yeah. TJ, I don't know. I mean, that's the thinnest of silver linings. They lost the game. Are you seeing the defensive improvement we all wanted in the offseason?
Yeah, no doubt. I am. I was very encouraged what I saw with the defense yesterday. And Brian Branch making a big play on the first drive too, right? A little RPO and try to hit the tight end over the top and gets his hand in there, makes a big play. You keep him to 3 points.
Such a huge play.
It was
he recovered so well.
Yeah, and he gets the interception. I know people were complaining yesterday, they didn't have as much pressure as they did against the Rams. Didn't Baker only throw it like 18 times? And he got sacked 5. I mean, of course, you're not going to have 23 pressures again. And Matthew Stafford threw the ball 56 times, whatever it was. But you felt like Hutch was due, especially after last week. I mean, there were so many times where he just wasn't getting touched. I mean, he was beating the tackle so fast, but the ball was coming out. I know how frustrating that is for defensive linemen to beat their guy and not even get a chance to get a hit at times. But yesterday, it felt like he was due, right, just from the pressure that he's been putting on the first 2 games. So he was huge yesterday. And, yeah, I think that's what made it sting a little bit worse is that you feel like you wasted not only an individual great performance, but I think you wasted what was overall a really good defensive performance by not getting a win.
He kind of played like a man possessed, right? I mean, a little bit was soloed on a backup tackle, but then they started using the tight end. They started using the running back. It didn't matter. They couldn't stop him.
Yeah, he had a couple. He got thumped by a receiver before, and then the running back came and parked on the outside, and I think he just, said screw it and kind of looped to the inside, and right when Baker stepped up, he was there to clean it up. So if he keeps playing like that, man, I think you can start changing your philosophy if you're Dan Campbell, that trust in your defense. If they're going to continue to get pressure like that, now you've gone against a couple backup tackles, right? I mean, you got to say that as well, but bottom line is you still got to go out there and make plays, and Hutchinson he's shown that he can be a potential game wrecker.
Yeah. Your thoughts on the initial pass interference by Terrion Arnold?
I thought it was weak.
3 and 3 games, or 3 and 2 games.
I thought it was weak. I mean, I understand there was contact, but from the 5-yard line and in, it looks like he's got his head turned and he's got his arms up and he's trying to make a play on the ball. So I like that there was a learning curve last week. He got called for a couple penalties because he wasn't turning his head, right? He was just kind of playing physical in the receiver, and they're going to call those ones. But if you turn your head, most of the time they're going to let you have an opportunity to make a play on the ball. So I thought it was pretty weak. And then to not call an interference on the first interception where Jameson gets knocked off the route, you're certainly not blaming the refs. But Terrion Arnold, he talked about it last week too. I know I'm a young corner in this league. I like to play physical. They're going to be looking for me. I thought it was a bit ticky-tack. Yeah. I thought it was good coverage. I thought he was stride for stride, and I thought he tried to make a play on the ball. Was there contact? Sure. If you want to nitpick and argue that, certainly I think there was. But if you're able to turn your head and make a play on the ball, both guys at that point should have an even opportunity to go make a play.
Well, then be consistent, though, because if you're going to call that, it wasn't called the same way on the other side. Yeah. When we look down, we have the call screener, and there's little notes. This one says, shouldn't have paid Goff. Goff being the focal point is the problem. We can get some of those phone calls in next, TJ. There's a lot for people to weigh in still on. It's 97.1.
Hey, I have been losing weight for 2.5 years now. I'm down almost 70 pounds, and I all got started with Ideal You. I wanted to make a change in my lifestyle, wanted to make a change in my health, I wanted to make a change how I felt about just myself. So I contacted Ideal You. They set me up with a weight loss coach. They gave me all the tools that I needed, and in 40 days, in 10 days, I lost 10 pounds. In 40 days, I was able to lose 50, and I've lost, like I mentioned, 70 pounds overall. If you want to change your life, go to idealu.us right now and schedule your free consultation. Weight loss coach is going to set you up with the same plan, tell you how to do it, and they're going to stick with you along the way because they want to see you be successful in your goals. If you could lose 20, 30, or even 40 pounds in just 40 days, and the best part is, once you reach your goal, they're going to be right there with you to make sure you keep that weight off. Ideal You has helped thousands of people, and they can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
Put the Bucs up 20-16. Lions next 4 possessions: punt, pick, turnover on downs, turnover on downs. Let's get to the phone. Cedric in Detroit, you're on 97.1. What's up, Cedric?
Hey, nothing much, man. How you doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, man. I love the Lions. I bleed Honolulu blue. It's 2 things that I have a problem with. I have a problem with Dan Campbell making the same mistakes since he got here. And also Jared Goff. I mean, at the end of the day, he has to make the plays. I don't believe he was worth the money. We shouldn't have gave it to him. We should have waited, let him show us. I know everybody's happy with the NFC Championship, winning the NFC North, and I'm happy with it also. But last year, all of those passes that he threw, his delivery is so slow that all of our receivers were fighting for the ball we become defenders. Our wide receivers always become defenders. And he's immobile in the pocket. We draft a quarterback for the future.
Here it is.
No, you didn't.
Our first Hendon Hooker call today.
I know we're frustrated. I know we're all frustrated.
Say it.
Keep going.
You know, I'm confused. I'm just saying that we can't move on because we give him all this money. We can't play a rookie or a second-year quarterback because we gave him all this money. He didn't deserve the money.
So
we should have let him play out the rest of this year.
Cedric, let me ask you this question. Do you think right now a backup quarterback would be a better option than Jared Goff?
Honestly, you want me to be honest with you? I believe that Hendon Hooker would do a way better job. He's a grown man. I believe he'll do a way better job than Jared Goff. I know that they're not going to do it, but I believe he can do it for sure.
It was 9:54.
I thought we were going to make the whole show.
I thought we were going to make the whole show without a ridiculous call.
Goff isn't a grown man now? Is that what we've gone to?
No, but Hooker's a grown man.
Yeah.
And Goff got married in the offseason, and Campbell's in Applebee's commercials.
He's a grown-ass man.
That's right.
I mean, look, everybody's frustrated, right?
I know.
And we know this about Jared Goff, too. There's going to be some games where, it's really, really good, and then there's going to be some games where – and I don't think yesterday was really, really bad, but there's going to be some games you're kind of head-scratching a little bit, right? I think and there is still a part of Jared Goff that you'd like to see just the more consistency. You don't want to see the big gap between the highs of the highs and the lows of the lows are really bad. If he's going to have a game where it's not great, you'd still like to see some better decision-making, right?
I don't think we're doing buyers.
I don't think yesterday was all on him, right?
No.
We're not doing
I
buyers.
don't think anybody said that.
Buyer's remorse from that contract. Having said that, I think you can call into a sports radio show and say, we paid him that amount of money and we can't execute end of half, end of game, red zone. That has to be better from a guy who you're anchoring with that kind of contract.
No doubt. You're making a lot of money to win game. Your defense keeps teams to 20 points. Your offense should be good enough to win.
Your $50 million quarterback needs to find a way to win.
We're not saying out of him. The play calling could be better.
Agreed.
I'm sure some of the details in the routes and at times, the protection could be better.
Well, that was our point. You shouldn't have him throwing 55 times. Ultimately, I think the play calling put him in a bad position.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Tampa, because even last year, going back and looking through all the stats, I mean, he only threw the ball 43 or more times, 4 times in 20 games last year. One was against Baltimore where it was a blowout. Yep. But 2 of the 4 were against Tampa Bay. And then yesterday you come out and it's 55. So you're sitting there thinking like, I think you're kind of playing. And look, you won the games last year, right? So you did something right. But I wonder if part of it's just you're playing into what Tampa Bay wants you to do, right? They want you to throw the ball, right? They want to get opportunities to get takeaways.
It's Vita Vea, it's Levante David.
Yeah,
I get hey,
but
let's not run to the
Frank Ragnow, you got Penei. So, that would be my argument. Let's not go into the game thinking, oh, they got a good run defense. We're just going to start passing. Let's go in saying, you know what? We're pretty damn good at what we do too. Why don't we stick with our identity until they show they can stop it, right? So I think sometimes just the thought process and the mental attitude kind of going into games can kind of change what you do. But I think if you're Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell, you say, you know what? We got to get back to who we really are.
Yeah.
We're not a team that wants to throw the ball 55 times.
No, run the damn ball. behind an offensive line that in the run game should be dominant and needs to play better, needs to be more consistent. And if they are going to throw the ball, and TJ, you and I have been in situations where we throw the ball 50, 55 times a game. It sucks. And it's a hard job to do. But if you're going to be a part of this offensive line that we thought going into the season was going to be the best offensive line in the NFL, then you should be able to hold up against a defensive line that doesn't have Kancey and doesn't have Vea.
No doubt.
TJ, can you see the call screener? You want dealers?
No.
Okay,
I'm glad I can't. No, I'm good.
I think we can get one more in before Doug and Scott come in. John, dealer's choice. Do you have one you want to get in?
Let's go with line 4.
Line 4, Calvin in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
You know, I just, when I called in, the first thing I said was, as soon as Jared Goff signed his contract and he didn't play good, everybody going to start saying, oh, they shouldn't have paid him. It was a whole team effort. Nobody played good. The coaches didn't make good decisions. The players didn't play good. It's one loss. What is everybody in a panic about? One loss don't make that man a bad quarterback. Yeah, he may be inconsistent. Give the man a chance. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, one loss doesn't make him a bad quarterback.
It does not.
And look, we saw what last year, right? You started 1-1. I mean,
there's
a lot of football left.
Won the division.
I think if all of us, if you were to ask all of us, do we believe that Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell, Jared Goff, this offense is going to turn it around? I think all of us would say yes, right? Because we've seen it.
Well, I don't know how you felt or what you guys were talking about in the booth with 5 minutes left when he got the ball back. I thought you're going to go down and score.
Yep.
Yeah, and it felt like the momentum started coming back when you got the touchdown at the end of the third quarter, right? And then Baker kind of goes down and escapes with his legs a little bit and punches it back, and it's like, okay. But, it felt like the momentum shifted a little bit, yeah. But, I mean, you give this team a couple drives to go down and get a game-winning touchdown, right? I don't think there's going to be very many games where they're not able to come through. Yesterday was one of those games. But this, I think, and look, there's a long season left. Nobody's sitting here saying this team's going to stink. We all still think they're going to be a good team.
Yep.
But this is going to be a situation where, much like last year, probably in week 15, 16, 17, you're looking back saying, oh, damn, if we could have got that Tampa game, right, maybe our seeding would have been this, right? So I think that's where we're going to look back on it and probably be even more disappointed.
John, what was the time of the first Hendon Hooker phone call?
Oh, it was 9:54.
We almost made it the whole show, guys.
Yeah.
Great. That bodes well for us.
I don't know what it holds for you guys.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
We took all the positive callers. We left all the angry people for you guys.
Yeah, whole bank yeah.
Let's go. Line them up. Bring it on.
Line them up, knock them down.
What would Wojo say? Panic in Detroit.
Panic in football town.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So we're football town now?
Yeah.
I think so.
Wow, that's a disappointing loss yesterday. Pointing the finger of blame can go in a number of different directions.
Lots
all three facets of
the
faces
mistakes.
of the game had massive mistakes, and it's painful. And yet, I agree with Dan Campbell after the game. He said there was improvement week 1 to week 2, and I think there was some improvement. I think there are other areas that you're left questioning things. Red zone efficiency, obviously not where you want it to be, but is that a product of players, execution, the defense? What is it?
Well, it's also. I mean, I'm curious as to where Sam Laporta has been.
I think we'd all like to know where Sam Laporta has been,
and especially when you get in the red zone, you go 1 of 7 in the red zone, and you're not using one of your biggest targets, one of your most reliable targets.
Right. Like that's always been the fallback to, hey, the Lions don't have enough big receivers in terms of height. Like the tallest guy is 6'1", going into signing Tim Patrick and Allen Robinson, right? Well, the fallback was, Sam Laporta. Well, he's a big receiver. Yeah, he is. And he's a big option. Brock Wright, there's a bigger option. I guess if you have to, and you can throw in tight ends out there. But when he's not even used, is he still banged up from training camp?
You had the play sheet or the play count. He was out there for 85% of the plays.
Yeah, he played a lot of snaps.
But is he just a decoy?
Well, on the first 3rd and goal, he was in to block, which I don't fully understand.
Was it a running play?
It was a passing play.
I know,
Gator. I know. Make it make sense.
What do you guys got?
Champ and Chump. We'll have our nominations 10:35, and we'll take all these calls.
All right. You sure about that? All right, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Okay, look, we talked about it last week that they're going to lose a football game at some point. Just like last year when they lost in week 2 to Seattle. And last season turned out to be a very successful season, not what everybody was hoping for in the end, but still, it wasn't indicative of a team that was doomed. And here we go again, a week 2 home letdown. Gator, some people are panicked. There are a couple things that need to get addressed through week 2 and need to get better. But, are you panicked?
I'm not panicked, but I certainly want to let people vent because I'm not happy about it. And if you look, it's 1 week. We can be pissed about it for a week. And we can also think this is still a really good football team and they're not playing up to the level that you expect them to play at. And I think that's what happened yesterday. They were clearly the better team on the field yesterday, but the score doesn't reflect it. And that's what's frustrating. Some people might say they weren't clearly the better team in the first week of the season, but they won the game. They didn't play well in week 1, as well as you'd want them to play. There were some areas they improved yesterday and some areas they didn't improve yesterday. It's a frustrating start at 1-1. You'd like it to be 2-0, and you'd like to be able to say, well, 2-0, a lot to work on still. This is another good week because you won. Survive and keep advancing here, and let's get ready for Arizona. But the game yesterday left a lot to be desired in Lions fans' eyes because of the inefficiencies. You go 1 for 7 with a touchdown ratio in the red zone. That ain't going to cut it. And this is from a team that was so efficient last year. And I'm not saying without knowing, it looked like they just ignored one of the big weapons, which is Sam Laporta. And Sam Laporta has been MIA in 2 weeks. He had 3 targets yesterday.
So last year, because touchdown efficiency is what matters in the red zone. I hate red zone measurements that include field goals because I think when a defense bows up and gets a stop in the red zone and you kick a field goal, that's a win for the defense. So anyway, I'm looking at this thing and I'm going, all right, so Lions 7 trips to the red zone, 1 touchdown. A product of that, of course, is time and score and how much you're down by. It wasn't as if it was a true 1 of 7. But last year, the Lions were second in the NFL in red zone efficiency, in touchdown percentage. When they got to the red zone, they scored touchdowns 2/3 of the time, which is second in the NFL. Right now, they're 28th, like 27%. Again, a little bit of a product of if they were efficient in the red zone early in the game, it certainly impacted what they had to do later in the game. But here's the thing, and this is something that I'm not going to do. Ben Johnson was a genius 8 days ago, okay? Just because the offense has sputtered, I still think they've got a dude who I don't think he's lost his geniusness. You know? He's not – is all of a sudden he a bad coach? Is all of a sudden he not know how to call plays? Is all of a sudden – No. 8 days later, I mean, you can't – there's something about – I call it planting a flag, but there's also something about trying not to, be prone to wild emotional swings when you spend years establishing something and then throw it out for 8 days. No, I still think they got a genius as their offensive coordinator. It took a while to believe it. But once you believe it, you don't throw out the belief after eight days or 2 games. Now, did he have a great day? You could say the same thing about Goff. Did not have a great day. Offensively, they did not have a great day. You couple it with last week and you go, all right, there are some hiccups here offensively. That's not just rust. But I have a lot of belief in veterans who have a long record of doing it and shouldn't be declining. In fact, they should be getting better. And I bet over the course of the season, by the end of the year, we're fine with the offense. But it doesn't mean that the first 2 games they haven't been clicking.
Well, right. I mean, is Ben Johnson a genius? Yes. Am I concerned that this season's going down the tubes? Absolutely not. Not concerned in the least. But yeah, I'm pissed about what happened yesterday as a fan. I expected so much more and it's not there. So, to allow people to vent for the day and have at it. I mean, one of the most amazing statistics yesterday. You know how many plays Tampa Bay ran?
Probably not many.
42.
Wow.
You know how many plays the Lions ran?
70.
82.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Yep.
Talk about a disparity there.
Yeah,
no wonder the Lions had
yards.
twice as many yards. They ran twice as many plays.
248-539-9797. Hey, Mondays mean Champ and Chump Guitar. Champ and Chump votes coming up at 10:35. You can get yours in as well. A lot of holdovers for the morning show. And let's get to them. Matt in Hazel Park on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Good. 2 things. I wanted to get your opinion on something. The first thing, the Lions, 55 throws for only 1 touchdown. That's just horrible.
Well, no touchdown.
That's offensive.
They didn't throw a touchdown pass.
No, I mean just to get 1 touchdown, period, not a pass. 55 throws to even score just 1 touchdown.
82
is horrific.
plays. 82 plays, only 1 touchdown.
Yeah, that's offensive to the fan base, in my opinion.
I don't think they did it I don't think that they meant to offend the fans, but it's awful as what it is. It's not a representation of what this team is supposed to look like when you run 82 plays and you get 1 touchdown out of it.
No, and with that being said, I think they will pull it together this week during practice because they're going to have to because the Cardinals destroyed the Rams. The thing I wanted to get your opinion on, what Tua's going through is very sad, and I hope the best for him. All prayers. Hope he recovers. But there might be an opening for a quarterback because he needs to retire. What do you think about Kaepernick coming back to quarterback for the Dolphins?
I don't. I haven't thought about it.
You don't think?
No, I haven't given it an ounce of thought.
To bring a quarterback in his mid to late 30s back who hasn't played in a half dozen years, and I mean, I wouldn't do it, but
he was a really good quarterback.
Yeah, well.
So was Terry Bradshaw, and I wouldn't get him out of retirement either.
We went Bradshaw?
Well, I mean,
did not expect you to go Bradshaw.
I also was not
start
expecting
with a PR, but not with Bradshaw.
He seriously asked a question.
That PR may come back.
Or TB. The other TB's been mentioned. TB12.
PR was Brady is what I was going to go at. But
Tom.
Yeah. Sorry, you're right.
Wow, talk about out of left field. I didn't have that.
I did not
expect to take a Kaepernick call today.
No.
John's in Detroit, not 97. Want to take it. Hi, John.
How's it going, guys?
What's
All right,
up?
John.
Good. Only thing I wanted to contribute to the conversation is this, is to say they're the hunted now. Teams are preparing for the Lions like they're a good team now. That's why when I called in at the beginning of the season, I had mentioned to temper all this enthusiasm a little bit. Super Bowl or bust and talk and all that. Teams are going to prepare for the Lions like they prepare for Kansas City and Baltimore and Joe Burrow. And you see Cincinnati is 0-2, and so is Lamar. They're 0-2, and these are teams that are favored not only to win their division but go to the Super Bowl. So from year to year, things change. You become the hunted, you have to play your A game every game. You can't take a game off. Your play caller has to be A1 every game. You can't come out here and from last week you won the game running the ball in overtime and come out the very next week and because the press clippings say that Tampa Bay's whole secondary is hurt, now you're going to show everybody that you're a genius by picking them apart, throwing the ball 55 times. You have to play the game the way the game is being presented right then. Not based on last year and what we did. And no, what's happening now? What's happening now? Tampa Bay's whole defensive line is decimated. Run the darn ball. Simple. It doesn't, all this genius talk, it doesn't take a genius to see what's right in front of your eyes. They don't have a defensive line. Run the ball right at them. Run the ball right at them like you did the Rams. Same thing. All this genius talk and all this stuff about these coordinators.
I would say this. It did take them a while before they started to run the football. Before they really, put a couple runs together. It felt like well into the first half when we first started to see a couple runs. That being said, they ran the ball 27 times for 139 yards. It's a 5 yards per carry average. That looks great. The lopside in this is they threw it 56 times when you count Jack Fox's throw.
248. I know. What a great play call. Carson Anderson will get to more open line calls. Our champ and chump nominations at 10:35. It's a Monday. Lions lose to Tampa 20-16. It's Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Hey, as the weather begins to cool, there's still time to take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save thousands of dollars or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Just call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. You can also save 10% off any residential job over $500 when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. There you go. That's Jared Goff after the game talking about it. Was an emotional Dan Campbell at the podium. Everybody saw the fire drill at the end of the first half, which cost the Lions a chip shot field goal attempt when the offense clocked the football and the special teams ran onto the field and they got flagged for too many men, out of timeouts, 10-second runoff.
Is 20 too many?
On the TV broadcast, Gator, Kevin Kugler said there's about 17 people on the field right now. I'm like, and you couldn't see the full view. You just saw the team lining up to clock the ball. Yeah. And I'm like, 17 players? Well, what the hell's going on out there?
I was when I was watching it, I'm going, this is that's too many. That's too many. And then my immediate thought was, there's going to be a 10-second runoff, and they're not even going to get a field goal out of it. And
so
that's exactly what happened.
It's funny because the game ends, and every day, every Monday, I print up the entire game book, which includes the snap counts. And I'm looking at it, and as typically the case, the offensive line all played 100% of the plays. And then I'm at the bottom of offensive snaps. I'm like, Jake Bates, Dan Skipper, Owasika, Nice, like the offensive line played every snap. How did 3 other offensive linemen get snaps? Why did the long snapper get an offensive snap? Then I realized they were credited with an offensive snap because they were standing on the field when the offense dirted the football to try and stop the clock. But look,
wait, was it that, or was it because they threw a pass on the punt?
Well, I highly doubt that Jake Bates was on the field for that play.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking Jake.
So anyway, but circling back, the truth is the season, nobody thinks it's a straight line. There are ups and downs. This is the down. Like, this is the down. And it's, everybody, if you want to panic, go ahead and panic, but they can't panic, nor should they panic. And I'll believe a couple of years of evidence, they build up some collateral with me that I'm pretty confident they'll get this sorted out. I'm pretty confident. And I think it'd be foolish to throw away those beliefs after 2 weeks. And I don't think they're going to sit there and look at the offensive game film, specifically in the red zone, and say, no, we're fine. We're fine.
No, I imagine there's some raised voices, and I imagine there's not panic, but there's frustration, and that's what the fans are feeling. I don't think the fans are panicking either. The majority of them won't be panicking. I think they're venting and they're pissed, and they have a right to be. It was not the effort you expected yesterday. We're not with a sense of urgency. When you have 2 drives in the last 2 minutes of the game with a chance to win it, and that's what we saw. Now, let me say this too. It's also a game of inches. How different is it if Tim Patrick's able to haul that pass in on the sideline if he gets both feet down?
Yeah.
Okay? How different is it if Jamison Williams on a perfectly thrown ball to the side and he makes a great catch, but he can't get the second foot down? How different is it if he gets the second foot down? It's a game of inches because Jahmyr Gibbs is running down the sideline after breaking a tackle. Looks like he might be able to score, but gets bumped out of bounds, just slightly bumped, and he goes out of bounds. Totally different game in different circumstances, particularly with a Jahmyr Gibbs play, if that kind of happens. But it doesn't. It's football. 82 offensive plays, and they end up with 16 points. And they're frustrated, as they should be, and fans are frustrated, as they should be, because too many field goal attempts, and yet maybe not enough field goal attempts, too. I heard somebody call on my drive in, and I couldn't help but think the same thing when I was watching the game. You've got this guy on your team who's known for having a super strong leg, and to keep waiting for them to bust him out when in order is a 57-yard field goal attempt. Why? Who? Yeah, of course. Why not? Jake Bates, he can kick it there. And there was an opportunity to kick a 58-yarder with about 4 minutes left in the game, and Dan Campbell didn't go to that. He thought, let's punt it away and see if we can pin him deep and trust our defense. And they pinned him down on the 9-yard line.
That was the plan.
It was a hell of a, and it executed, that part executed, but you can't help but think, when are you going to bust out this weapon that you have?
Let's go to Pat and Romeo. You're next. Hi, Pat.
Hey, morning, guys.
What's up?
So just, taking it all in, obviously, I thought yesterday they got out-coached, out-schemed. And, you look at who they're playing, the first 2 games they played, essentially it's back-to-backs against teams that got your lowdown. And what you're starting to see, I think, is The scouting report's getting out. The trends are starting to get out on what the Lions do. Everyone's copying it. So you got to see what we need to see next is just an evolution of what Ben Johnson's doing and to take the next step and evolve. Because it's the NFL. People pick up on trends, and you got to move forward. So that's one thing I see. I thought they took away the middle of the field. They made us try to throw the sidelines quite a bit, it looked like yesterday. Seemed like everything over the middle was just jammed up wherever he went. And that's where Goff is pretty good between the hashes.
Well, I also think, I mean, one thing you're exactly right about is Todd Bowles had a great defensive game plan. I mean, it's hard to tell on the TV copy, but it looked like a heck of a lot of zone defense with plenty of guys deep and made Goff, who was looking downfield, and other than that first bomb he had to J-Mo, there wasn't a lot of intermediate to deep balls. It was a lot of dumping the ball off. I think it was a product of Tampa's game plan, and I give them a ton of credit because I do think they had I thought about championing Todd Bowles because of their defensive game plan. I thought it was outstanding.
They showed that one clip where they were saying, hey, they're building a wall at the line there. What we usually see Goff do is take that play action and hit that seam route for like 12, 13 yards. They were not giving that. They were forcing everything to be quick outs to the backs, and he took the bait, and credit to him, though. It was a great, great game plan. They've got to evolve. They will. But I do think they got away from the run a little bit, and they got to get back home to what they're good at.
I think you guys are both right, Doug. I think you're spot on with Bowles and his game plan. I mean, the fact that the Lions ran 82 plays, end up with 16 points, they did that with a defense that was a makeshift secondary and missing one of the best players on the defensive line. They were banged up, and yet the Lions just couldn't put it together to figure it out. And I would agree with the caller. I would have liked to see them run between the tackles more than what they did. There were times they started just to try to go outside, run a lot of these, kind of counter type plays, and just go straight up the gut. It's what you did against the Rams, but that's a tendency. Maybe that's what they're expecting.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. We want yours. Get them in. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see that our teams in the D are back to their winning ways, just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. The deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV, it's only $178 a month. The Blazer EV, that's only $239 a month. Chevy Trax, only $259 a month. Chevy Silverado is only $299 a month. All these unbeatable payments with just $999 down, taxes and fees included, no games, no gimmicks, just great winning deals for the customers. And need more money for your trade-in? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right, huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? How about this? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, 696 and Telegraph.
That's the head coach taking responsibility after the game. And I got to tell you, you have to be very comfortable in your own skin. You have to be very confident in the job that you're doing to stand up there and say that. Even if it's as obvious as can be, not all coaches will do that. And there were certainly other opportunities. And I'm not even 100% sure that it was 100% on him. Although he's ultimately responsible, it might not have been his mistake that led to the fire drill spike play.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm doubting it that it was, but he is the head coach, and he's supposed to have control over all that, and I get it, and I appreciate that from him, and I know the players do, and Jared Goff talked about it afterwards too. That players see that and they appreciate it, but it's players have to have accountability when they screw up too.
Well, Gator, you were there at the game, and I don't know if I appreciate Dan Campbell taking 100% of the blame or responsibility, but there could have been some other details of what led to that point, right? Did you see anything there did you see a coach or player tell guys, motion guys onto the field? Or did you see anything that we didn't see at home?
I didn't see it. What I saw was a bunch of guys leaving the sideline to go down to the field, and I'm like, they got to spike it before you can do that. And
were they led by like Jake Bates? Like, come on, everybody, we're going streaking or anything like that? Or
I couldn't say that they were or weren't. I didn't notice. Like nothing stood out to me. Like somebody was doing that. Not saying somebody. Didn't,
no, I know. I'm not blaming Jake Bates. By the way,
no, right.
Was it somebody, anybody?
Was somebody doing that? But I think a lot of people, when they hear that Dan Campbell say that we made improvement, they want to know where was the improvement. The improvement was on the defense.
Defense was great.
I mean, they gave up 216 yards, 215 yards in the game, whatever it was, 216.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty good effort. I mean, look, Mayfield made some plays with his feet when he was able to escape the pressure, but he went down 5 times, and he only completed 12 passes in the game. They ran the ball for 3 yards per carry. And it was Baker Mayfield that led the way. He had 34 yards in the game and a long of 12. The other guys weren't getting anything done.
So, and most importantly, you talk about, can you make plays at winning time? The defense twice was asked to get stops in the fourth quarter to get the offense the football back with a chance to win, and both times they did. One was a 3-and-out. I think the other was a 4-and-out. And they were being trusted, and they came through with the game on the line when Tampa could have buried Detroit. So on the positive side, as of this point, as much as there are some concerns about the offense not clicking defensively, that should be as encouraging. I don't think you write it in stone that the defense is going to be really good, but you can say they are trending in the right direction.
Yeah, I think there were 3 plays in the game yesterday that really kind of irked me, and one from all 3 phases. Obviously, the field goal unit running onto the field before the ball spiked is one. That's the special teams mistake that they had. Defensively, you had whatever the hell that mix-up was, which who was going to cover Chris Godwin on his 41-yard touchdown on the side.
It was a really well-designed play.
I'm not
sure. That doesn't mean that somebody isn't responsible, but it was because Godwin faked the block, and I think it was Robertson. I can't remember who the corner was. It was CD3. But
it was Robertson that turned him over to Jack Campbell, and then I don't know if Terry Arnold was supposed to peel back and get to it, or if that was Jack Campbell's responsibility, or what it was. Whatever it was a mix-up. Mm-hmm. All right, and it happens. But that was another play. And then, of course, you have the second interception from Jared Goff, which I don't know what he was. Was he trying to just throw it away, or was he throwing to a spot because he expected Tim Patrick to be there? And Tim Patrick kept running the route straight out as opposed to stopping or coming across the middle where the ball was thrown. But those were 3 plays, one in each phase of the game, that were incredibly critical.
Back to your phone calls in a moment. First, let's go champ and chump. Gator, my champ of the weekend is the Tigers pitching staff. The Tigers team ERA has dropped to 3.63. The 2012 World Series team with JV and Porcello and Scherzer and Doug Fister, their team ERA was 3.75. That's incredible.
That really is incredible.
They toyed with a perfect game / no-hitter on Friday night. They gave up, I believe it was 7 earned runs all weekend to Baltimore. I just can't believe how good this pitching staff has been. They get my champ vote.
Well, yeah, and the other thing, let's keep this in perspective, because some people say, well, yeah, we're going to see more of those group no-hitters or whatever. That was Baltimore, right?
Right.
That wasn't the Rockies. That wasn't the White Sox. That was Baltimore. And Birchie Kid made that point last night, and I think it was a great point. My champ, Aiden Hutchinson, 4.5 sacks against Baker and the Bucs. He was unstoppable all game long, and he nearly tied the Lions single-season sack record held by William
Single
Gay.
game?
Single game, yeah. Yep. Single game record back in the early 80s with William Gay. That was a great defensive line Lions had back in the day. And Aiden Hutchinson, he was a beast yesterday, could not be stopped.
My chump is irresponsible gun owners. That shooting at the post-game tailgate at Shed 6 at Eastern Market is inexcusable. The police chief, quote, regarding guns, we bring them out for every minor conflict. There's no way somebody should be dead, somebody else injured, and somebody up on murder charges today.
Yeah, it started out, it sounds like it was going to be a fight, and then one guy decided, well, I'm not going to fight, I'm going to bring out a gun, and that's no good. Chump for me is, take your pick with the Lions, but I'm going to have to call out Dan Campbell. Love Dan Campbell. Haven't lost faith in Dan Campbell, but he was accountable. That's great. But the halftime debacle coupled with the team not looking ready with players not on the same page, at times that's a recipe for disaster.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Ed in Ann Arbor. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ed.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I didn't get a chance to call you before the season started, but we're going to go 13-4 or 14-3. I'm happy. I'm happy with what I saw yesterday, and you might think that I sound crazy, but if we carry that defense that I saw yesterday all the way through the season, we're going to end up 13-4, 14-3 in the Super Bowl.
So you have faith. You have faith that the offense will get it right, and you also believe the defense is for real.
Man, offense is all practice. And none of those guys played in the preseason. You're going to see goofy stuff for the first 4 games of the year, and you can look around the whole league and find that out. Okay? It's not uncommon when you don't play. Okay? They could have thrown 100 plays yesterday, and they were not going to win that football game. They got baked.
Well, other teams had starters and are able to do better offensively.
That's only the bad teams. What did the Chiefs do yesterday?
Well, there are struggles. It's not uncommon. You're right, but it's not everybody.
Chiefs won.
See, when you get to the level that we're supposed to be at, we're the only ones that are supposed to beat ourselves, and that's what we did yesterday. And we can't win them all, so let's pass it on. My champ is the defense. My chump is all these butt-sore fans that want to find somebody to tack up against the wall. It's football.
Well, I do agree that I don't think panic is required at this time.
It is not.
Panic is not required. Yes, the Chiefs' offense did sputter. They did win the game. Patrick Mahomes threw a couple of picks, had like 150 yards passing.
His worst effort, I think, as a pro.
Yep. But, I mean, there are examples of it happening elsewhere, but I also think with a veteran offense, you really shouldn't need the preseason. You really shouldn't. It shouldn't impact them this much.
No.
It's
they had joint practices that would count better than a preseason game does. That seems like an excuse if people are looking for reasons why the offense is sputtering in 2 weeks.
I just think they've had some bad games, and they had some bad games last year too.
Yeah, but that's the ultimate like half glass full call, right? Like he believes in the offense so much. He's like, listen, that's going to come around. That's going to be fine. I saw a better defense than I did last year, and if we carry that defense throughout the season and the offense picks up where it's supposed to be, we should be fine. And that's his point of view, it seems like, right? And so I don't know if we're going to get a ton of those calls today, but we got one for sure because that was a frustrating, disappointing game.
It was, and I think we've only kind of barely touched on it, though. Sam Laporta was a monster part of this offense last year. And I know people, one of the popular things to say is lots of mouths to feed. All right, I've said it myself. They got a lot of mouths to feed in this offense. And it's only 2 games, but they had a lot of mouths to feed last year. Same amount, same players. And they were able to feed them all. It wasn't a problem. Laporta was, from moment one, Sam Laporta was a factor. And he has been a non-factor in the first 2 games.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you got a leaky foundation, it's putting your home at risk, it's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of the problem, and give you a custom solution to keep your home dry and safe. I get it. Unexpected repairs can be a hassle. Brickworks makes it easier with 0% financing for 12 months or low monthly payments. to fit just about any budget. They are locally owned and operated. Don't wait. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. That's brickworksmi.com. Your experts in foundation repair, brick restoration, tuck pointing, chimney services, and more, because nobody works like Brickworks. I'm going to say this. The Lions couldn't get a PI call yesterday.
No.
From the first pass of the game on, there were a couple of examples where I thought, okay, got it. If that's pass interference on Terrion Arnold, it sure as hell is pass interference on Tampa.
Right. Yeah.
But and Arnold again with some penalties, but rookie, it's not going to be an easy transition.
It's not, but that was definitely tick-attack on
Sure was.
Terry Arnold. It felt bad. But
And
then,
the worst, I mean, the good part about that play is, once again, he was in position.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not getting toasted committing PIs. He's too much hand fighting committing PIs.
but then also got the face mask penalty, which was no good.
That was suboptimal. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Kurt. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kurt?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. How you guys doing this morning?
All right, thank you.
Before I get to my point, I wanted to do champ Austin Seibert from the Washington Commanders, 7 for 7 on field goals and a 21-18 win over the Giants. And Chump, I'm not sure if you saw it. You probably did. Shedeur Sanders post game. Colorado State quarterback went up to him to shake his hand, and he basically told him to bleep off. I thought that was a really bad look.
Well, in fairness to
We
him,
have seen that.
the Colorado State quarterback last year had some not so great things to say about Shedeur in Colorado. So he was checking that receipt.
Right. I mean, just be the bigger man is the thing that I would say, but I get what you're saying. The point that I wanted to call in about is that we're 2 weeks in. Of course, we got the Monday night game tonight, and I had a conversation with a couple people about this. I want to get your thoughts. Does it seem to you at all, at least offensively, that the play thus far in the NFL has regressed? I looked up yesterday, 3 quarterbacks in the NFL threw for 300 yards yesterday. Geno Smith, Brock Purdy, and Jared Goff. 2 of them lost. And I'm watching teams like Kansas City. I'm watching teams like Baltimore that you expect to be Super Bowl contenders. And I don't know, the play, something just seems off. Am I crazy here? Are you guys seeing the same thing?
I don't know if you're crazy. I would say that, some teams that have been there and done that, like Kansas City, all that matters to them is how they're playing at the end of the season. And once they're in the playoffs, it's a different kind of game that gets played. I think typically you'll see that teams that throw for a lot of yards, I bet you it's more than 50% chance they lose the game.
And that's very possible, but it just seems like compared to past year, I guess it's the latest era that we had with the Roethlisbergers and the Mannings and the Bradys, where it seemed like every game you're going out there and you're throwing for 250, 300 yards, and the game is exciting. It's more entertaining. I don't know if the defenses have gotten better, and it's just more difficult to achieve those numbers, those types of statistics, but I don't know. I just find myself even watching Red Zone kind of in a lull, even in close games where it's just like Cincinnati, Kansas City to me was like, this is fairly boring. I don't know.
It's interesting. I'm just a quick glance at offensive stats from a year ago, and now I don't know that it would back up your premise. I think that warrants a deep dive and a little bit more of a but I'm just looking at teams passing yards per game. It looks like there's more passing yards this year than there was last year for the whole season, like the average yards per game. But they would warrant a real deep dive. If that's your instinct and that's what you've seen, it might be true, but I can't support it without having the data, and that would take some time.
I think it's so early in the season. I think a lot of recency bias is happening right now with the Lions and nationally. I think we hear it all the time. Offenses usually take a little bit longer to gel, get the chemistry going, especially if they didn't play in the preseason or they didn't get joint practices or whatever. Defenses are set up for more success early on, and as the season goes on, I think the numbers will get better.
Mike is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. So I called in last week, and I was the guy that you guys jumped all over when I said I was not that impressed with this current Lions team, and that they squeaked a narrow win over not the best team in the world in the Rams and the fingertip from St. Ra and blah, blah, blah. And what I was about to go on, but you jumped all over me and say was the secondary is not good enough, and we have a quarterback. I mean, what, he's 20th in the NFL at the moment in his ranking? He cannot make a play. When things break down, the whole thing falls apart. That's what you saw yesterday, and we got beaten by a mediocre team.
He's the same quarterback that was pretty good last year and won 12 games. he isn't great. He isn't great at everything. Like improvisation when a play breaks down has never been his strength.
Exactly.
But they've still won games with him.
You're not allowed to say Eli Manning, but can you think of a quarterback who was at that level that has a Super Bowl ring? And all I was saying is, everybody that's going on about this being a Super Bowl team, I don't think they are there yet. I'm sure they will improve during the season, but guess what? So will 31 other teams. And I think Lions fans, and I am a Lions fan, we have been served up gruel for 20 years, and we get a decent cheeseburger, and now we think we're in a Michelin one-star restaurant. And we're not. We've got a good team. We do not have a great team. This team will not make it to the Super Bowl. I suspect they might have a little run in the playoffs. Hate to be Cassandra, but that's what I'm seeing on the TV every week.
It's too bad. I thought we had a chance, but I love the use of the term gruel.
Gruel is great, but I would disagree on a couple things. If you think it's only a cheeseburger, if you make it to the NFC Championship game, then I guess you have really, 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 really high standards. Unless there's some truffles on there, then maybe that's
That's a big gap. Super Bowl, Michelin, 5-star restaurant, cheeseburger, NFC title game.
The other thing is, Tampa's a really good football team. They're not a mediocre football team. Tampa's a team that made it to the second round of the playoffs last year and narrowly lost to the Lions in the playoffs. And they started off this season, they're 2-0, and they look pretty good. Even though the Lions, and here's the other part. Michael didn't like the Lions secondary. What's not to like about the Lions secondary with what they did yesterday?
I mean, Tampa didn't run a ton of plays, but they were well under 200 yards passing, right?
They threw for 185 yards, and then you take
under, but they were under.
It's 185, but then you take away the sack total yards because that's how it's working now. That they take the sack yards on the passing instead of the rushing, and it's 146. I mean, they get 5 sacks in the game. It's not all because Aiden Hutchinson got there in 2 seconds. You need to have a little bit of time. Give some credit to the secondary. 12 of 19 for passing for Baker Mayfield in the game. They really gave up one bad play where it looks like may have been a mix-up in coverage.
He went gruel. Love it.
I wanted him to say, that's not what I'm watching on the telly.
It was absolutely horrible.
Love his calls.
It's a no for me, Doug. It's a no.
Michael's in Hillsdale next. What's up, Michael?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
All right.
I just want to do my champ and chump. I'm going to go Riley Green for his 2 homers yesterday to win the series against the O's. And my chump is going to be that caller from the morning show that wants to see Goff benched and thinks Hendon Hooker can take this team farther.
So,
we're 2 weeks into the season. Let's relax a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, in our previous caller, if you think mobility for a quarterback is the only way that a team can win the Super Bowl, then you will never be happy with Jared Goff. He might be the least mobile quarterback in the NFL. He might not be, but it's not a strength of his. And last year, the craziest thing is they made it to the NFC title game and lost the game, and it had zero to do with the way Goff performed. I mean, I'm sure he would tell you, but it was if you laundry list the reasons why the Lions lost in the NFC title game, you'd get way down the list before you get to Jared Goff. And then they would have played Kansas City, a team that Goff had already and the Lions had already beaten in the year. So I guess I refuse to accept the premise that you cannot win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff.
No, I agree with you. And correct me if I'm wrong, he's probably 90% of the reason we got to the NFC title game last year.
He's a big part of it, yes. Big part of it. Michael, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. JD is in Ann Arbor and next. What's up, JD?
Hey, doing all right? How you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
All right, so I know we were talking about not hitting the panic button yet, but there is one part about the offense that is really starting to concern me, and that's the third down efficiency. I don't know the exact numbers on it, but watching the first 2 games, I know that it's pretty low. It feels like most of these drives, we've only had 2 downs to work with.
Lions' third down efficiency is the 8th best in the NFL, but I would say that yesterday in the second half specifically, negative plays got them behind the sticks. I counted 5 separate times that contributed to ending drives. And there were some really costly negative plays that put them in a bad down and distance. It wasn't all negative. There was like a 1-yard run on first down, but they get themselves at 2nd and 9 or 2nd and 13. And it really, really made things tough.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm seeing then. I'm surprised that it's that high because it really does feel like we find ourselves in that situation quite a lot, and it doesn't seem like we're getting out of it.
Yeah, I just did a quick Google search, and they got the Lions at 43.33%, which is Arizona's number one at 58.33, but it ranks 8th. For point of comparison, last year the Lions on third down were 41.7, so they're actually better so far this year. But they did. Negative plays did hurt them yesterday.
Yeah, they had that second to last drive where after Gibbs went down the line. I'm looking at my play call here. They then had it at like the 10-yard line, and they threw to Gibbs, and he got hit for a loss.
And that was where Ragnow missed the block. And that was one of those negative plays.
Yeah. So it was really unfortunate the way and then they finish it up by throwing behind the sticks or in front of the sticks, however you want to play it, they word it, but they weren't picking up yards. They got 4 yards in the last 2 plays, and both of those were well behind the sticks.
97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. It was not a victory Monday for the Lions. They'll be looking back to fix some problems today in Allen Park, and after a loss to the Bucs, their attention turns toward the Arizona Cardinals for next Sunday. With one win and a loss that raised some eyebrows, quarterback Jared Goff says this is a little like deja vu. Yeah, plus some injuries to pay attention to as well, with Amon-Ra St. Brown leaving the field late, Captain Alex Anzalone in the concussion protocol, and rookie Ennis Rakestraw being a late scratch. This week's NFL action going to wrap up in Philadelphia tonight. The Eagles hosting the Falcons for an 8:15 kickoff. Philly favored by about 5.5. Elsewhere, Chiefs starting running back Isaac Pacheco is headed toward the IR and will be out at least 4 weeks. The last road trip of the year is here for the Tigers, and they are still alive. 2.5 games out of a playoff spot, with trips to Kansas City and Baltimore on tap for the week. The Royals are 5 games ahead of them, with the Twins in between. Minnesota will be making their own trip to first-place Cleveland for the next few games. Tonight is a 7:40 p.m. first pitch for the Tigers at Kauffman Stadium. Action right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Michigan and Michigan State will also be looking ahead to their next contest. Both are nearly touchdown underdogs for Saturday. The Wolverines hosting number 11 USC at the Big House, and MSU will be away from Spartan Stadium again, taking on Boston College in Chestnut Hill. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Well, look, they weren't going to win them all. And last year they were 1-1 as well. And they had a disappointing home. Well, last year was the home opener. This is the second game, but they were 1-1 after that loss to Seattle a year ago. And now we are processing another Game 2 loss, this time to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Which, look, I mean, the Lions opened with back-to-back playoff teams, and going 2-0 wasn't going to be easy. And here it is, manifested. That was not easy, that game yesterday with the Buccaneers. Unfortunately, it was a very winnable game. There are some things that need to get corrected, mostly offensively. And I think the people that spent the last couple of years building up credibility offensively are certainly capable of turning this thing around. And I don't think panic is necessary in Detroit today.
It's not necessary. Nobody needs to panic, but people can be upset and frustrated with what they saw. I am. But I also keep it in the back of my mind.
Wow.
They're a really good football team.
Yeah, it's kind of expected, though, right? It's kind of expected that at some point during the year, you're going to get frustrated.
Yes, they're going to lose football games. This was one. I didn't expect them to lose, given with the injuries that Tampa was dealing with. I didn't expect the Lions were going to struggle offensively to get the ball in the end zone when they're playing without Winfield and Cansey and some other players on the defense. I just didn't think that was going to be possible. But it happened. They struggled mightily in the red zone. And it's not panic, but it's a concern, because it's 2 weeks in a row that we haven't really seen Sam Laporta be a big part of this offense. And he was a huge part of this offense last year. And I think, it's just as simple as, hey, man, they took him out. Their game plan was great, and they took him away from what we wanted to do. We had to look elsewhere. Or is it something else? Is it, Sam is still recovering from training camp injuries and being banged up there, that we got him out of the field because he's Sam Laporta, but really he's just being used as a decoy? I don't know.
I don't have any long-term concerns with this team. I'm really, really disappointed they lost. I'm not even mad. I'm just extremely disappointed in how they played from, Campbell, Ben Johnson, Jared Goff. The Laporta thing, Gator, I think is a Jared Goff issue. As far as, I don't have long-term concerns, but I think the first 2 weeks we haven't seen Laporta because Jared Goff hasn't been that good the first 2 weeks. And there was times yesterday Laporta was open, but he wasn't the first read, or Goff didn't look to him or whatever. And I'm sure other teams are more focused on Laporta as well. I think it's a combination of the two. Long term, I think for the season it will be fine. But Goff hasn't been the greatest the first 2 weeks, and that's hurting, I think, Laporta's numbers right now.
No, he has not been up to his standards or for any of our standards in the first 2 weeks. And there were times he looked brilliant yesterday. That 50-yard pass to Jameson Williams early in the game was absolutely spot on, perfect. Passes he made late in the game to the sidelines, both to Kennedy and not to Kennedy, but to Patrick and to Jameson Williams on both sidelines were perfect passes that the receivers just didn't toe tap and stay in bounds.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. They were both, especially the one to Jamo. I think he had to go high to get it and couldn't get his feet in bounds.
Well, I thought it was a really well thrown football. And on that second to last drive, I mean, they start off with a lot of completions to a lot of different receivers, and then they get inside the red zone and it's stalled.
Negative plays are a problem. Al is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Al?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Y'all all right this morning?
Yes, we are.
Hey, I look at it like this, man. Our coach, he took accountability. It was a loss. Just like Hutch said, it's one game early, get it out the way. But the bottom line is, golf is golf. He's not Davis Warren, so we ain't got to worry about that, So we just relax and just, play to our strength, and we should be all right. But we got to stop every time a loss come up, man, and we jump on the bandwagon about replacing the quarterback and do all this other crazy stuff. Just stay the course, because we still got the thing that's the goal is to get to the Super Bowl. So I still got them going 13-4. So we just need to relax, calm down, and I'm chumping us as fans, because I did that yesterday myself. I was like, a little upset, but I said, nah, let me just stay the course, and just worry about the next game and take it from there.
Well, there's a pretty long track record. A lot of the people who have not been making plays or not been making the correct calls, there's a pretty long track record of them being able to do so. There's punch and there's counterpunch. If teams are doing something, and I thought that Tampa had a brilliant defensive game plan to keep everything inside and in front. There was a one time that Jamo got loose early in the game, but it looked like a ton of zone defense after that, where it was all inside and in front. And Goff wanting to go downfield. He wanted to go downfield, but had to look at his second and third options because Tampa was trying very hard to take it away. And, all right, so what do you do to counter that? It doesn't help when you get behind and you're kind of forced into catch-up situations. But, yeah, I think your attitude is appropriate, and I'm kind of in the same camp. Is long track record for some guys to be able to do it, and that's where my belief is rooted in. They've done a lot to earn. They've earned my trust. I'm talking about Goff and Ben Johnson specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know they're capable of so much better. We saw it. We've seen it. Not just last year, the year before. We've seen it.
And it's not like Goff is 35 years old. It's not like Ben Johnson's near the end. He's still young.
No, but here's what's what does get a little bit concerning is that you outplay a team like you did yesterday, and you failed to win the game because you didn't convert in the red zone. Mm-hmm. And then you look at what happened in the game against the Rams. You beat up Matthew Stafford, and they hung in there, and you really had to struggle to win the game, but you won the game. And then you watch what Arizona did to the Rams yesterday. It just decimated the Rams. And that's who the Lions play again next week, is they play at Arizona. And you start to think, it creeps in your mind, are they going to start off 1-2? Not that it's the worst thing in the world, but you start to
it's a real possibility.
Negative thoughts going in your head about where is this team at? They have to straighten out a lot of things. It's not like, you need one thing to work on. I think they got to work on a lot.
I mean, if you think Baker Mayfield is elusive, Kyler Murray's like chasing a 4-year-old on steroids around on the field. It's insane. Like he had a perfect passer rating yesterday.
Yes, he did.
And they went after him. They just couldn't get to him. And then now he finds Marvin Harrison Jr. finally, because week 1, Harrison Jr. wasn't anywhere to be found. Week 2, he finds him twice to the end zone. That's why I'm so disappointed, guys. I thought the game, I believe in Ben Johnson, Jared Goff. I thought they'd make some better adjustments during the game. I agree with attacking the secondary, but when that wasn't working and everything was kind of clogged up, run the ball between the tackles more,
Next up is Devin in Detroit on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Devin?
How's it going, fellas? How's it going, gang? Hey,
all right.
Hey. Let's get started. Hey, I just want to call and tell everybody to chill out, because I've been a fan for 30 years, and I know that's half a lifetime of all you guys. I'm a pipsqueak. I'm a kid to all you guys. But, God, please, what we saw yesterday, can we take a deep breath and realize that we finally have that defensive line, we have that secondary that we've been begging for 10 years, with the horrible management skills, the horrible all-around skills that we've been gifted on, just being laughed at in the NFL, and we're worried about one loss? That doesn't add up to me in the aspect, as a fan, especially seeing what we saw. And we got to take in all of the accountabilities and all of the things that we don't have this year that we had last year. We no longer have Josh Reynolds on the line. Versus J-Mo, it's going to take time to get used to that. Not having not having Goff's safety net is showing. And him having to get used to using all his receivers instead of doing 2 check downs, seeing Josh Reynolds or seeing St. Brown right there. Now he has to go through all his reads. That's going to take time. The one polarizing factor is that we have a defense that can hold teams to 20 points. Do people understand that we have held 2 playoff teams under 20 points in the last 2 games with a defense that we've been begging for since Dan Campbell got in here? We've been crucifying Aaron Glenn since he's gotten here. And now he has all those tricks and schemes. We're going to be okay, people. Take a deep breath. We are not the Green Bay Packers. And sure luck, we're not the Bears. Because last night, if anybody had any kind of therapy, watching the Bears lose and clutch
they appear to have some problems. I mean, look, you're right. The one thing I think people need to understand is that I can guarantee that the Lions have their share of concerns and have a to-do list of things they need to correct. They're probably not out down there patting each other on the back that everything's going great.
No.
Hey, I know we made it through the weekend, but the party never stops at Twin Peaks. First, you got to check out their happy hour. Monday through Thursday, 3 to 6. They put you in control with the $5 you call it and their awesome $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. For just $5, you can enjoy a preferred drink of choice like Tito's, Captain Morgan, Jack Daniels, and more. And for $2 more, call out your favorites like Patron Silver, Grey Goose, and Maker's Mark. Even better, they've got great food choices to pair with it, like $5 fried pickles or Billionaire's bacon. Or for $7, try their smoked chicken quesadilla or loaded fries. And for you night owls, those deals, well, they start up again as the happy hour runs from 10 to close. And you know, of course, take advantage of those deals watching football on Monday nights and Thursday nights, and great deals for the second half of most of those games you can really enjoy. And then, of course, there's the best part, the Twin Peaks girls. They simply do it better than anyone else. Twin Peaks. There's a great matchup tonight, Atlanta and Philly. So see the difference yourself. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. There you go. There's Dan Campbell. Kind of what I was saying there before the break. Jonathan Smith and Sherrone Moore speak today. We'll get their thoughts heading into their games this weekend. Big games for Michigan and Michigan State. Gator Spartans take care of business against Prairie View. You don't see a lot of 105-yard interception returns.
No, you don't. Though it's officially just 100 yards, but it was particularly after you already had a pick six that was called back on the same drive. So nice job from Charles Brantley to take that one back and almost ran out of gas, literally with like an inch to go. But they got that. They got the win. They still have plenty to work on at Michigan State, but they did improve. Aiden Childs didn't throw an interception. He only threw 19 passes in the game, but
You had the one called back on the roughing the quarterback.
Yep. Nate Carter got free on a long run.
It's a well-blocked play.
Really was. Did a nice job at accelerating, getting through there. It was very well blocked by Montori Foster, the receiver, made an excellent block on that. And their defense continues to play well. And they pitched a shutout. They should. It's Prairie View A&M. They're not very good. They're not in the same caliber. But they have lots to work on. And then the sad thing coming out of the Gavin Brocious suffers a horrific leg injury. You know it's bad when they show him on the ground and the trainer just places a towel over his ankle area as if we don't need to see this. Don't look, nothing here. And then he gets carted off the field in a hurry. It's sad because it's, I think, the second starting offensive lineman from Michigan State's gone for the year.
So as far as in Ann Arbor, I don't suspect Sherrone Moore is going to make any announcement regarding the quarterback situation. Here's my perspective on what's gone down there. I think, okay, this isn't a coach telling me anything, and I know some people will think, oh, you're just, and I will talk to them about it, but I think what's going on is with Davis Warren, they could run something closer to the offense they had last year, but with this collection of players, they might need to reconsider about, okay, if we have to run a different style of offense with Alex Orji, that might be a more effective way to take care of business. The defense played well. It was the second and third stringers that gave up the 2 touchdowns late. And most of those yards came at the end of the game. But offensively, they're going to have to decide. They're going to have to decide. This is, again, my opinion of what's going on. Davis Warren, offense, play calling, route concepts, similar to last year. Alex Orji, his skill set's different. Probably have to revamp some of the things they want to do offensively. But that may be a better way to move the football consistently. It's a decision they have to make. And I don't suspect that Sherrone Moore will make any announcements today.
Well, I'm curious if they do go with Orji, if that is a more efficient way or not, because I would imagine teams just pin their ears back and say, we're going to stop the run, and we're going to watch out for the quarterback to run or hand it off to one of the 2 running backs that really got off this past weekend, and force Orji to throw to beat you, because you're not expecting him to be efficient as a passer. But he can certainly run, but if you're geared up for that to stop it, maybe you can. But this is a game against USC. I mean, this isn't going to be easy. It's a test for their defense for sure. And offensively, USC has been a better defensive team this year than I think people expected them to. So can Michigan's offense, even with its Alex Orji, can they get yards?
Well, yeah, there's definitely some perceived limitations if your quarterback is more of a runner than a thrower, and you have to be able to keep a team honest enough that if they load the box, you've got to make them pay. And that's apparently one of the challenges if Alex Orji is a quarterback is, can he make people pay?
But if you want to take positives out of last week, running for over 300 yards in the game, that's a positive. Mullings and Edwards both did a real nice job. And also who had the long touchdown run? Mullings.
Khalil Mullings had
there was a tremendous block turned in, I think, by the wide receiver
Peyton O'Leary
right at the line of scrimmage, and Mullings did a great job of hugging that line on the block to bust through and take it for a touchdown. So both Michigan and Michigan State had some very well blocked long touchdown runs.
All right, 248-539-9797. Wayne is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Wayne.
What's going on, fellas? Wayne Mack. How y'all doing today?
We're good, Wayne.
Hey, first off, I want to give a shout-out to the Southfield Falcons 6U team. They 3-0 right now. They did their thing this weekend, man. My son's on the team. Yeah, he plays DN, like Hutchinson. He didn't get 5 sacks, but he did get caused a forced fumble.
I'm sorry. Wait, did you say 6 and under? 6 and under?
6 and under, yeah. Yeah, they 3-0.
Wow. They're playing with full pads, or is this like flag football?
Full pads.
It's
Yeah.
6. Wow.
My son's 0. They call him Agent 0.
All right.
Yeah. But well, you know, it's gonna be a little cliche, but I just wanted to say that, you know, the Lions will calm down. We calm down a little bit. You know, once you pull that lawnmower out the garage, you know, with the summer start, you know, you got to blow the dust of the cobwebs off. It's gonna take a minute. You know, Goff just got to do his check downs. We need to run in the red zone. All right, we're not running. We got to hit the tight end, man. We got to hit him up, man. We missed a lot of those. We got to do that.
You know, it's funny, out of week one, they did not get the ball to Amon-Ra very much, and you knew they were yesterday. I kind of wonder where they are with Sam Laporta next week. Like, is Sam Laporta going to be the guy that they're like, okay, we have not gotten this guy nearly involved enough?
Right, we got a lot of weapons, man. We know the defense is good now, which we haven't seen in a long time. But we got a lot of weapons on offense. Once we get that offense going, man, I think it's gonna run. It's gonna run good. We're gonna be all right. I'm not worried.
The defense is going to have to work cut out for him with Kyler Murray running around as much as he does. It's going to tire guys out, and hopefully, hopefully they can keep him contained.
Yeah.
Good luck to the Falcons. 248-539-9797. Jeff is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Doug. How you doing? Scott,
okay,
how are you?
All right, Jeff.
Good. I just want to bring up a couple of points. Like the last gentleman and most of the callers, we got to relax as fans and media. This is a great team. This is a really good team. But the thing is, yeah, we lost yesterday. You know what? If you're going to lose, you want to lose in the first couple of weeks and get your stuff together. You don't want to lose like this in week 15, 16, 17. So we all got to relax and give them a chance. And the other thing is like Dan Campbell said there last year. He said when we got so close to the Super Bowl and we lost, you know, like, geez, I don't know if we're ever going to get there. We all got to take it easy and relax. This is not a Super Bowl team yet, okay? We can't stop putting that away, and let's take one game at a time, and that way this team will get their head glued on straight. For me, I think if we play like Hutch played and the secondary played very well, we have a brilliant future this fall. We're going to go places, and we might get to the Super Bowl. But we got to take one game at a time. The other thing is the Lions got to get back to what they do, smash mouth, run the ball. And the third thing, Gator, I want to ask you what you think is, does it seem like the Lions' offense is predictable? Because these last two teams, they've been ready for us. All our game plans, everything down the middle, they've been standing there waiting for us to do it. Am I imagining that or what?
Gator?
I think what Doug said earlier, that Todd Bowles had a great game plan against the Lions, was right. I don't know if they're predictable, but they certainly took away the middle of the field. I agree with that assessment. I don't think I would expect the Lions to run more yesterday, and they didn't. So I don't think that's predictable. I just thought it was a really good game plan, and they didn't execute. And there were some awful passes from Jared Goff, and there were some great passes from Jared Goff. And ultimately, the tight end not involved, that's not going to help them out. And I didn't like it. It seemed like there was a lack of running between the tackles. And I would have liked to have seen more of that.
I think Todd Bowles definitely outcoached Ben Johnson yesterday. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I got humbled. You got to give Todd Bowles credit. That secondary came in injured, and they schemed very well. They always disguised their packages. And I thought Ben Johnson, I agree early on, attack the secondary, throw the ball. But if that's not working and Goff is clearly off a little bit or the receivers are off, you have Montgomery and Gibbs. Both guys can run between the tackles. And especially when Vita Vea got injured and had to leave the game, I thought, run the ball more, man. Goff threw the ball 55 times yesterday.
Yeah, the other thing, he talked about Hutchinson, and he's my champ of the week because of the 4.5 sacks. He was unbelievable in the game. But let's keep this in mind. He was also working primarily, they put him to the other side of the field so he didn't have to go against Tristan Wirfs, and he took advantage, and that's smart, okay? Aaron Glenn was smart. I'm going to put my best guy against their worst guy and see what happens. And what happened was the Lions just wrecked their passing attack, and that was a great job. How is Hutch going to do when he finally gets to go against healthy offensive tackles that are starting offensive tackles? I think he's very good, and I think he'll do well, but you're not going to see 4.5 sacks against, Lane Johnson type players.
Of course not. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to celebrate football fall and the best deals of all. Right now, you can get into a brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox for just $332 a month with $19.99 down. 2-year lease on an Equinox LT front-wheel drive for just $332 a month. Unlock the savings with your G employee discount and current lease in your household. Equinox is redesigned for 2025 on the exterior and features a bold new dashboard with double digital displays. And Sarah has a huge selection on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. All offers end September 30th. Together, let's drive. That's Jared Goff. We'll speak to him tomorrow here on 97.1 A Ticket at 10:30. So make sure you're locked in. We'll see what the quarterback thinks needs to get addressed. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got to Eddie next here on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Hey, real quick, before everybody just jumps off a cliff, we've gone through a lot worse than this. So let's just everybody take a step back. However, there are some glaring, just consistent things that are happening. The play calling is just not indicative of what this team's built. I mean, we pride ourselves on, Dan Campbell says it himself, tough team, hard-nosed, push you off the ball. None of that's happening. Goff can't go out there and throw 55 times a game. That's number one. Number two, Goff's strength is a play-action quarterback. You cannot have him throw the ball if you're not setting up his greatest strength, okay? Number two is that we hear this all the time, like who's going to get the ball next, who's going to be featured. How about just letting the game just flow itself? We're getting so caught up of, Amon-Ra doesn't have enough targets or Sam Laporte doesn't have this or this and that. That's the problem. It's just nothing's – it almost seems like they're stuck. I mean, they're driving a Ferrari, but they're just stuck in first gear, and they can't get out of their own way. And I'm sorry to say this, but, I mean, it's kind of glaring where, maybe Ben Johnson's not getting head coaching jobs because he's kind of, he wants to be the smartest guy in the room. Dude, you got David Montgomery right there and Jahmyr Gibbs and the best offensive line. I could just hand the ball off and let the guys do what they do. I mean, it's just keep it simple. And I'll tell you this, I don't know if anybody saw the Rams game yesterday against the Cardinals, but we're going to be in a world of hurt if we can't tackle a guy like a Baker Mayfield to shake and shimmy and bake, shake and bake. Kyler Murray is going to make us look like we're going to be a high school football team at this point. So I don't know. But again, after saying all that, we have to take a step back as fans.
I think you have to take a step back, Eddie. I haven't heard anybody today that needs to take a step back more than Eddie has to take a step back.
Eddie, let me ask you this. How are you at work in the grill or driving?
You know what? How am I in the work on the – okay, I am a self-proclaimed the greatest parallel parker of all time, okay? So I will take that mantle, all right? However, I know what I know, and I know kind of like how to just keep it simple and just all I'm asking is this. You got the players in place. You got the positional guys in place. This roster is set. I mean, we all know that. You have to make sure that you get the flow. That first pass, I get it. It was pass interference. But how about just run the ball like you did in overtime against the Rams and move it, march it down.
All right, thanks, Eddie.
The resume's out there.
Yeah, we got a belief that every guy thinks they can drive, every guy thinks they can grill, and every guy thinks they can call plays. And no better example than that last 2 minutes. I mean, keep in mind, too, play calling gets impacted dramatically by time and score. And I don't know that Ben Johnson is particularly worried about who gets the ball. We talk about it. We want to know, because here's the one thing that happens with play calling, and this happens all the time. Here's a play designed that we think is going to work, that's going to go to Sam Laporta in the red zone. And they step to the line of scrimmage, and Jared Goff, if you ever heard this, kill, kill, kill. Yesterday you heard weasel. You hear these things that he calls at the line of scrimmage. It means based upon what the defensive look you're giving you, you decide that play to Laporta isn't going to work. Kill, kill, kill. Here's a handoff to Montgomery. Weasel, weasel, weasel. That means we're doing something different. Play calling isn't always what we see on the field. And oh, by the way, once the ball is snapped, Goff is making decisions where the number one target isn't open. Like, play calling is so hard to judge if you don't know what the play call is and who the primary receiver is. We see the result, but you get into time and score, and the next thing you know, you're throwing a ton late because you're trailing. And there were some pretty awesome play calls as well. Was it third down and 6 where they ran the ball for a first down?
Yeah. But first half of the game, they threw the ball 24 times and they ran the ball 12 times.
Yep.
I mean, it's Big disparity.
I agree, but again, how
And
many of those?
But it's the first half of a game where you're kind of getting things underway and you're not really establishing.
How much of it is predicated again on what looks the defense gives? How many times did Goff check into a run or check into a pass? I don't know. I always struggle with play calling calls because we see the end result, but that might not have been the play that was called in the huddle.
Well, there's all that stuff, of course, that goes up. I'm just saying from a big picture, and you say 12 runs and 24 passes in the first 30 minutes of football, that seems like it's a big disparity. All the stuff you're saying may, in fact, be right. But, like I said, the bigger picture doesn't seem like they established that running attack. They were trying to. I mean, 1 out of 3 plays was a running play.
Yeah, I mean, turned out to be the case.
Was the case in the first
and they
half?
Moved
Was
the ball,
the case in the game?
They moved the ball way more than Tampa did in the first half. Let's go to Don next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Okay.
Wish it was a better day today. I spent my time listening to it on the radio yesterday as I was driving back from St. Louis. But here's as I was listening, I came back with a couple of key points, actually 6, as I was just waiting for the call. But the Lions, I think they went away from their core identity that they built since the Dan and Brad era. Third down at the 3, and they passed, and then they kicked the field goal. And, as is, they dominated the Rams in the fourth quarter. Why did, and Dan Campbell's go for it. They had them down deep. Why didn't they, a touchdown would have been critical there. Why didn't they run it 3 times or go for it? Because that's their identity that they built, and they went away from it and kicked the field goal. The second one is the field goal disaster at the end of the half. I mean, last year the Lions didn't make these kinds of mistakes. They won ugly. This year, just reared its head. That was bad, and everyone probably knew that this was going to come back and bite them at the end of the game, and probably, later on down the line in the season. This was a very winnable game for them. Hutch has like 4.5 sacks. Marcus Davenport, still they haven't addressed the other D-end line. I mean, he has a history of being hurt, and again, he was this week. He can be impactful if he's there. And then I think key is what we really saw is the impact that Josh Reynolds had, or that we're missing out on this year. 80% of his touches were for TDs or first down last year. He only had 2 or 3 drops. That's a significant part of production that the Lions are missing out on, especially on 3rd and long or 4th and long, or they need a go-to guy. He was that guy. He was that security blanket. And that, when you have those production numbers, that's kind of hard to replicate, and they don't have a fix for that. And as I said, this game is really going to hurt them down. Could potentially hurt them because with the improvement of the NFC NFC North rivals, this is a very winnable game.
If you take a look at San Francisco lost to Minnesota, Dallas got blown out by New Orleans. Like there are teams in the NFC. The Rams now are in a mess at 0-2. These are teams supposed to be at the top of the NFC chase, and they all took on losses that their fan base is probably called bad losses. This is the NFL. This happens. And you have to just, when it's all done, keep stacking as many wins as you can. Could this hurt them down the road? Of course. But I'd feel a lot worse about it if San Francisco had beaten Minnesota. Like, okay, sucks. Yeah, don't want to lose any of them. But those fan bases these are teams that are supposed to compete for the NFC. And they are dealing with, in quotes here, bad losses. 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Dougie. Been an accident. You need a legal team who's got your back, and that's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone I care about or family member needs help, I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They choose to take on fewer cases so they can provide the best communication, the payoff, more time on your case, which means a bigger and faster settlement for you. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. We can get rid of that cut. There's DJ Reader in there somewhere. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Go to Richard, you're next. Hi, Richard.
Hey, guys. Hey, so I'm here's my thinking here. There's an old saying about how you never step in the same river twice because the river's always changing and you're changing too. And I think we're going to find out about a lot about Ben Johnson, along those lines, that kind of philosophy. He's got, about a year and a half under his belt as being the OC. Nobody really knew what his tendencies were or strategies, what you do. Now there's a book on him, or a video on him, a book of videos, and it's time to see now how does he adjust to the counter adjustments, because it seems like the last two games, a lot of times the teams could anticipate what we were about to do. And it may be because now they know when it's 3rd and 2 with this personnel package at this point in the game and this score, this is what he's going to do. And then if he knows that they know, it's one of those, well, now they know that he knows, so he knows that they know, so now he's got to do something to counter it. So it's not like he's a failure. He's a young guy, but he's a young guy, and young people have to learn, and they got to learn on their experience.
Well,
So I'm hoping what we're going to see.
He's been offensive coordinator for twice as long as you think he has. He's been here for 3 years as the offensive coordinator, and then it was half a season.
He was not OC in the beginning. Remember, it's Anthony.
Well, I
Lynn
know, but that was 4 years ago actually. So you look at the first year when they won the 3 games, he took over. He didn't even take over as OC. It was Dan Campbell that first year, and he kind of halfway through the season became the guy. And then the next 3 years here, he's been the OC.
The point has not been a full 3 years. It is not. I think it's 2.5 tops.
It's 2, and this is working on the
beginning
third
of
year.
his third. This is the beginning of his third.
And then if you want to put half the
third year, so, and he's a young guy, and so he's going to learn, or we're going to find out what he can learn. So it's one thing to be a smart guy and come up with stuff no one's seen before, and then it's another thing to adjust when people have seen what you're showing them. So it's not, no one's writing off Ben Johnson, of course, but now is the time to see what he's got.
By the way, I'd never heard of the saying, you don't step in the same river twice, have you?
I've never heard that.
Kang, have you heard that one?
No, I haven't, but I guess we don't step into too many rivers, us three.
Apparently.
We're the Great Lakes state.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of fresh water around here.
That's true.
I do live by a river, but I've never stepped in it once, let alone twice.
We didn't even find out if that guy could parallel park.
I didn't even get through halfway through the quote and Googling it. It comes up.
Alan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Alan.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing this morning?
Okay.
Number one, Adrian Hudson came to play. He'll be a Hall of Famer one day.
Wow.
The rest of them didn't show up.
Well,
Number two, as you know, in the NFL, any given Sunday, somebody can beat you. Okay, another thing, as Tony Montana said, when you're the big fish, the little fish coming out to bite your butt. And that's what happened yesterday. You're on the roll. You're high. I was at the game.
You're high?
When they got that interception in the fourth quarter, you could hear a pin drop. But it's a wake-up call.
Well, it is. I mean, you're right about the NFL on any given Sunday, and I don't know that, that we need to revamp expectations.
Look at the games yesterday. It was like playoffs. I thought I was watching the playoffs yesterday.
Well, because you watched these teams play in a playoff game last year. I mean, like 10 months ago.
Oh, my God. But, like I said, you can be big-headed, with the Garden and White commercials and Applebee's and all that. They don't care. That little fish is after you. It's as simple as that. It's not about if the coaching was bad yesterday. But, hey, what can I say? And I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people ain't going to believe me. The Cardinals got y'all. It's simple as that.
You got the Cardinals on the money line? You taking the Cardinals to win straight up?
Hey, I'm a gambler. I'm losing. The Lions haven't made the spread yet.
So you're taking the Cardinals on the money line?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Cardinals at home? Yeah.
Thought we had a chance.
Yeah.
Because nobody just walks into Arizona. All right, look. I will agree. I don't think the coaches had their best day.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
I mean, sometimes you're called, what you try doesn't work. And that, by the way, that happened last year too.
I think what really is disturbing is that you have 2 drives in the last 5 minutes of the game and you get down towards the goal line, you're in the red zone, and you're not even throwing it into the end zone.
Well, that's frustrating from a viewer's point of view.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You look at it and you're like, hey.
As fans, as listeners, as viewers, all that, I think you're watching this high-powered offense, and then you get down there, and they're not even throwing it into the red zone.
Into the end zone?
End zone.
End zone, sorry, into the end zone, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, when you look at it visually, not appealing when you literally need a touchdown, and they're not throwing it into the end zone. There's only so much time.
There was a pass that Goff made that had it been completed, the game would have ended.
Yeah.
It was that comebacker to J-Mo on like the 10, and I'm like, it's a good thing that was incomplete. It would have been game. But, I mean, if you're surveying a defense and everybody's standing in the end zone and you don't have any receivers open, you do you throw underneath and hope your guy can make a play? Or do you throw into double and triple coverage? These aren't easy decisions to make. I mean, we'll ask Jared about it tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Anthony is next. Hi, Anthony.
What's going on, guys?
Hi, Anthony.
Hey, I was originally calling for Champ and Chump, and I just wanted to say one thing about Lions real quick, though. Coach told us all along, we got a lot of mouths to feed. We got two of the best receivers in the league, plus a couple of more than adequate other receivers, and two of the best running backs in the league, and the best tight end in the league. We got a lot of mouths to feed. So
they're the same mouths Anthony, they're the same mouths last year.
Right. And so Monday morning when we're looking back, we're like, man, we should have thrown it more. Well, yeah, but we threw it too much. We should have ran it more. It could be the opposite next week. We got a couple stud receivers and a couple stud running backs. Spreading it around isn't always as easy as it comes, I guess.
Well, 2 games is not a trend. It's just a slower start than you expected. Now, if it goes on to like 4 and 5 games, then that's something else. But this isn't panic territory. This is just venting
It's
frustration.
starting to sound like it.
Well, yeah, but it's venting frustrations. That's all.
For sure. But my Champ and Chump, Chump might not even be a strong enough word, man. We're in Kyle played Owasso Friday night varsity football. And the announcer comes on the PA and says, hey, just FYI, going into the 9th, Tigers have a 1-0 lead and a no-hitter going. And everybody's like, are you freaking kidding me right now? What? This guy just said there's a no-hitter going into the 9th. And then literally 2 minutes later, he comes back on, hey, Tigers won, but they gave up a triple in the 9th, so no-hitter. And everybody's like, well, of course there's no no-hitter, dummy. Everybody knows you don't talk about it. Exactly. And the Champ, just going back to Dan Campbell, just for taking responsibility. When you make a mistake, you own it and you move on, and just impressed every week by his just his personality.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Jerry is next. Hi, Jerry.
Hi, good morning.
What's up?
I have a question and comment. Besides the error at the end of the first half that Campbell acknowledged, I wonder if you don't think there was a second mistake or bad coaching decision in the second half where another field goal opportunity was missed. I think it was early in the fourth quarter. The Lions drive stalled at about the Tampa Bay 42. And fourth down, and rather than trying a field goal, which would have been a long one, the Lions decided to punt. And I thought that was an odd decision because it would have been a long field goal, probably 60 yards, but we got a guy with a reputation for hitting those kind. And I saw a lot of long field goals kicked yesterday by other teams. And if you didn't make it, Tampa Bay gets the ball on the
He mentioned it after the game, and he said that they kind of decided that they were going to punt there because they had faith that they would get the football back. Basically, he's saying he thought they had a better chance of pinning them deep and getting the ball back than they did of making that field goal and risking giving them great field position. That was a decision he made.
I didn't hear that. Hear that. Okay. Well, that's interesting. But nevertheless, there's a field goal opportunity there, and at the end of the first half, if one of those is made, the strategy at the end of that game would have been entirely different.
It would have been, but that's football. So they decided to punt it. They pin him down inside the 9-yard line. Tampa Bay does nothing. Lions get the ball back. and they're at the Tampa Bay 22-yard line, and then Jared Goff throws an interception. So that's the very next possession after the decision to punt. And then the Lions still get the ball back with 5:12 to go with another chance to win the game. They had so many chances to put this thing away, and they didn't. 1 for 7 in the red zone with touchdowns. That's inefficient as hell.
97-1 the ticket. All right, better note, the Tigers take 2 of 3 from Baltimore and actually gain a game on Minnesota over the weekend. And now this huge series with Kansas City. They trail by 5 games.
Yeah.
But still,
And then they got 3 more against Baltimore.
I can guarantee that 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we had people say things along the line. If they get to the middle of September and are still within striking distance, I'm all in. And we're in the middle of September and they're still within striking distance. They're running out of time, and it feels like they're just slowly, ever so slowly chipping away. It's been pretty amazing that they keep chipping away. And the plausibility of them doing this, like the math isn't great, not holding the tiebreaker isn't great, and yet I am so not counting them out here, Gator.
Oh, we're going to see Seattle where they're at.
Yeah.
Tied with the Tigers.
Yep. And you've got, isn't Minnesota going to Cleveland? Isn't that the
Yes, Minnesota goes to Cleveland.
So the Royals are playing a really good team, Detroit, and Minnesota is playing a really good team, Cleveland.
This is going to be a fun week. It's going to be fun or it's going to be a disaster. Actually, it could be all three. Like Minnesota could get swept by Cleveland. The Tigers could lose the series to Kansas City, and yet somehow they make up some ground. This is a fun time of year, man. Middle of September, we are still fully engaged with the Tigers. They're chasing. They're not in it, but they're chasing. And they're really trying to catch up. They did make up some ground. These next 6 games are incredibly tough on the road, at Kansas City, at Baltimore. I just saw your head shake. You all right?
Yeah. I was just wrong about something.
Oh, okay. Oh, then you were stunned that you were wrong.
Well, Sharon Moore did announce who the starting quarterback is Saturday. Moments ago, he announced that Alex Orji will start against USC.
Wow. I had the same reaction you did. Did not. What?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All time.
Better get him up to speed.
Well, earlier you mentioned, Doug, like maybe Warren Davis is...
Davis Warren. Yep.
Or Davis Warren, sorry.
That's
Two
right.
first names, man. Confuses people.
I know.
Davis Warren is the starter because he allows them to do more of what they want to do on offense.
I think that's the case.
Okay. But clearly it hasn't gone that well so far. Coaches have maybe, hey, we got to change our plan then.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to change it to suit what Alex Orji does, because he might be able just to move the ball better, even if the defense knows we're going to run it most of the time.
Well, look, I'm intrigued to see how this works out. I had said that I don't know that I would give him a snap here and there. I'd be more inclined to give him a series, and he finally got a series. They won't be as multidimensional, most likely, but he's got to, if teams are going to gang up on him against the run, they got to show that they can still throw the ball. But, you know, it's certainly a different approach. So that did make me shake my head. I am more than a little bit surprised that he announced it. I'm not surprised that it's Orji. I'm surprised that he announced it. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. Next up is T on 97. Want to take it? What's up, T?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, sir.
I got an old saying for you, along with a statement. Inconsistency is another way of saying you're not good enough.
I agree with that. I completely agree
You're
with
just
that.
not good enough. And my statement is, my concern is the Lions' lack of scoring in the second half, and it all started last year against San Francisco. They didn't score any points, if I'm correct, in the second half.
Well, they did.
The last game.
Yeah, they did score points, but it wasn't garbage time. Oh, it wasn't garbage time. They were desperately trying to come back when they scored.
Right, and the game before, in the other game, they didn't score, I don't think.
Which
when
other
they played
game?
the Rams. They didn't score in the second half.
Yeah, they did. They had to score to force overtime and then scored in overtime to win it.
No, against you're talking about in the playoffs or in the game the other day, the last week.
The game the other day against the Rams. They scored 3 points, but that's not good enough to win games.
Well, they scored 10 points. They
That's
scored
all.
10 points in the second half and 6 more in overtime.
Okay. Well, how about yesterday? Sunday's game. Did they score anything in the second half?
That's my concern, though. Not scoring enough points.
Yeah,
in
they
the
scored
second
10
half.
points in the
Scored 10
third
points
quarter.
yeah. Which was more than Tampa, right?
Tampa
Didn't they
scored 7 points in the second half. Detroit scored 10 points in the second half. Yes,
And look,
they outscored Tampa in the second half of the game.
It'd be great if they scored 20.
And left a bunch of points on the field. And that's why they lost. But didn't fit his narrative there.
248-539-9797. Brian is next on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Brian.
Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
What's up?
I just had a couple points. You know, everybody's bashing Ben Johnson, and I wish they would have run the ball more, but they still threw for over 300 yards. Your veteran quarterback cannot throw that ball in the middle of the field just up for grabs when you have a field goal in range.
What if he was expecting the receiver to cut across or stop his route? Because the receiver kept running all the way straight down the end zone, and actually the ball was thrown, dead. It was picked off at like the 12-yard line or wherever it was. If he's expecting the receiver to get over there, it's not throwing it away. We don't know. If he was throwing it away, it's a horrible decision if you're throwing it away. I just have a hard time believing that's what he was doing because he's been in the league for a long time now. I don't think that's a move the guy makes.
And sometimes when they're late in games and late in halves and games, sometimes you just got to throw the ball away. These 3-yard passes that take up 35 seconds, he's a veteran quarterback. You know that time is more important than down. And it's almost like they try to be too perfect, like at the end of the half. They don't want to give Tampa the ball back. So they're wasting time. But then when they get down to the 20-yard line, they have no more time left. It's like, the main thing is to score. And if the other team has enough time and they go score, well, that's your defense is bad. But they waste so much time at the end of halves and at the end of games trying to be too perfect and not give the ball back.
Well, maybe one day they'll figure it out.
Things.
En route to a 12-win season, winning 2 more in the playoffs, getting to the NFC Championship game. He'll figure it out one of these days.
I mean, they kind of, you're trying to score late and get the ball to start the second half and get the double.
They tried the double
possession and
they missed. Look, I get what he's saying, but I think we hold. I think fans always hold the quarterback to a perfect standard. And when things don't go well, you start to nitpick, you start to peel away at the onion, and then you take one little sliver and turn it into like it's the whole meat of the onion there. It's not. There are mistakes made. Like that interception. Don't know what happened there. Maybe we can get the answer out of him tomorrow. I suspect he's going to take all the blame for it. And we can ask if there was just a miscommunication or was he just trying to throw it away and see what he says. As far as just throwing the ball away instead of hitting a receiver in the backfield that all of a sudden gets drilled for a 5-yard loss. I don't know. I mean, that stuff's going to happen. Give Tampa Bay credit. They took away a lot of the field yesterday in a game that I don't think anybody expected them to be able to do so with all the injuries they were suffering on defense.
Let's go to Mel in Detroit. What's up, Mel?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
I'm going to start off by saying you have fans.
I'm sorry, you're going to start off by saying what?
You have fans that love the game, and then you have people that understand the game that coaches it. Fans, they love the game, and they can never understand what the preparation, what you have to do going into a game. And I'm gonna tell you guys one thing: either two things is gonna happen. We're going to get better. What's happening is, I'm trying to go real fast because there's so much. What's happening with our OC is teams got footage. They understand him. So when Goff try to check into different plays, if you committed to that formation, it really doesn't matter. But what he has to do is go back into the lab with his assistants and says teams are doing this now. So we have to adjust doing this. That's why pass is off.
All right, your phone's killing us, Mel. Real quick, your point is what?
My point is Lions have to adjust more to what they're seeing.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Again, we'll ask Jared Goff about it tomorrow, about making adjustments throughout the course of games. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Oh, another good weekend of NFL football, and you got another chance to score big. With FanDuel, get a big return, America's #1 sportsbook. You will get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. So here's the thing that I've noticed on FanDuel. The upper banner there, they frequently have bonuses. They've got no sweat parlays available, which means if you don't win, you get your money back in credits. They also have profit boosters. You can get a 100% profit boost, 50% profit boost. Keep your eye on that. Get the FanDuel app so you can see when you can really score with those. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, the official sports bet partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. That's sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Dan Campbell after the game. You know, in trying to provide a little bit of perspective here, Gator, I am not that worried about the offense, okay? I'm really not. I think that Ben Johnson has spent a couple years showing us he knows what he's doing. I think Jared Goff spent a couple years establishing a ton of credibility, and it's not like he didn't have bad games, and it's not like they didn't have bad games in the past. On the flip side of things, I also don't know that the defense has it all sorted out. Remember you gave that stat if they drop their points per game, 3 points a game, that takes them from bottom third to top third in the NFL? Yep. Well, it's back-to-back games where they've only allowed 20 points, which I believe has them in the top 10 of the NFL. I don't think that's all solved either. It's too early to make either of those calls or those statements, in my opinion, with a degree of accuracy. There is a lot of football left to be played. You could probably choose any 2-game snippet of time last year where the offense looked bad or defense looked good. And this is how they started the season against a couple of playoff teams. And it hasn't come without a hiccup here and there. But I'm not going to throw away a bunch of evidence that these guys can be pretty damn good offensively and just say they're in trouble. And I do have faith in Ben Johnson, and I do have faith in Jared Goff. And if others don't, that's fine. I struggle a little bit with play caller guy, but.
Well, obviously football is a game of adjustments. You see a lot of halftime adjustments and you see game-to-game adjustments, and the Lions are going to have to make their adjustments. For all the people that have called in and said that the league has figured out Ben Johnson, I'm not buying it. Do I think that some teams have better game plans than others? Yeah. Do I think that the Bucs are one of those teams? You betcha. You know,
I think they had a really good game plan defensively.
They had a really good game plan defensively.
They won the day. 248-539-9797. Brandon and Shelby is next here on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Okay.
So a couple callers ago, the guy was saying that he thought Campbell was doing what he was doing to save time. I don't think that's what he was doing. He was taking like dink and dunk plays, and he only had a minute 30 left, but he kept throwing short left, short right, and it was working. Like they were getting into the red zone, but at the same time, they never took any shots at the red zone, shots at the end zone.
Yeah, that was one of my concerns. Is they had several drives, that stalled, and none of those drives resulted in throws into the end zone, and I'm not sure why. I would imagine it's because they weren't open, or it was taken away from them by the defense, but it wasn't there. And there was one play towards the end where they ran the ball. They threw the ball, and Sam Laporta stayed in to block. So, Laporta has not been really involved in the first 2 weeks of this season, and there's a question about that.
And real quick, can I throw in my championship?
Sure.
So my champ, me and my brother are both huge fans. So Matt the mailman out in Royal Oak, he says he's delivering all the time. Me and him are both big fans. And my chump is Michigan, because you see teams like Tennessee beating whoever they verse 73-0, 63-0. I don't want a 63-0, but I would at least take a 45-10 or something.
Who is your champ?
My champ has been Matt the mailman. So my brother, he's a mailman out in Royal Oak. Me and him have listened to you guys for years.
Okay,
and years
so you're
and
champing
years.
your brother.
I'm champing my brother. He's awesome. He's listening right now.
Hi, Matt. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Here's Matt in St. Clair Shores. You're on 97.1. Hi, Matt. Matt, are you there?
Doesn't even sound like he's
lit up. Matt, hello. Double checking that. Let's go to Willie. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Willie.
Hey, fellas. Real quick, I just want to comment. One comment that I want to make as a fan. I disrespect Baker Mayfield. I don't think he's a very good player. I don't think they should have lost to Tampa Bay. Well, I would like to see out of this team, since this is a Super Bowl or bust deal, I kind of want them to get that Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan mentality or even Aaron Rodgers back when he was with the Packers at Lambeau. No one should be coming to Detroit getting the victory. No team that has no Super Bowl aspirations this year outside of the 49ers and the Eagles, and I'm speaking NFC, should have no business beating us. We have Super Bowl aspirations. I don't want to hear about Todd Bowles and he's a great defensive coach and defense. I don't want to hear that. When you have Super Bowl aspirations, and this goes out to the coaching staff, the players, This is the year where you say we get into the Super Bowl regardless. I don't care how many interceptions Jared Goff thrown. We're going to overcome that. No matter how many other bad plays or missteps, we're going to overcome that. Excuse me, fellas. And because you've seen it throughout Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant's career, any player or superstar from the other team that was less of them or any team that was less of them did not beat them. And I just want to see the Lions. When we play Kyler Murray next week in Arizona, there is no way Arizona should be given a tough time.
Arizona what?
There's no way Arizona should do what, Willie? Oh, okay.
I have no idea what that last phrase was.
If he's going to write off Tampa Bay because he doesn't think Baker Mayfield's good and thinks Tampa Bay's no good and don't give Todd Bowles credit, do that at your own peril, man. Tampa Bay's a really good football team.
Baker's been playing extraordinarily well.
They were a playoff team last year that knocked off your Eagles and then lost to the Lions in the playoffs in a close game. So, and then they won this game. This was also a close game because their defense made more plays and made things confusing for the Lions.
Everybody wants to hold serve at home. It is not a requirement to win the Super Bowl. But sure, everybody wants to hold serve at home. And Ford Field's still a tough place to play. It was perspiring again yesterday. They lost 2 games at home last year, though, right? Seattle and Green Bay?
Yes.
I mean, it's great, but it is not a requirement to win the Super Bowl to hold serve at home. It is helpful because it helps you with seeding, but 248-539-9797. Vince is next on 97 on a ticket. Hello, Vince.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking me. I just wanted to look at this from a different angle. You know, we hear everybody calling in saying it's Goff or it's Ben Johnson or it's Campbell. But, you know, my thought is perhaps they're playing with a limited playbook at this point in the season because they don't want to show all their cards for when they get it later on in the season, when they go to play the Bucks again or the Rams again. You know, Greg Maddux used to do that in the major leagues. He used to limit his pitches knowing that he was going to see these guys again in the playoffs. And that's really when the whole playbook is going to get opened up. It's just a different way of looking at it. I could be way off base, but I know that based on the coaches and the talent we have, this is a Super Bowl team. You know, Jared Goff shouldn't be taking the abuse that he's taken today. He's a hell of a quarterback. Is he worth the money? I don't know, but given the quarterbacks that are available, I think he's the right man for this team. Those are just my thoughts.
Well, I mean, we discussed on Friday's show what happened last year in Game 2. They managed to bounce back from a Game 2 loss to Seattle and make it to the NFC title game. We want this year's team to be better. We want this year's team to be different. But this wasn't a dooming loss. It's not helpful. But I do feel a sense of overreaction now. At the beginning of the show, I wasn't. But as the show has gone on, I feel like people call up and say, I'm not panicked, and then do nothing but panic.
You know, it's been 2 games where the Lions could have looked better. They came out of it 1-1. The only concern should be is, do you see anything that can be a real trend? You know, I don't. I feel I'm disappointed. I'm extremely disappointed in the red zone specifically with the Lions this past game. And I think they'll clean it up because I do believe in Ben Johnson. I do believe in Jared Goff. Laporta hasn't even been a factor offensively. I think they were maybe a Frank Ragnow block away from winning this game, to be honest with you, which I thought was a great play call. It just wasn't executed.
The swing pass late in the game where Ragnow missed a guy who was on the inside that just missiled in and made a tackle.
And yeah, that play at worst, I think was a first down. At best, could have been a game ending or turnaround, like where they took the lead, game touchdown. But I'm not overly concerned. I think we're reacting to week 2 here, and some are taking it very seriously.
All right. Probably the worst decision made on the weekend was not by anybody in the Lions coaching staff. It was it's not the worst decision, but I made a terrible decision.
Did you?
I made a god-awful decision. And when I start to explain what I did, there's going to be a whole segment of our audience going, no, you didn't. We will get to that today at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. There's your statement from the head coach regarding fixing whatever the issues are. Acknowledged. We got the right people. We'll get it done. I made a bad decision. It wasn't really a decision I guess I made over the weekend. It was a decision I made months ago. I'm speaking to you, hockey players. I finished a hockey season 5 months ago. And I fully intended to take all the gear out of the hockey bag.
You fully intended to, huh?
And I forgot.
Oh, you didn't.
And 5 months later, after letting the gear sit in the hockey bag in the summer heat in the garage, yesterday, I opened it up for the first time in 5 months because I had my first game of the season last night. And Gator, if you could harness the power of the amazing funk that came out of that bag, we would solve the energy crisis. It was so disgusting.
Worse than cat pee?
It's right there. I think hockey gloves and cat pee are the two most disgusting smells that it's hard to... Like, we had a cat once pee in a car. It smelled bad for 3.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
The hockey gear. Out of sheer desperation, I started airing it out, but I had to leave in like 40 minutes. We have this carpet cleaner that's like deodorizing carpet cleaner. I shook it off into the gloves, into the pads. It was so disgusting. You cannot leave hockey gear in a bag for 5 months. It was nasty. Huge mistake.
No, that's a terrible mistake. And you're not new.
I know better.
You're not new.
No, I'm not a rookie.
I don't understand what you're doing.
I forgot. So.
It's a horrific mistake.
It is it was so. I got in my locker room and I apologized to the team. I said, "Hey, sorry."
So how are you rectifying that problem now?
It's all going through the wash.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got all kinds of cleaners that I rubbed into the pads, and we've got these like little beads for.
That
you put in the wash. Yeah, exactly. Those are wood. I mean, I just poured a bunch into the gloves, and now they'll go in with like 4 bounce dryer sheets. I mean, it's
How much is that going to work?
It's going to work enough that it won't smell as bad as it did. But I mean, the thing is, hockey gloves always smell bad. They always smell bad.
They do, but imagine how much worse they smell when you put them inside a bag for 5 months.
Oh, exactly.
Without
baking in a garage,
without cleaning them and airing them out. Well, it's not like you didn't have. I guess you didn't have enough time.
It was so bad. I was like, "Oh my God, what have you done?"
Did it affect your play?
No, it did not.
No, you still not good?
How'd the Fish do?
We lost 6-3.
Any points for you? Any assists?
No. Nope.
Yeah, it hasn't affected his game at all.
How was your plus minus?
-1.
Okay. In a related hockey note,
yes,
the Red Wings have come to terms with Jonathan Berggren.
Okay.
On a 1-year deal.
Probably far more important to our audience.
Yeah, for about $800,000, and that leaves them with $16.8 million to sign Seider and Raymond, which I do think will happen any minute.
Well, we hope so. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Randall is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Randall.
My champ is the Spartans, who's looking all right. And my chump is the Wolverines because that is unwatchable football. Now, as far as to the Lions go, I just think they're not rushing the ball enough. I mean, you take away the 3 rushes from J-Mo and Goff, they only rushed the ball for 24 yards. And could it just be subconsciously that they, because of J-Mo, now they feel that they have to throw the ball because they have another weapon that they didn't use as much as last year? I've never been the type of person that say because you have more mouths to feed, you got to feed them. You just do what you got to do to win. And maybe they just thinking, well, we're going to pass the ball more as opposed to just pounding it like they did last year.
So Jahmyr Gibbs rushed for 84 yards and David Montgomery another 35. What do you mean with the 24?
I'm saying as far as the amount of carries.
Oh, they
the
only
amount of carries.
okay. I think you said yards. You mean they only had 24?
I'm sorry, I meant to say carries.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe they just need to be somewhere between 30 and 35. Maybe that's just that simple, that they just got to rush the ball more because they're getting 5.1 yards a carry this week and 5.3 last week. So I don't see why you wouldn't rush the ball more. Just because J-Mo is starting to emerge, I don't necessarily have to force feed him the ball.
Well, things happen in the course of a game. Every time Goff says kill, 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 is that, into a pass play, into a run play? Do they call more run plays than we saw executed based upon the defense? We'll ask Goff about it tomorrow if they got to run it more. Seems to be a common refrain today from fans. And late in the game, that certainly gets impacted by time and score. Late in the first half, late in the game. But, establishing a run game is a big deal. Let's go to Matt next here on Nice. I want to take it. Hi, Matt.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Long time, first time. Love the channel. Love your segment.
Thank you.
I just can't believe how fans are overreacting. I think you got to ask these fans: do you expect the team to go 17-0? And if you're going to have a loss like this, have it in week 2. If this loss happened in week 17, I think it'd be a little more troublesome. And, Dan Campbell, he took responsibility in a way that I think you need to take responsibility. Jared Goff hasn't forgotten how to play football. I think the team's going to be fine. How they respond in Arizona, I think will tell a lot. But if they could go 12-5 right now, would you guys sign up for that? Would you sign on that dotted line?
Of course, which is what happened last year when they lost the second game of the season as well.
Yeah, so 12-5 is a great season. These guys are going to have 4 more losses, and I got to listen to the show, and I got to hear people calling and saying Henderson Hooker should start the games, because Goff isn't playing at his highest level. It's a little too much for me. I think the team's going to be great.
Well, it's been almost 2 full calendar years since they've lost back-to-back games. And that was the beginning of the season where they had that 1-6 start and bounced back and finished 9-8. So it's been a long time. They have responded, and Gator, I fully expect that they will again.
Yes, I expect them to respond as well. I don't think this is a trend. I think it's a yuck throw it in the garbage game, but they will have to learn from mistakes made in the game. There were so many missed opportunities, and compounded by mistakes. Whether it was, the defense played really well in the game, but that 41-yard touchdown pass to Godwin was one of those what happened there plays. He's too open, so there was mix-up in coverage there. The second Goff interception, where he's got Tim Patrick is running straight, not even turning around. Is that a mix-up with he and Goff, or was Goff just trying to throw away because the pressure was coming, and it was the worst decision ever to throw it where he threw it? I mean, those are big mistakes. Dan Campbell's accountability of accepting responsibility for the botch halftime field goal attempt. Yeah, it's all there. And if they're able to execute that field goal, imagine how different things are. Because they had a chance to kick a 58-yard field goal with whatever it was, 5 minutes left or something like that. Would they have tried that at that point? Because it would have given them it would have had a chance to, I think, would have tied the game. Or giving them the lead, I think you probably are in that situation. But they didn't, because there's too many mistakes. So clean it up.
Let's go to Gary next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hi, Gatorhead Doug. Hey, last Monday I had the opportunity to listen to Gator's favorite coach, Sean McVay, his a broadcast on his Monday postgame show out of L.A., and it was on YouTube. And he alluded to the Rams believing that the Lions offense runs through Sam Laporta in terms of Laporta always having access to the middle of the field. And I just thought about yesterday that I know it's a copycat league, and I don't want to give Todd Bowles too much credit, but it seemed like when J-Mo tried to access the middle of the field and the pass interference call wasn't called, it seemed like they were forcing everything to the sidelines, whether it be Gibbs going to the sideline, Montgomery going to the sideline, Amon-Ra St. Brown to the, everything. We didn't have access. And then when we did have access, the ball got picked off a couple of times, almost a third time. Just curious, we're going to be facing, I don't know anything about Arizona's defense, but the only trends I saw, Gator, Doug, were that we faced 2 teams that were really banged up defensively, with the secondary really missing for Tampa Bay yesterday, and the 2 starting defensive tackles eventually going down, and that we had such a difficult time using the middle of the field. And I know we got Bob McDonald, I think that's his name, the coach from Seattle, coming up in a couple of weeks. And he's supposed to be a defensive guru, the guy from Michigan and with the Ravens. Man, I sure hope it's not a trend, and I'm hoping that it's something that they're going to address it. But I really miss Sam Laporta catching the ball. He pulled us out of so many big third down situations.
Really good. He was really good. And, the reasons, who knows why. Somebody said earlier, we'll get to it coming up. We're up against the break. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so look, if you go into a game, you got to look at the defense you're playing. You look at what you do well. You look at what they do well, and that dictates a lot of times how you plan to attack a defense. Where are the weaknesses that we have the personnel that can be exploited? And, maybe there is an element of Laporta didn't match up in the game plan as much based upon what other teams did well. Maybe some teams have thrown them some curveballs and done some things that were out of character, trend breaking as far as their defense, Big picture, does Laporta need to get involved moving forward? Well, if him not getting the football is a product of what defenses are doing, and again, we got a long list of questions for Jared Goff to try and understand, then it could be just a product of teams saying, we're not letting Laporta beat us. And, yesterday, if that means more footballs get thrown to Jameson Williams or Amon-Ra St. Brown, so be it. The idea is to have too much to be stopped. Now, they haven't scored. They haven't been clicking on all cylinders. I think one of the weirdest things is after that early, beautiful deep ball from Jared Goff to Jameson Williams, that was dropped in a bucket. After that, there was really very little intermediate to downfield passing attack. I can think of one down and out to Amon-Ra, but it felt like the abundance of passes were underneath.
Yeah, they had a few, I think they were like 18-yard plays.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right on that. I think another thing that's tough for us as Lions fans watching the game yesterday and not getting the result you want is that what we saw, our eyes remember what we saw last, and that was just a dominant rushing attack against the Rams when they needed to. When they got the ball in overtime and they marched down the field, and it was just awesome destruction and soul crushing. And there go the Rams. They're down because they just ran it every play but one. And, Montgomery had like 45 yards on 5 carries or something. It was just awesome. And then, okay, how's that running game going to go against the Bucs? Oh, they're without Kancey. That's great. Oh, their secondary's hurt. Okay, great. Should be great. And then Vita Vea goes out of the game. All right, awesome. And we didn't see the same rushing attack that we saw. So then there's like, well, how do you explain that away? What happened there? Why aren't we running the ball like we did against the Rams in overtime? Different games, different game plans, I guess. And, when you see something work one week and you're not doing it the next week, you question.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Doug. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Doug.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
My visual tells me, and I could be wrong, that the offensive line is not pass blocking as good as they did last year. It seems to me like he has about a half a second shorter time than he did last year, and that he looks a little nervous back there because he's getting a lot more pressure than he's used to. That's the way it looks to me.
Could be. I was trying to figure out if they were jumping his first read a little bit, and so he was going to his second and third read as progressions, and maybe it was a product of that. But
no quarterback has been sacked fewer times this year than Jared Goff.
Is that right?
No, I know, but the checkdowns seem to be coming quick, and you need a good 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds to get the ball downfield 20 or 30 yards, and I just don't think he's had the time to do that.
No quarterback has thrown the ball more than Jared Goff, and no quarterback has been sacked less than Jared Goff.
Interesting, but you don't have the pressure numbers.
We just got done talking about the chunk plays weren't there, that we were checking the ball down all the time.
Yeah. Do you have pressure numbers in front of you? Not typically is reflective of pass rush. The one thing about Goff is
I'm not even sure what qualifies as a pressure, so no. I just have these raw ESPN numbers here.
It's when you pressure the quarterback.
And what determines that? 84 passes, he's been sacked twice.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
One of 7 teams that have given up just 2 sacks so far.
He did say visually, like optically, it looked like maybe the pocket collapsed a bit more. And Goff's a veteran. He gets the ball down. Maybe that's why there was a lot of checkdowns. Even on that interception we think it was Tim Patrick.
There's pressure on that
There's
one,
pressure
absolutely.
on that one. The offensive line, they're passing guys off. And I watched so much video replay last night because it was just bothering me this game. They were passing guys off, and they just kind of got confused up front a little bit. And it happened a few times this game. I don't think they're as sharp as They're going to be. Let's just be honest about that, right?
They're
The
not
offense
sharp.
looks
No,
rusty right now,
they're not sharp
especially
right
in the red zone. That's where this game was lost. They just couldn't score touchdowns when they needed touchdowns.
Look, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? They know what they can do. They know how they can be better, and they'll figure it out. I'm not terribly panicked by it. I'm not panicked at all. I'm not terribly concerned by this. I think one of those things you can answer yourself, okay, if there is pressure, how do you relieve pressure? You run the ball effectively. And they didn't run the ball as much as maybe people wanted them to run yesterday. Whether it's right or wrong, it's just what it was.
And
they
when
ran
they-
it effectively.
Well,
They 5
when
yards a carry.
Yeah, when they did, but a couple of those 5-yard carries or 10-yard carries, I feel like one extra block or move and Gibbs is
Really
gone.
springs it,
right?
yeah.
And it's a home run, and instead it was like a double, right?
Yeah, and some of those, like he broke some tackles yesterday too, and so did Montgomery. Those guys, it's a really nice tandem to have, and the rushing total in the game is quite sufficient. And yet, the day after a loss, we're looking for reasons why'd you lose, and only score 16 points with all this, with these teeth, these fangs, and these claws, and you scored 16 points.
Let's go to Ariel in Southfield. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Ariel.
Hey guys, this move from the orgy was much needed. Matter of fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that orgy should have been started from day one. I think we're about to see Saturday that orgy is the right guy for his team just this year. And to be honest with you, Orgy not only has a lot of talent, but he was a 4-star in some recruiting services. So his offense is going to be a lot better.
Well, can he throw the ball?
Saturday.
That's the question, because that's the big thing that's
I think he
following him
can.
around is you don't know if he can throw or not, or throw downfield or not, and hasn't really been thrown to the fire in that situation. He's definitely going to be thrown to the fire there. And if Colston Loveland isn't playing, which we don't know because there was no update on him today from Sharon Moore, that's a big loss to have if you don't have your stud tight end and you're switching quarterbacks 2 games into the season.
I understand that, but I think Loveland is going to play Saturday, and I think the offense is going to look a lot better. As far as the Lions, they blew this game because the Lions had chances, and the play calling was very suspect. And I put the blame on Dan Campbell for that. And Dan Campbell needs to be a better decision maker as a head coach if this team is going to get over the hump. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for the phone call. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in 248-539-9797. We tally them up and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the week. And my champ was the Tigers pitching staff, whose team ERA is now 3.63. Their World Series team with JV and Scherzer and Porcello and Pfister was 3.75. They toyed with a perfect game on Friday. It came out of a combined no-hitter. 7 runs by Baltimore earned all weekend. My champ is the Tiger pitching staff. Gator, your champ?
I went with Aiden Hutchinson. It's hard to ignore the 4.5 sacks in the game. He was just pressuring Baker Mayfield every time he dropped back to throw a pass. He was literally unstoppable when he was going against the right tackle for Tampa Bay. Great performance from Aiden Hutchinson.
My chump of the weekend, well, I go to the shooting at Shed 6 at Eastern Market, where, according to the police chief, was quoted as basically saying it was about to be a fist fight and then somebody pulled out a gun. I always talk about problem-solving skills, and guns should be used when your life is threatened. But somebody's dead today and somebody's facing murder charges because of a terrible, awful, tragic decision made Lions postgame at a tailgate party.
Yeah, it was awful. My chump vote went to Dan Campbell. I love Dan Campbell. I believe in Dan Campbell. But if he's going to put the team on his back and say that he's taking responsibility and accountability for what happened at halftime with a botch there, okay, he's a big boy. He can handle it. He's my chump. It's not just that. It's some missed assignments. And when you see missed assignments, you have to ask yourself if the team was prepared to play Tampa.
97.1 the ticket. I got a question for you about yesterday. Did Malik Willis outplay Anthony Richardson yesterday? Did that happen? I'm actually not glad about it because I want Green Bay to lose.
Feels like you're trolling somebody.
Yeah, what are you trying to do? First of all, Doug, did you watch the game or are you just reading stats?
Yep.
No, I didn't watch the game either, but I did see highlights and lowlights, and I would think
Willis
that Malik
didn't throw
Willis
3 picks.
No, he didn't, but he also didn't have a bunch of people who drop passes for Anthony Richardson. But either way, I think Malik Willis outplayed him. But Green Bay's a better team, and as we know, we're trying to say all day, Doug, it's only week 2, guys.
Yep.
Don't panic either way for any of your, any fan base out there.
It sucks. I mean, look, I was a big Malik Willis fan out of Liberty and was all in favor of the Lions taking him. And, this is the different era. It was before they were building what they were building. And clearly, and Malik Willis has done very little would have justified and given me reason. But I've taken some heat for it, and that's fine. You're going to get some wrong when you do what we do. But then of all teams for him to end up with, a team that I'm really not rooting for him to do well, and I'm not. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And they won a game. We need them to lose. Is Minnesota, another question, is Minnesota going to go undefeated?
No, they're not going to go undefeated. But I think what this is showing through the first couple of weeks with Sam Darnold there is kind of what I believed last year and what I keep telling people. Minnesota has a ton of offensive talent, a ton of it, where bad quarterbacks can go in there and put up some big stats, but there's ultimately going to be a bad quarterback. That's what we saw last year with Mullins.
Mm-hmm.
Put up big numbers, but he's still a bad quarterback. Eventually he's going to throw picks and stuff. I suspect the same thing will happen with Darnold because he's not a very good quarterback either. But Sam Darnold is working with more talent than he's ever seen.
Okay. Well, just a couple things from the NFL.
Sorry, King, he's stealing your material for later in the week.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the Minnesota. Yeah, I mean,
Football
I wasn't
question.
going to ask if they're going to go undefeated.
Yeah, it might have been a bit much. We got some Big Ten starting times just announced, including one local team. On September 28th, Ohio State will play at Michigan State. Night game, Peacock, 7 o'clock kick. And we await the others. A couple others announced. Maryland, Indiana's a noon. Nebraska, Purdue's a noon. And then Michigan, Minnesota is a TDB. There's also Oregon.
TBD?
Did I say what I said? TDB. TBD. Yes.
To determine B. What are you, Yoda?
It's to be determined. Take 2 in 3, 2, 1.
Frustrate Doug, I will.
TBD.
I need this AACPSO.
Misa, get it wrong. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to
Punish
Dave.
with night game, I will.
Let's go to David at Lake Orion. Hi, David.
Hey, Doug, Gator, and Kang. Love the show. One real quick comment before I make my point. Kang, I love your comments. I think you bring tremendous value to the program, and I enjoy when you insert yourself. You're usually spot on.
Straight to the top next time.
My point was going to be the NFL is so tough to win week to week. There's less disparity, I believe, in the talent throughout the league, and I think a lot of it gets down to the coaches and the strategy. And I'll give you an example. I had 14 parlay this week, all at money line, and I bet all big favorites, and I lost 3 of them. So my thought is, from now on, I'm just doing college money line. I think there's greater disparity in talent at the college level and the higher point spreads, but the NFL is just too hard to win week to week, and the people that are calling in and complaining about this week just need to understand this is a marathon.
It really is. And I mean, Dallas getting smoked at home by the Saints, the 49ers losing to the Vikings. You got the Ravens losing to the Raiders in Baltimore to drop to 0-2. There's some surprises, man. In week 1, the Bengals losing to the Patriots. There are survivor pools that are just gotten absolutely blown up all over the NFL because it is hard to win, and you're right. It's the variability in this league. It's crazy.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
The
Have a
phone
great day.
call. And we agree with you. Kang does bring a lot to the table. Derek's in Wyandotte, and he's next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Derek.
Good afternoon, guys. How you guys doing?
Okay.
All right, Derek.
So my champ of the week is A.J. Hinch. Chump is, I hate to say it, is Terrion Arnold. That big defensive penalty cost us. He had a couple penalties last game. I know he's still a rookie. He's going to get better, but that's just my champ and chump of the week.
So, look, Arnold, the face mask was really costly, the pass interference. The thing about the pass interference is he was in phase. He was right there to make a play. This is the second time he has been blanketing a receiver in coverage and got called for a PI for getting too handsy. Is it just because he's not used to the way they call it in the NFL or what? But, I mean, the face mask was costly as well. But ultimately, you know, I like the skill set because he's doing the tough part, right? He's doing the tough part, which is covering the receiver, blanketing the receiver. He's just messing up when the ball's in the air. And I know it's easier said than done. And I thought the PI was super ticky-tack, especially after the Lions' first play from scrimmage gets picked when J-Mo he didn't get tackled, but kind of.
Well, part of it's his fault. I mean, he runs. I mean, the guy's just standing his ground there, and they kind of collide together. I would have called it interference.
Yep.
But I think, J-Mo deserves some of that too. That being said, that's a non-call, and then you're going to call the interference on Terrion Arnold where both guys are kind of hand fighting, and it's just, I thought, a really nice defensive play, and it gets called one way, not the other way. Hey, that happens, and yet the Lions still had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to just put this game away.
Yep.
Get a touchdown, put some distance there, and they never did it.
Yeah, it's weird with Terrion Arnold. I'm not panicked at all yet, and I don't know why. He's had 3 DPIs already. If anything, I'm more concerned about his hand injury at this point, but I feel like he's step for step with most of these receivers. He's just got to learn to turn his head and play the ball a little bit more, but I think he's just going to get better. His confidence, according to Campbell and the coaching staff, is never lacking, so that's important. So we'll see as the season goes along, but I'm not crazy panicked about Arnold yet.
248-539-9797. Pedro's in Clarkston, and he's next. Hi, Pedro.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Hey.
I'm just listening to the callers and everybody's worrying about everybody else losing and this and that. This does count because it's our side of the conference. And when you go from home field advantage, it counts. And I blame Jared Goff for not being ready and Dan Campbell. Fourth quarter, 7:50 left, I would have went for a field goal. Instead of scratching your head at the end trying to get a touchdown, you could have went for a field goal and won by 1.
So, question what is it about Goff? You said not being ready. What leads you to believe he, quote, wasn't ready?
Everybody says about the preseason and all that. When you have a big contract and you have a starter, you don't usually have to say he's going to start and play. He had half the season to get his reps with this other big wide receiver who got a big max contract. He just don't look good, flat-footed, throwing the football. He's off on target. A lot of his receivers are not even at the first down. It's like they're getting the ball and they're going for like a stretch. It's for that, say, first down.
Not sure I understand or follow. You don't think he was prepared enough in the offseason, I guess, to get ready for the regular season? Is that what we're taking out of that?
I don't know what he just said.
Okay.
Something is wrong. I was intrigued when you say you don't think somebody's ready. That implies something with preparation, something with.
Well, there are people that believe that they should have played some guys in the preseason.
Well, maybe that would be.
Does that fly in there?
I guess I didn't.
I don't. Again, I keep saying it. I don't have an issue with them not playing a preseason game when they had 2 days of joint practices with an NFL team.
Feedback coming in. My chump is Jared Goff. Since the contract, he's looked awful. Starting to see what they saw in L.A. Wow, that's a quick trigger, man. Quick trigger. Champs are Stacey Lewis and her USA Solheim Cup winning team. Chump is Kenta Maeda. He can't be on the mound again this season unless it's a blowout.
Had a rough outing the other day.
You can win the Super Bowl with Goff, but you cannot have any regression in the O-line and win the Super Bowl with Goff. That's from an unnamed texter. Everyone can go ahead and keep preaching, stay the course, and think that everything is going to be fine and fool yourself. I'm going to text back after our 10th game when we're 3-7 that I told you this was going to happen based on what I saw in person at the game from the upper bowl. There is much disarray with this.
If they are 3-7 after 10 games, we'll circle back and give you your flowers, my friend.
Dude, I'll take over 3.5 wins in the first 10 games if he wants to make it some sort of wager. If he means it, over under first 10 games,
even
3.5.
Even if I know it's what he said, 3-7, but if the team's 5-5 after 10 games, I think we're all going to be like, interesting.
I think we'll be saying using stronger language than that.
Probably, but I'm trying to show some decorum.
248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Listen, if you need new garage doors, there's only one company to call. It's Precision Garage Doors. They are amazing at Precision Garage Door. I needed new garage doors. I gave them a call. They came out immediately, scheduled an appointment. We went over all the options for garage doors. You wouldn't believe how many options you have, but you want them to look great, and that's exactly what happened. They look great. John, Jeff, and the whole crew, they're so easy to work with, true professionals. And right now, finding professionals to work with, it's not that easy, but it is when you pick up the phone and call Precision Garage Door. Or the best part is you don't even have to pick up the phone. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. Or, like I said, you can pick up the phone and call them at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They're available weekends at no extra charge. And right now, if you mention 97.1 the ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. So give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Free Press is reporting that a second victim has died in the shooting at Eastern Market on Sunday. I wonder if we have any listeners that were there. This is such a tragic thing. I think there's got to be regrets all over the place. The Detroit Police Chief James White said some things afterward that just implies this was going to be a fight. People were drunk, and one person pulled out a gun and shot the other two. He said, tailgating, drinking, and guns, they don't mix. And, Gator, I just think about going to a football game, and it's not unusual to see fights break out at a football game, but outside, tailgating, people can legally carry concealed weapons, and this came out of it. Unless it was a life or death situation, you just don't pull a gun. I just don't.
No, you don't. And then you get into a debate. Well, what's life or death, or what's threatening your life? Is somebody is telling you, or is somebody waving a gun in your face that they're going to?
So I think back to decisions I made in my life, and I've as I got older, I started thinking, I don't know what the person that just bumped into me at the bar and said something offensive, what they're capable of. I don't know, what that person's story is. I don't know that person isn't, unstable. I don't know that person isn't quick triggered. I don't know that person isn't mentally ill. I don't know that person isn't, mad at the world. Right?
Yeah.
And you just say, all right, he bumped into me, called me a name. I'm going to be okay. I don't know what triggered this incident between two tailgate parties next to each other, but my God.
Yeah, it's horrible. I was watching the news last night, and the commissioner our police chief was talking about it, and I just shake my head at the whole thing. It's and even he was like, what happened to just settling it? If you guys have a problem, go fight, and then
those days seem long gone.
And he said, he literally said, fight and then live to fight another day.
Walk away after you fight. Yeah, with your fist. But Doug, and I don't think anything would change with you personally, but these people they've been drinking. Yep. They have alcohol in their system. So for them to even think logically like that, Doug, is maybe not even in their mind.
That's the accusation from the police chief, right, is that they have been drinking. But there's certain things that hopefully better to do when you've been drinking, and one of them is to produce your weapon. But even just like de-escalate, man, that's the real power, is the power to de-escalate a situation. You want to seem powerful, de-escalate a situation.
The other thing is, it's easy to say all this, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all, but who knows what the situation was like there in person,
right.
What was being said, was there some physicality involved with it before all this? Who knows?
I think it's dumb to even throw hands at games. We see videos every single weekend at NFL stadiums where guys are just throwing haymakers at each other in the concourse, in the stands, in the parking lot. For what?
It's so weird. Like, these are supposed to be awesome, fun times.
In particular, when you got concrete all around you, and I find myself, there'd be no way that I'm going to throw hands at somebody. I have no idea what the other person is, like you said earlier, what they're capable of.
I don't know that
fight differently
resume.
today. People fight differently today than they did 20 years ago.
And there's people with nothing to lose. They just don't care.
Yeah, I'll just walk away. You're right. You won. Thanks.
248-539-9797. Anyway, just tragic news. Champ and Chump votes, a bunch of them coming in via ticket text. My champ is Detroit Tigers for continuing to play great baseball. My chump is Jared Goff for continuing to show his limitations. That's from Jim. I don't think he's changed much. I think he's the same guy.
He's off to a slow start.
Yep. All I have to say about the Lions is, how about those Tigers? That's from an unnamed texter.
There we go.
Another unnamed texter. Ben Johnson has been figured out. I have messaged this station multiple times. This is a 10-7 football team. Holmes not thinking in terms of windows will undo this team. Lackluster off-season, bringing in new parts. Josh Reynolds was a third down wide receiver. So, yeah, the Josh Reynolds thing, there might be some regret there. They did bring in a bunch of new parts defensively, which is where they really needed to bring in new parts.
I have a feeling that in like 6 weeks, we're going to like Tim Patrick.
I hope so. I mean, he's a veteran guy. He was considered a good locker room guy. He just got here. There might have been a miscommunication that led to a pick yesterday. Maybe not. I don't know if Goff will tell us with great detail. But you might be right.
Gator, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. And I said something a couple weeks ago, and Birchie, we had him on last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he confirmed or reiterated what I said. Tim Patrick stands out in that receiving room, and I mean by size. He's clearly the biggest receiver they have, which you want from the X position out with the receiver. And I think he literally just got here. So I wouldn't doubt if there was some kind of miscommunication on that interception by Goff. But I think when they get on the same page, he learns the playbook. That's a guy, he had a sideline catch that, he was out of bounds on. I mean, they just got to get more reps in. Yeah. He's got to, get more work in. He's been injured the last couple of years. I think he could make a big difference here for this team.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Zeke. You're next on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Zeke.
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
So I guess I wanted to hear your take on how we utilize our running backs. I feel that we kind of pigeonhole ourselves from a play calling standpoint of using the running backs for specific drives versus situational football. For example, getting in the red zone, 2nd and 2, third and 2 near the goal line and having Jahmyr Gibbs in down there. Not saying that he doesn't run the ball hard, but we do have a workhorse in David Montgomery. And I just feel sometimes if we get into a situation where it feels that they won't make the switch to put a certain back in situationally, it's just one drive or the other drive that they use them. And I've been noticing it for the 2 games this season, but also some in the last season. So I was curious if you guys kind of noticed that at all.
I've not. I'll start paying attention, looking for it. And oftentimes they talk about a running back wants to get into a rhythm, and that means, play a couple plays here, a couple plays there. They have a 1A and a 1B. I mean, they really do have.
They're Ali and Frazier.
Yeah.
Abbott and Costello.
They really do have. They really do have an opportunity to, have 2 lead backs. So the balance of how you use them is, it's got to be tricky because there's got to be some minor things that one does better than the other. But they had some good runs yesterday. I mean, they had some really good runs.
The play that where St. Brown was in the backfield, and they faked like the handoff to St. Brown and pitched it out to Gibbs, and he picked up I think 23 yards.
It was like a 4th. That was the 4th and 2, right?
I
think it was.
But I mean, he picks up big yards on that play. It was just 23. It was I don't have the down distance on it. But 23 yards and was that close to being able to stay in bounds and take it in the end zone. It's another one of those plays, man. There's like a handful of those plays yesterday were just that close to doing something great.
Tony's next. Hello, Tony.
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right, Tony.
Yeah, so I'm just calling in to tell everybody to pump the brakes a little bit, man. I don't think we need to hit the panic button whatsoever. Anytime you're going to try to throw the ball 55 plus times with Jared Goff, I mean, it's going to be hard to win the game, considering the way our offense is built. I do think, again, with not having St. Brown on that last drive, I think that's a huge loss. In terms of a go-to guy, he is our go-to guy in those, in those areas, and I just really think people need to pump the brakes. It's week 2. I think we're going to figure it out. I think we have great leadership, and I don't, foresee losing to a team that we just played in the playoffs. You're playing a bad team in Tampa Bay. And I think a lot of people are taking it to heart as the season's down the drain or something. And I just don't think that's the reality that we're living with this team.
I pretty much agree with everything Tony said. Pretty much agree with everything he just said.
All right.
Get your championship votes in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Look, I know you see these trucks all over the place. They're red, white, and blue. They're everywhere. And those trucks belong to the only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust. It's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, they're going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews that are out there on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Jared Goff, there you go. We'll talk with him more tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Dave. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey there. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, so what's Dan Campbell's aversion of kicking field goals, all right? Bad clock management. We lost a trip to the Super Bowl because he didn't kick the field goal.
No, he didn't.
In the didn't kick the field goal. I don't understand. Worth 3 points. easy.
Yeah, they didn't
I'll sit up and put-
miss the Super Bowl because of a field goal. They missed the Super Bowl because they had a confluence of plays that happened that nobody would have expected.
Yeah, what about yesterday? How do you explain it?
Well, what do you want? Now you want him to kick field goals yesterday? Is that it?
Yeah, like he 2 field goals, they would have won the game.
Well, they botched it at halftime. He acknowledged that, and he took full accountability and responsibility for that. Then what, with 5 minutes left or whatever it was, you want to kick one from 58 yards? Is that it?
Yeah, it's better than nothing. He came up empty.
Well, the theory was, and if you are asking why not, he thought they had a better chance of punting, getting the stop, and scoring a touchdown than they did of making a 58-yarder, giving them better field position, getting the ball back, and making another field goal. That was his
seems to be consistent with him, and he's lost every time. Every time he's tried that strategy, it hasn't worked. So why not just?
Well, that's not true. They beat the Chargers last year in a very close game. They won. They've won a ton of close games with Dan Campbell.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying, kick field goals. We're 3 points easy.
Okay.
Yeah. If you think 58-yard field goals are easy, then
I mean, honestly,
hook them, I guess. I will say this: did it cross my mind? I want to kick him.
It was a strategy.
I would like to see
it.
Sure, but I mean, to say that this is his, his Achilles heel is he doesn't know what to do with field goals. I would disagree.
Do you remember?
As much as I want him to try the 58-yarder, his strategy worked to the point that they downed it inside the 9. It was at the 9-yard line where the punt was dropped down there, and then they stopped them on defense.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions offense didn't get the job done.
Remember, the Lions were playing at Minnesota his first year. They had a 3-point lead late in the game, and he tried a long field goal, and they missed it and gave Minnesota great field position.
Yep.
And Minnesota went touchdown, and won the game because Campbell tried a long field goal that was missed. And everybody said he shouldn't have tried that field goal. I mean, look, there's decisions like this. Sometimes you get them wrong. Sometimes it doesn't work out the way you want. But that's exactly what he decided to do in that Minnesota game. It was, let's go look at the details.
Well, Doug, you make 100% of the field goals you don't kick.
Huh?
That's what people have in their mind.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to make every one of them. If you're not going to kick it, well, if you had, you would have made it every time.
From the Minnesota 36 with 1:14 to go and up 24-21, Austin Seibert for the Lions tried a 54-yard field goal that missed wide right. Minnesota then got the football with a shorter field, went down, scored a touchdown to win the game.
Well, problem was they weren't playing the Giants.
Well, this was against what do you mean?
Isn't Seibert the guy who just kicked 7 field goals for Washington yesterday?
Yeah, what does that have to do with this?
Because he would have made the field goal if it was against the Giants. Bad joke, I guess. Never mind. Over your head.
Sorry. My bad. Anyway, point being, he did try. That's an example of him kicking the field goal, and it didn't work. Sometimes you make what you think is the right call, and in the end, it doesn't work. I would say comfortably that Dan Campbell's made enough right calls in all the decisions he makes, and you make hundreds a game day. I think he gets more right than wrong. They wouldn't have gone 12-5 last year.
We were talking about a lot of missed opportunities yesterday, and there were a bunch of them. One that hasn't been brought up yet, I'm going to bring up now because it's so late in the show, is when they went for it on the fake punt and then went for it on 4th down in that same drive and got nothing out of it. Like, I felt like,
you mean they made them both?
Yes.
Both
yes. Yeah. It felt like when you convert on those, you're like, hey, I got to get some points, right? Yeah, exactly. You did some. You take advantage of it, and they never got to. Other than field position, they were unable to take some scoring advantage.
Bust out the fake punt, and you get nothing from it.
Hey, offensive touch for Vaki. It's an offensive touch. It's an offensive touch.
I did see an offensive touch.
Yep.
Let's go to Jim and Romeo. Hi, Jim.
Hey, great show, guys.
Thank you.
Let me just say I love Campbell as a coach. I wouldn't trade him for anybody right now. And that game, we did outplay him, but you got to give some credit to Baker. I think Baker played a great game too. But the one play that Goff bounced the ball to Gibbs, I don't know if you remember that one, but if he gets that ball to him, he kind of threw a sidearm. Gibbs is in the end zone. He only had 2 guys out in front of him. He had a blocker. He's definitely in the end zone on that, and that changes the whole game around.
Yeah, there was a bunch of missed opportunities, and that might have been one of them.
Was it the right now?
But
no, it was a different play.
Tampa Bay didn't play a bad game though.
No, Tampa's a good team. They're a good team. You have to play very well to beat them, and the Lions left some stuff on the field.
Right. I think we'll be okay though. Moving forward, I think we'll be all right.
I mean, I can't blame. I should be more patient with people today, but I can't blame people for not knowing how to act, because how many times have we gone into a season as a legitimate Super Bowl contender and hiccuped out of the gate? I mean, I guess, were we legitimate Super Bowl contenders with those Fonts teams that seem to go up and down and up and down? Were we a legitimate Super Bowl contender after was there 11-5 Lions season where they lost the playoff game at Dallas? It came back the next year. We shouldn't. I can't say act like we've been here before, because we haven't had this
confidence.
We haven't had this kind of confidence. And so David Work says, I was at the game. The bright side is our offense played a horrible game and we still had a chance to win at the end. We'll be just fine.
I think the bright side is the defense played well.
The defense did, and I'm not ready to think that the defense is all fixed after 2 games.
No.
And I don't think the offense is all broken after 2 games.
No, but mistakes that were made look like those are correctable mistakes. You know, the touchdown pass to Godwin went for 41 yards, and it was clear that he was wide open for a reason. Some kind of mix-up in coverage, they'll hammer that out. I think it helped yesterday, obviously, with the issues in the offensive line for Tampa Bay, but that's what good teams do. They exploit the other team's weakness, and you don't apologize for it. You go and do it. And Aiden Hutchinson smoked the right tackle, and then they started bringing guys to help Chip, and that wasn't helping either. Hutch was just getting through. It was great, and the defense deserved to have a win yesterday, and unfortunately, the offense just didn't hold up to their end of the bargain.
Champ of the weekend is the Tigers winning the Baltimore series. Chump of the weekend coaching Lions, Michigan, and Tigers. Bad decisions by all, but the worst has to be trailing Baltimore 1-0, and Hinch puts in Maeda. There has to be better options. That's from Chris and Warren. Unnamed texter, Champ Hutch. He dominated the line yesterday and was a bright spot in the game. Chump Dan Campbell, the miscommunication at the end of the half cannot happen and cost the game. Yeah, he said as much after the game. It's an obvious one. I do question whether or not it was 100% his fault. I do wonder if he's taken the sword for somebody else that said to run the field goal team. He called it a halftime hurricane. He said we weren't in hurricane, which must be the sprint the field goal unit on and kick the field goal. They had another down and time to spike it and stop the clock. And got the 10-second runoff. Another one here. Let's just calm down. The 2 teams we played, the Lions ended both of their seasons last year. They have been planning for us since last year. We are hot on their minds. Yes, we need to make adjustments, and I expect Ben Johnson to do just that.
I think there's a lot of truth to that. I also think the Lions are going to get the best shot from every team they play this year.
Yep.
They're the hunted. And specifically the first 2 weeks of the season, absolutely, with Rams and Bucks being the teams you ousted from the playoffs.
248-539-9797. Ethan is next. Hello, Ethan.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to come out here and say the Bucks did not play a good game at all. Baker did not even throw for 200 yards. He only completed 12 passes, and their leading rusher was Baker Mayfield with 34 rushing yards. They played terrible. Our defense shut them down, and we lost that game because of Ben Johnson. I don't know what game plan he was going for, but he completely abandoned the game plan that we've had for the last year and a half. What happened to Dink and Dunk with Laporta? Throw it 3 yards, 4 yards. Let him fight for 6, 7, 8 yards. Let people make big plays. He is trying to create a big play every single time. This unique best offensive coordinator in the league is getting to his head, and he's trying to be too special. He's trying to create too many special plays that don't need to be made. They need to. I understand they don't want to run J-Mo across the middle because he's small, but they need to teach him how to fall when he catches the ball. There's nobody in this league is keeping up with J-Mo on a double move drag route across the middle. That's way easier than a toss to Gibbs and losing 3-4 yards. We had a toss to Gibbs that lost 3 to 4 yards. Then we ran a run play up the middle, and then we called the exact same play to Gibbs, but instead of a toss, it was just a dump down. And the same thing happened. He lost 3 or 4 yards. And the caller that called a couple calls ago, he pointed out our running back usage. He is 100% correct since last season. They don't interchange these guys. It's not Gibbs and Monty. It's Gibbs gets this drive and Monty gets this drive. And it doesn't matter how they're doing. It doesn't matter if Gibbs loses 4 yards. It's like it's his drive.
All right, thank you. 248-539-9797. Gator, was there accuracies in there or inaccuracies?
I thought that that the caller was speaking out of both sides of his mouth.
Yep. J-Mo needs to catch it and fall down.
Because that's what you want. You want to get him the ball in his hands and then not let him run with it and take advantage of his speed.
And they dumped it off a lot. Not to Laporta, admittedly.
Every play they're trying to make a big play, but they're doing the yeah. I don't. Interesting call.
It's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. The UMCU has teamed up with Will Johnson, leader of that Michigan defense, guy who has a chance to be the MVP, defensive MVP of the team, the Big Ten. To celebrate, they're offering an exclusive fan benefit like access to the official Block M debit card. If you bleed blue, you better listen up because right now is the perfect time to become a member. They've been servicing customers for over 70 years and signing up is easy. Visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. Okay, so look, Gator, we're taking a lot of complaints and a lot of calls today, and it's weird because it's the first time in years and maybe forever that I really believe in the coaching and the leadership and the makeup of the roster. But the panic is the same as if this team is run, if the team in the organization is being run by inept people. That's my takeaway today, is even though the organization is being run by better people, the panic is the same. It's the same. The reaction's the same.
I think it might be making too much out of it. I think there are a few unhinged fans. I think for the most part, we've taken calls from people that say not happy about what they saw, but they still believe.
I don't. I think we're taking panic calls. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mo in Dearborn. Hi, Mo.
Hey, what's going on, bud?
How you
So
doing?
I just wanted to say, man, just like you just said, like everybody's panicking. Just relax. We had a bad game, and we were not good on third down. Laporta wasn't getting the ball, but we had 400 yards on offense. Monty was running the ball good. Gibbs was looking good out of the backfield. Williams took another step up. But we're going to be okay. Everybody just needs to chill. Just relax. We're going to be all right. And, we'd rather lose the game this early in the season rather than later on in the season so we could fix what's going on. So I just think everybody just needs to take a step back, take a deep breath, and relax. And we'll see what happens next week in Arizona.
So, and very few people thought they were going to go undefeated. We didn't get any of those preseason predictions. So along the way, that means you're going to lose a game. It's a reasonable expectation that they're going to lose a game. And by the way, when you lose a game, it's typically because something goes wrong, because they did something wrong or the other team did something very right. And this is what happens. This is the anatomy of a loss. And it's unreasonable to expect them to not lose a game.
100% agreed. And like I said, it's not like they weren't moving the ball. They were terrible on third down. Goff has a game like that, or a game or two like that every year, where it just doesn't look good on third down. And now people are talking about Hendon Hooker. Give me a break, man. Come on, just relax. They'll be all right. They'll fix it.
Well, we haven't taken a Hooker call. The morning show did. Don't
say anything. Let's move on.
Dave is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hello.
Hey.
Am I on?
Yeah, Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I think this is a case of you guys are too cozy with the coaches. I don't know what it is if you just bending over backwards to defend what we see. We are not panicking. People are not panicking. But people are repeatedly pointing out what they see as constructive mistakes by these coaches. But you guys are not buying it. You keep calling them panicking. Nobody's panicking. And nobody ever say, I don't think too many people thought they were going 17-0. But what I'm hearing from the callers is that they're repeatedly showing you that the offensive coordinator is not using the two dominant running backs he has in the rhythm of the game. You expect him to make Jared Goff into a Tom Brady, a playmaker. He's never that. He's a decent quarterback, and this loss wasn't on him. It was on the offensive play call. This is the same 49er games, the championship game, repeating itself all over again. When you have two dominant runners that are on your team, you got a bunch of playmakers. Yeah, let's stop worrying about Laporta getting the ball, this guy getting the ball. That's not what it's about. We want to win a damn game.
Is this anything like the San Francisco game?
It's nothing like that. I'm amazed people keep bringing it up and thinking that the San Francisco game came down to the decision to go for it on fourth as opposed to kicking their surefire field goal and not realizing
The San Francisco game
all the plays that went in there that cost them the game.
was lost on two drop passes, a botched quarterback running back exchange, and a face mask bomb completion.
Yeah.
A bunch of highly improbable plays. This was nothing like the San Francisco.
So he says we're worried too much about Laporta not getting touches. I've said that. I am concerned because it's 2 weeks now and he's had like 8 targets total in 2 weeks or something, or 7 targets in 2 weeks. I'm concerned about that because he's an important piece to this offense. Throwing the ball to him helps out the running game. The running game helps him out. Would I like to see them run the ball more? Absolutely. I've said as much from yesterday's game. I thought that they threw it too much in the first half and didn't run it enough. They threw it twice as much as they ran it. 24 passes in the first half, 12 running plays. But I don't know. People hear what they want to hear. I'm not panicking. You're not panicking.
No.
He said that the people aren't panicking, but the people are coming with constructive ways to criticize what they're seeing. I don't know if I've heard a whole lot of constructive criticism.
Here's the thing. Like, seriously, I think if Frank Ragnow makes a block on a swing pass to Jahmyr Gibbs, they win the game. I think if they throw the flag on the first play of the game, the first Lions offensive play of the game, because they got a field goal out of that, I think they win the game. If they don't botch the halftime thing, which they did, Dan Campbell took accountability for that. But if they don't botch that, I think they win the game. But, I mean, the play callers aren't going to get everything right. In wins, they don't get everything right. Drew is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Drew.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
How you guys doing today?
All right, Drew, you?
I'm doing all right. I just wanted to chime in. I don't agree with the last caller, man. He's kind of going on a rant. I'm going to keep it short, simple, and sweet. These two potential losses are on Goff. Goff has been sticking up the joint since he's been in there. I think he's still in Calabasas. I think he's got his money, and he hasn't clicked it back on yet. I think he's still in shopping mode with his wife or something because he's not in football mode. He has dropped back, and he has made countless mistakes this year, and nobody wants to talk about him. And I'm not saying that we should go ahead and get Hendon Hooker in there or anything like that. I'm not saying that by far. He's a great quarterback. He needs to slow down, and he needs to think, react, and just pull the damn trigger when he throws the ball. He doesn't. He's throwing duck balls.
He had a couple passes yesterday that looked awful. Absolutely looked awful. And then he had some other passes in the game where he looked fantastic, looked like they were elite passes. But you got to find that consistency. And I don't know what happened with this team in the second half. They were unable to get the ball into the end zone. They weren't even throwing it into the end zone. There are legit questions about what was going on. But it doesn't mean that I think this team is a bad football team or all of a sudden they're not going to make the playoffs.
Or Goff is a bad quarterback.
Yeah.
The point is, I think he's got to play better. And I think we all know that. They're 1-1, and he's got to get better.
We've said it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, Rico, we'll turn it over to you.
You look disgusted.
Oh.
They beat you up for 4 hours, man.
Well, no, I mean, look, I think it's important to know what you don't know, and I think a lot of people don't know what they don't know. I'll just leave it at that. A lot of offensive coordinators out there.
I say, Gator, how are you?
So here's the thing. You know what it is, though? I think there's this expectation, and even when they win games, you're going to get some calls wrong during the game. Play calls, when to blitz, when not to blitz. You just got to get more right than wrong. And there were some great calls in there that were strangely not executed. I brought up the swing pass to Gibbs where Ragnow missed the block, which could have scored the go-ahead touchdown.
That was in the backfield. Like, yeah, how did that happen? Yep. No, you know what you found out? It's going to sound like a cliche, but it's true. Doug, it is the NFL, and nothing is guaranteed. I don't care how good you look on paper. You have to go out there. You realize that all the teams that had the biggest margins, biggest point spreads, either lost or barely covered. I think the Chiefs were the only one that actually won their game. The Cowboys got blown out. The Niners lost.
It's a perspective, yes. Your good teams lose games during the season.
So it's going to happen. Take a deep breath, okay? They were not going to go undefeated. It's one game. And I think Hutchinson put it best. You'd rather lose it early than later. Yep. You have time to figure some stuff out. You're going to go and travel to the desert. Look, was this some bad stuff happen? Yes. End of the half, end of the game. I question a whole lot of stuff that happened, both of those scenarios. So, but it'll be fine.
But it happens during the course. Good teams have games like this.
Yes. Somehow or another, I watch. Hey, I don't know if you ever heard of this receiver named Justin. I think it's Jefferson. But the Niners let him get behind him for a 97-yard pass. It happens.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. One of the 3 Red Wing pieces in limbo has been signed. Jonathan Berggren has a 1-year deal worth $825,000. He played 12 games with a big club last year, logging 2 goals and 4 assists. Since he's no longer waiver exempt, Berggren will likely make the roster out of the gate this season. In his presser today, Michigan football coach Sharon Moore named Alex Orji the starting QB for this week's game versus USC. Amon-Ra St. Brown went down late in the Lions' loss to the Buccaneers yesterday. According to Adam Schefter, it was the result of a contusion and cramping, however. The Tigers begin a series with the Royals tonight. They sit just 2.5 games behind the Twins. The Tigers starter TBA, they'll face Seth Lugo. Lugo's been rock solid in his first year with KC, logging a .294 ERA. He's given up just a single run in his last 3 outings. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. For NFL Network, the Panthers are benching quarterback Bryce Young. 36-year-old Andy Dalton will start in his place versus the Raiders. Young had just 84 yards and a pick yesterday. At the Corville Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get it started. Monday, 2 o'clock. Oh, it's going to be a long show today, isn't it? Blame game. I have no idea what the hell we watched yesterday. I have a hard time explaining it. I know who I want to blame, and that'll be from 2 to 6. So how is everybody?
Good, man. It's, man, I don't know. Doug walked out of here, looked like he was a beaten man.
That's every day he does 4 hours of radio.
No, I've never seen Doug look like this. He looked just like he had nothing left.
Well, we've got plenty in the tank. Let's just get to it. I look, you can blame whoever you like. It's a free country. There are layers to this. But I actually think the guy who blamed himself is to blame. Dan Campbell going John L. Smith at the end of the first half, where you give away 3 points, which in an NFL game is unforgivable. The margins in the NFL are so thin. The last 2 drives of your game should have been to kick the game-winning field goal. I mean, from a box score standpoint, you dominated the Bucs. Your defense played their ass off. Like, I love how people want to rip Aaron Glenn the minute it doesn't go well. And then where are you at when they shut the Bucs down, basically? They scored 20 points in an NFL game. Rico, you hold someone to 20 points, you got to win the game.
Mike, not just 20 points, but I mean, the Bucs had 216 total yards of offense.
That's my point.
Yeah.
And again,
that's inexcusable.
It's just, to me, look, we can get into the red zone. We can get into where in the world is Sam Laporta. We can get into speed option, bizarro world play calls by Ben Johnson. We can get into 56 pass attempts in a 1-score game when you have a great O-line and the other team loses Vita Vea and Kalijah Cansey and doesn't have their whole secondary. We can get into all of it. I don't know what to say. The NFL is the land of the inexplicable. You lose games. Like, how did the Raiders beat the Ravens 2-4-8? This is I don't know. But I can tell you in the blame game, I'm going to blame the CEO. Because you can't, on 3rd down, run the field goal unit out there when it's clear spike territory. Now, if you think that's simplistic, I know Jim Costa and I battled about it on the pod a little bit. Rico, I don't know who you blame most. People, you tell me. I'm sure all the anti-Goff people will be out there today.
Oh, they are out.
Oh, well, the same people who go, he needed to take shots at the end zone. Cutscene. He took a shot and threw a pick. But we'll have it. We'll do it all. So let me throw the number out. I want to go around the room. Tell me who you blame. 248-539-9797. I'm blaming Dan Campbell. If people want to attack that, go ahead. Rico?
Well, no, I feel bad now because I'm blaming Dan Campbell too, but it just looks like you told me to blame Dan Campbell. But
okay.
You cannot have a mistake at the end of the half and you give up points like that, especially on the third down. You could have spiked the ball. I blame Dan Campbell because your team wasn't prepared. They weren't ready. It's almost like you didn't practice this drill. Okay, guys, this may happen in the game. Here's what we're going to do. The offense looked like they were about to spike it, but then the field goal team comes running out on the field. And it's like, okay, don't know what's happening here. And then at the end of the game, when you obviously you're going to have to score, you had one timeout, and it just really didn't look like you knew what you wanted to do. You were throwing the ball, check downs, and the clock is ticking, and I was lost. Like, there was almost no sense of urgency using the sideline because that was plenty of time to get down there and score a touchdown with this offense, with all the weapons that they have. The end of the half and the end of the game, I blame the coach because the team just didn't look ready.
Yeah, but I blame Goff at the end of the game. I mean, you burn 18 seconds on 2 9-yard checkdowns, knowing you only have one timeout in your pocket. Now, I get, hey, Dan Campbell, you and I are simpatico on that. Yeah. When it's the quarterback and it's a minute to go, or I got one timeout left, you're the CEO of my operation.
Yeah.
Rico, this is a guy who's been to a Super Bowl. This is a guy I just paid a ton of money to.
Right, and that's why, maybe I'm just I blame Campbell because this is where you grab Goff by the face mask. Hey, this is what legends are made of. Go win this game. Get this done. They didn't.
I didn't understand a lot of what I watched. And then it's staggering when you look at the box score. Yeah, I want them to run the ball more. 55 pass attempts to 27 rushing attempts. But look, the Bucs were doing some things that would take some of that away. But the red zone is really your quality. Yeah. The red zone is who you are, right? That's why there's separate practice periods for red zone offense. You're going to see more aggressive looks, more exotic coverages, more condensed looks. This team sucked in the red zone.
Well, that's if I could have a part two. You know what? I don't want to steal because I do have a part two, David. But I'll let you get yours out.
6. Just do the part 2. It's not the Bible. Just do it.
Okay, jeez.
Let's go.
Just calm down.
No, it's all pace and space, man. We're running the Phoenix Suns offense here. Go ahead. What's part 2?
Ben Johnson.
Where do we begin?
Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson, because Ben Johnson came in with a game plan, but here's what happened. Ben Johnson couldn't deviate from that game plan. He was going to have Goff throw the ball a ton of times. Mike, the last couple of times that he's played, Goff has thrown the ball over 40 times against the Buccaneers. So in his mind, well, Goff, we won games when you pass for over 40 times. But then Villa goes out. They don't have a defensive line. This is where you ball it up and say, okay, we're just going to run these same plays until the Bucs show us that they can't stop them. Very similar to what you did in the overtime against the Rams. Just screw all of this. We're just going to hand the ball off to Montgomery. We're going to run up the middle. He was handcuffed to his game plan and he couldn't deviate from it. And it was like, Ben, what are you saying that we're not? Because you should be able to run the ball now. Nah, we're going to pass this thing. So that's my part.
No, and you're right. I think Ben Johnson, look, you're right. I mean, hell, we sat here Friday and I'm like, guys, this team's bringing no secondary in. It's clear that was the focus of their week and their install. But to your point, if you're a great offensive coordinator or a great coach, play caller, you have to adjust. Now, look, here's the problem, too. If I'm going to defend Jared Goff, I've got to critique him. I mean, he's through 2 games. He's thrown 83 passes, way too much. And Jared Goff has been subpar. It's okay to blame Jared Goff. Doesn't mean I think he's garbage, and it sure as hell doesn't mean I want to take Hendon Hooker phone calls. But it's not good enough. So, yeah, that could be thrown in, too. David, go ahead.
See, that's when I'll add the other layer because you're right about Ben Johnson, but Jared Goff does need blame here because he's either checking down on his own to these swing passes to Jahmyr Gibbs
that
out of the
nowhere,
backfield,
by the way,
that are behind the line of scrimmage that are giving you nothing. That starts red zone, your red zone possessions when you're doing that. That does absolutely nothing, and then you're forcing the ball to St. Brown yesterday. Like, I get the play calling was bad. Ben Johnson was awful. Dan Campbell did their thing. But the quarterback is forcing that ball. That's not a call saying you have to. He's forcing it. And Sam Laporta was open many times underneath. But because Jared Goff is forcing the ball, he looks bad the first 2 weeks of this season.
Yeah, it's almost like he's trying to make up. Like, okay, J-Mo, I didn't throw to you at all last year, so the first game is going to be you. Oh, Amon-Ra, bro. You know, we boys. I'm going to make sure you – I fully expect Laporta to be the leading receiver in Arizona.
You're not wrong.
Seriously, this is one where I promise you Laporta will have 9 catches for 130-some yards and a touchdown.
It feels so disjointed. There's no flow to it. And like, here's the other thing. I'm big on efficiency. Now, all plays count. I'm not trying to upset people. But if we take away the 2 J-Mo completions in heavy air quotes, okay, 52-yarder in week 1, 50-yarder this week, right? Here's what you ended up with. From an efficiency standpoint, you had a quarterback who would have thrown for 167 yards on 27 passes, or a quarterback who threw for 257 yards on 54 pass attempts. That is woefully inefficient.
Yeah.
So something's up. And you can't just say, well, the defense was doing X, Y, and Z. Guys, every week, every team in every game has goals they want to accomplish defensively. You have better Jimmies and Joes, better X's and O's. You defeat those game plans.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions aren't defeating those game plans. That's just where we're at 2 weeks in. So who do you blame?
Yeah, at least offensively, because I think Aaron Glenn saw a weak link and said, you know what, Hutch, you're going to line up over this tackle all game.
What were the Bucs doing?
In the backfield. I mean, Hutchinson might as well have been in the huddle calling the plays for him like, well, you know what? You probably don't want to run that play because I'm going to tackle you.
Listen, first of all, Aiden Hutchinson is on the ascend. I talked about this being, all right, this has to be his Myles Garrett year 3, come out party, 15, 16 sacks. I think he will accomplish
Say it in my good ear because you know we're Sparties.
Well, right, exactly. I'm so bored by that. The point is, I also have a hard time sitting here and giving you a ton of credit when you have Cameron Brate blocking you one-on-one or Cade Otton or whoever it was. You cannot have a tight end block Aiden Hutchinson.
No.
What did you draw on the whiteboard? I mean, I'll take it. It's fine, but
then they tried to double team him, and it's like, and that didn't work either. Because
the back was more concerned with going out and running routes.
Right.
If you're gonna block. So, hey, whatever. Keep running that game plan. Aiden will have 25 sacks at the end of the year. Kenny, blame game. Let's talk about it. Who do you blame for the loss?
The biggest slice on the pie chart goes to Dan Campbell, primarily because of his play call. And the fact that leading into that second half, it didn't look like they were ready for a field goal. They clearly were not. But then you have, run the effing ball. Dude, Vita Vea is gone. Why are we not pounding it down their throat?
And again, for people who are going to say, well, Tampa was stacking the box, right, and Adrian Peterson faced 9-man fronts. You have allegedly the best O-line. I'll tell you what I've been disappointed in, the interior of this O-line. I thought they were, look, box score-wise, they get an A+. But when you rewatch that and you look, the interior third of that line looked very shaky to me, both in pass protection with pressuring Goff's face, but also the run game, not moving the line of scrimmage. I guess I just expect so much more from that front. Yeah, I don't need Goff throwing at 55.
No.
It's not a one-score. Hey, if it's TCU UCF, Rico, and we're down 31-13, grip it and rip it.
By the way, very entertaining game. I'll tip my cap to you. You told me to watch that.
It's just fun, right?
Right.
By the way, if you're a Michigan fan, that's the offense you should be running. Now that Alex Orji's your quarterback, more on that tomorrow. You should be doing what Malzahn does, a Wildcat-based offense, spoon-fed throws, power running, 14 to 16 QB runs. Rico, more on that tomorrow. I know, but that is what they should be running. All right. Well, we're here we are. Just a 85 and sunny. Lions drove their car off a cliff like Thelma and Louise, and we're 1-1. Who's to blame? Let's talk about it. 248-539-9797. We'll get with you guys in a moment. Companies out there advertising BOGO, AC and furnaces. Man, come on, nothing's for free. Hell, just look at the BOGO I offered you guys last week on the Bucs game. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical's got you covered. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty, and Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. Save yourself up to $2,000. Great installation. Same-day service as well. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. That's where my blame resides. But I have a different view of NFL football. So you're right. It's more than one play, or it can be more than one thing. But in NFL football, the margins are razor thin. You give away 3 points. It's unforgivable. And Campbell owned it, but that I don't care.
But here's the thing. I think it could be a microcosm of the season, Mike, and let's hope not. But giving away those 3 points early in the game cost you at the end. Giving away this game hopefully won't cost you home field throughout.
Right, it's
a
home
division.
Game. Yep, I know. There's nothing I could say. It's just one of those games where you're going to look back at this, and it's going to bother you all year. How did we lose that game? You got no business. The defense was very good. Offensively, you did whatever you wanted all day. And it was just your red zone offense was pathetic. You gave away 3 points. I don't know what Goff was doing, pressure in his face, pushing that ball late over the middle, which is never going to work. I just go to the people. I quit. Doug, 97.1. Doug, you're batting leadoff. What's up, buddy?
How you doing, Mike?
Super.
Rico kind of stole my thunder. I blame Ben Johnson for this.
Okay.
I mean, you got Vita Vea out. You got a Pro Bowl nose tackle. He's out for the second half. Why are you not running Bredesen right over this new nose tackle and having the running backs follow up behind him and just destroy him? It made no sense.
Look, I agree. I wish there was more. I'm with Rico on this. It felt like they had their install, and they felt their biggest advantage all day was going to be throwing. And look, to Tampa's credit, they were mugging the line of scrimmage. They were offering a lot in the way of stopping the run. But, Doug, this also goes to my point. This offensive line, I need more of what I saw in overtime against the Rams. It hasn't looked dominant so far by and large.
Absolutely. And why you're inside the 20 in the red zone, why are you keeping Laporta in and blocking? Why you just have him chip and return and go?
I am confused early about the Sam Laporta thing. That's all I can say. I don't quite know what we're doing here. You know, we all agree he's one of the best tight ends in football, young or old. And frankly, Kelsey looks baked. He may as well go on the Eras tour. The point is, I'm not seeing the Sam Laporta I saw last year attacking vertically.
No. And I think it was either Cookies said it on his show. I think he's pacing for like maybe 68 receptions this year based off of these 2 games, which is probably about 60% of where he was at last year. It's like
68 targets.
Yeah, 68 targets. Yeah, 68. And it's like, okay, is he involved in the offense or not? Because I think that he is one of those tight ends that can be a game changer. That because he's a mismatch. What are you going to do? Who's going to cover him? But yeah, it was like Ben Johnson said, "This will work. Trust me on this," and just wouldn't look. The game changed, and he refused to change with it yesterday.
The problem is, again, efficiency. 19 targets for Amon-Ra St. Brown. 11 catches for 100 yards. That's woefully inefficient. There's only so many targets to go around. Why am I throwing 19 times to a guy who looked like he was on one leg? Go to Q, 97.1. What's up, Q?
How you doing, guys?
Good, Q. What do you got? Blame game style.
Oh, man. You sound so miserable, Mike. Look, I feel so bad that Jared Goff, I made a $50 bet that he's going to win MVP. I want to throw up now because he don't look good at all.
I can tell you that ticket's going to be used as a coaster.
That's over. They just won $50 quick from me. It's only the second week. But I agree with you guys. Why did we start running the ball? Why did we not run the ball enough? Because 27 times is not enough times to run the ball. I feel like when you got 2,000-yard runners, there's no reason for you to have Jared Goff put him in a vulnerable situation and throw the ball 50 times. Like, come on, man. Jared Goff is not set up to do that. We all know that. But you lose hope when you see him playing like this because I thought Jared Goff was great inside doors, and the first 2 games was in Ford Field. We got Arizona next week. I'm kind of nervous to play Arizona, honestly. I think they look good, and they beat the team that we barely beat last week. So I don't know what to expect, and I just think you guys have me on.
Yeah, no, look, the Goff thing, it's a conversation piece. I don't have a problem with it. He's off to his worst career, QBR through 2 weeks, I think, outside of his rookie season. It's not good enough. He wasn't very good last week. He was fine. This week, he was not fine. And realistically, here's the deal. I'm just not going to scream and yell about running the football. Zoom out for a minute. If you run 83 snaps on offense, I need more than 16 points. I don't care if you're running Texas Tech's air raid or Army's triple option. Yeah. Like 83 snaps, 16 points.
Yeah. I mean, red zone efficiency is down throughout the NFL, but yeah, you're right. You got to do better because you got way too many weapons.
This should have been a 22-20 victory, period. Field goal at the end of the first half, field goal end of game. Ugly, but we'll take that. Mm-hmm. And we would have talked about, hey, they're not playing great football, but they know how to win. They're doing it late. Mm-hmm. Instead, we're sitting here putting placemats over our face, ordering saucy nugs as the coach cost us another game. And I love Dan Campbell, but this is what it comes back to. And all right, can I say I didn't like something even though it worked? Or is that me being a hater?
Can I guess? It's the punt.
I can't be faking punts on my own 20. I know it worked,
bruh,
but I almost had a stroke.
Had they not converted that.
I know.
Did you see what almost happened?
What?
Vaki almost slipped.
Oh, yeah. No, yes. Okay, I thought.
No, I'm just that. No, sorry, Mike. No.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, no, what now?
Yeah.
Sorry.
If that ball, wait.
Like it worked. It's like a fade route. I hate fade routes on the 1 yard line. Now, they work sometimes, but I can still say I do not like this. Sorry. I'll be quiet now.
You're good.
Let's go to Dre in Southfield. Dre, how are you?
Good. Now, Mike, you got to see, here's the problem. Dan making that mistake goes right into when your biggest pet peeve. You're very, very hard, and I can't get mad at you about it on coaching mistakes. You hate that. You hate when coaches make mistakes because you're right. It is the highest of the profession, and you feel like, I'm sorry, I just don't have patience for it. So, but I don't see how you could put anybody above in terms of blame than Ben Johnson. It does matter that they didn't run the ball enough because here's what's happening, and it's clear. It's that what Laporta and Amon-Ra do so well in connection with Goff is control the middle of the field. And it's clear that coming to this season, both the Rams and the Bucs, they saw that, and they're like, we're going to take this away, which is why you're probably seeing J-Mo have shots that work down the field at times deep, and also the under routes are there. They're not allowing it to happen. So when you see that, being Ben Johnson, that the middle of the field is just not open. And also this, it's been well documented that Jared Goff is best off the play action. He's not a guy that you keep consistently in the gun 70-80% of the time. You snap it and have him go. That's not his thing. So that's why it doesn't sit well with me. And I put most of my blame on Ben Johnson because, fine, Dan Campbell made a mistake. They still had the ball multiple times down 4. It's not like they were down multiple possessions. So that's why I can't sweat that too much. We had plenty of opportunities, and we didn't lose with our fastball. It's no shame in losing to the Bucs early in the season. It's the NFL. We saw the Niners lose to Minnesota with Sam Darnold. You're going to have games like this where it just doesn't make sense, and you fall short. And I could have lived with losing yesterday if we played to our strength. We did not play towards our strength. I don't care. The Bucs are low in the box, especially when Vita Vea went out, who's probably the best run interior defensive lineman in football. There's no excuse to at least try. Now, the Bucs was hammering our run game. We were trying it, and we were getting stalled at the line of scrimmage. That's one thing. They never tried to change the game plan and do something different. And Ben has now had a documented history of either being cute at times or just being remember he'll sometimes have these long developing running plays too. Like sometimes he's had a history of doing too much. And just, you know what, take the game as it is, dude. It's clear that your quarterback's not in the rhythm, so how about you take some pressure off? How about you have the defense have to come up in respective runs so you can open things up in the middle? That's why I put most of my blame there. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Why? You don't have to be sorry. Dre, let's be unequivocal. Nothing you've said is wrong. We just differ in that if I change nothing, let's say let it play out. Let's say it played out exactly like it did. I win 22-20. You're not wrong with anything you're saying.
Then, Mike. But here's the problem. I agree with you. That's to me, I may say this wrong. Transitive property. One thing affects the other in a football game. Well, in sports. So, say we get the field goal up here, we get the ball. Well, I know we got the ball coming out second half. We're down 1. We don't know what happens from there.
I'm just saying, if I have the 3 points at the end of the first half, factually speaking, I don't have to go to the end zone. Dre, you're not wrong. I just think they're two different silos. But if you rank one over the other, this is not a hill I'm dying on today, Dre, at all. You're not wrong.
Yeah. Did they lose? Here's where I think you have to ask yourself as a fan or yourself looking at the games. Did they lose playing with their fastball? And I say they did not.
No, they did not.
That's
and
my
Dre,
problem.
I'm up against it. I do appreciate it. We'll get more of the calls. We're way over time. Blame me. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking. I did it right to start the week. Sorry, Rico. Bottom line, go to Northville, build a deck, enjoy afternoons like today, and then you don't have to worry about who to blame. Blame me. I just screwed Rico over. Bottom line, Northville Lumber, they moved it up Trex decking.
Too many men on the field.
26 football fields. They move product because they have product. It's all in the warehouse. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. So once again, you could be enjoying the outdoors on a day like today. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to the people in a second. We haven't checked in with Ticket Text yet. Let's do that. We are going to mix in some blitzes. We'll get just a taste of college football today. Tomorrow will be a big day. Yes, Michigan is named the new starting quarterback. No, they did not have any other choice. But I actually could find a way to think this will help you. But it comes with a caveat. I'll probably get yelled at for this tomorrow, but that'll be exciting. David, go ahead.
I cannot wait.
David, go ahead.
Ben Johnson is the reason they lost. Predictable offense for the most part, and he tried too hard to feed St. Brown. Why didn't he use Laporta? That's on Ben Johnson.
No, hold on. Can I ask a question? At what point does the guy making $52 million a year take blame? Like, hey, you want to use Ben Johnson as a piñata? That's your prerogative. But the plays are sent in, and the idea that this is Madden and you are, I'm absolutely throwing it. Yeah, the coverage may show you something pre-snap, and a tenth of a second later, you realize there's a disguise, and it's called a progression. Like, I do understand you, quote, call someone's number. Yes. But you do have to blame the guy with, the football in his hands too, right? Is that okay?
Well,
what?
I don't want to say this because it's going to spark the Hendon Hooker calls. Want to know why? No. Because you don't. The reason why people aren't really blaming Goff, you don't view Goff as that type of quarterback. You view Goff as a type who you are going to do exactly what Ben Johnson says. You're going to follow Ben Johnson's plays. You're not going to call audibles. You're not going to look at the line and check out into something else.
Oh, he'll do that. He's just not C.J. Stroud escaping three people and firing a cannon.
Even though we did see mobile golf.
Mobile golf season. That's 2 scrambles in 2 weeks and 2 first downs.
I think that's why a lot of people aren't blaming Goff, because you got to know your limitations, and he's not the type that all of a sudden just breaks and runs for yards.
Okay, but
hold
on. Understand where I'm coming from with this. His brain is his weapon.
Yes.
No, that means I blame him more. Make a better read. Like, look late in the game. I absolutely blame Jared Goff for 2 9-yard passes, using your last timeout, and blowing 18 seconds to get 18 yards. That's on you. I can't blame Ben Johnson. He didn't throw the ball. Jared, be better.
Right, because even if that is Ben Johnson calls that play in, like, Ben, my helmet can't. It went out. I didn't hear that. You want to blame
Ben Johnson for something? Okay, mobile golf season, we're not running the speed option. What the hell was that? That looked like a Marcus Mariota delay toss at Oregon from 10 years ago. What the hell is that? Yeah. Seriously, you know the play I'm talking about. Going left to right on your television screen, and I go, oh my God, what is this, Drew Stanton?
That's why I'm laughing. Good call.
I couldn't believe that. I go, where in the play sheet does that reside? What, did the other pages get burnt up? Did you lose a lanyard?
Yeah. But I think that's why a lot of people aren't blaming Goff, because you don't look at Goff as that type of QB.
David, go ahead.
I'm blaming Goff. He looked awful yesterday. Goff shouldn't have 5 picks. He should have had 5 picks yesterday, and a horrible interception in the red zone cost them the game. Tony from Macomb. I blame Ben Johnson because at the end of the day, you had 2 red zone opportunities, yet called weird swing passes on first down. He gets the blame. I mostly blame Dan Campbell, but also think Ben Johnson deserves a lot of the blame as well.
I'm going to say this, and I know we are only 40 minutes into a 4-hour show, and maybe we just haven't heard from the people, but I do find this adorable that nobody can blame Saucy Nugs. Nobody can blame Applebee's, man.
See, I told Kenny, I went through a ton of texts to start this show the first 40 minutes. Not many are putting Dan Campbell on there.
You want to know why?
Because he's up on that pedestal.
See, right there?
That's
no. Right there? That's why you're Mike Valenti. No. Because if you criticize...
They got Dan Campbell up to that next thing on the pedestal.
You know what he is? He's Steve Yzerman. You can't talk bad about him. You cannot You cannot talk bad about him because he has reached Steve Yzerman status.
Then why did Steve Yzerman go to the podium and say, this is completely my fault, break down in tears, and say, I asked them to be better and I didn't do my job? I have every right to say
and that
that
was enough for most people. See, he tried. It wasn't on him. He's such a great coach. He took the blame. He fell on the sword for all of the mistakes that everybody else did. But that halftime thing, you didn't have your team prepared. They should have known, hey, guys, if this happens, here's what we're going to do.
And it was third down.
Right.
I don't even understand how it was a thought.
If it was fourth down, I could understand it a little bit.
Because it's the only way out.
Right. But it's like, why are you running on the field? We haven't spiked the ball yet.
Here's the other thing, and here we go. I'll get in trouble. But what was Goff doing? You have no timeouts. The ball's to the sidelines, the end zone, or to the fourth row to some kid with earmuffs on. But even then, we could spike it. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Look, the goal is a Super Bowl. The goal is home field advantage. It's not good enough. And we all love the escape in week 1 and resiliency. And we knew it was week 1. It has to look different in week 2. And it's just offensively, the numbers look pretty. The product doesn't. Red zone efficiency, disaster. Operational disaster. And then we start getting into the zaniness of speed options and things. And you're right. It does feel, so going back to what you said to start the show, it feels like they're in the business of making players happy right now versus just run the offense. Week 1, it's J-Mo day. Week 2, I'm on Rob, we're coming to you. And you're right. Maybe it's a Sam Laporta pizza party in the desert this week. No, I just want to run the offense.
Monday night, Gibbs.
Don't. Stop. 248-539-9797. We're going to get more of your phone calls. Please be patient. We have a ton of people that want to talk. We'll get into some blitzes as well. 97.1. Rico time.
Hey, it's Rico Beard here. Hey, guys. Specs at LTU, it's the place for you. If you're looking for a career in radio, TV, graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you get that dream started. It is very simple. Just need you to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Was actually there earlier today. Beautiful campus. You will love it. But you got to go to that website first, ltu.edu/specs. And you're going to learn all about what it takes to make it in this industry. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, we'll get back to business momentarily. We want to dip our toes in the waters of either the NFL or college. It is time for a blitz. You choose. Music, please.
Well. College football, another week goes by. I'm going to start this one with Kenny Cott here because I want to apologize for him for being a horrible friend on Saturday. In the fourth quarter, I just sent him a simple text.
No.
How you doing, buddy?
No, David.
I did.
You
Horrible
don't do
friend.
that.
But I want to hear from you, Kenny. Talk Georgia, please.
I don't want to.
Yeah, that's not how this business works. Step up or step out. Now, what was 13-12 at Kroger Field?
They almost blew that game on many different times. I don't think this is a top 5 program.
Well, it's also good that Mark Stoops is a bitch. How do you punt the ball 13-12, couple minutes to go? You got the number 1 team in America in your house, and you're wearing silver jerseys. You got to go for it.
I saw them do that, and I was like, well, thanks, Mark. Appreciate you.
I
don't know why.
If you're going to run a trick play, leave your real people out on the field. What are you doing? This is going to be a fake punt, right? You actually punted the ball.
I want to save Kenny from something. Weird Saturday, and Georgia does that once a year.
They do.
It's death, taxes, and a sleepwalk performance. I wouldn't bail yet, but I will say this. Your schedule all of a sudden looks tougher.
Absolutely. We got Bama coming after a bye. Thank God there's the bye between us and Bama. We need to get something right here.
And see, Kenny, I'll say this. Maybe you are a top 5 team because there's no dominant team. You were the dominant team. And once Georgia looked bad, now you question, okay, is Texas really that team?
The fact that they're number 2 right now is astonishing to me. I can't explain it.
Well, they're number 2 because they're Georgia, and I think most people see it like Mike, like, okay, bad day at the office, don't pull a Florida State, and you'll be okay.
Well, let's get to Florida State here because Florida State became the first team college football history to start the season top 10 and lose its first 3 games to an unranked opponent, now losing to Memphis. What the heck, man?
And on top of that, they've paid out so much money for these ass kickings.
No, it's bad evaluations. I mean, Rico's new wave of college football can work, but you have to be a good general manager. You can't sign bad free agents, a.k.a. the portal. The O-line, they brought in 4 transfers. Here's a hint, they blow. Now, the D-line has been underachieving because those players have been productive at prior stops, but it begins and ends with quarterback. What planet do you reside on that DJU was your answer?
Right, because you're looking and saying, wow, you paid a ton of money for him, and then you look at a guy like Curtis Rourke for Indiana, and he's like, you got him for pennies on the dollar, he's getting it done. That's the bad part about the transfer portal. I think Saban said, you get it right, and you can win. You get it wrong, you're screwed.
Well, speaking of being screwed, and you're talking about quarterbacks, I got a quote here from a CBS Sports analyst on Jalen Daniels for Kansas. Says, I don't know if Jalen Daniels can read a defense.
He can't.
That's what he says. What is happening here?
Look, the kid has missed a zillion games the last 2 years with a bad back. He played 2 games last year. He missed 6 games the year prior with a shoulder. He's a runner. He's an improviser. He's not a guy that's going to be able to throw in the pocket. But the biggest loss for Kansas is Andy Kotelnicki. He's at Penn State now. You lost the brains behind the operation. It ain't so easy anymore, Rico, when we ain't spoon-feeding you throws. Wah!
If I had the bill, I would
Go offense. Go Rebs.
All right. The Fighting Ricky Whites.
And he didn't do nothing.
Right. I'm like, yeah, I don't even think they threw the ball.
No, they didn't. Let's talk about South Carolina LSU game for a quick second here.
Oh, the old cockaboose.
South Carolina had the game. They were up 17 points. LSU pulls it out, but there's some controversy.
The refs pulled it out.
With the referees,
if you know what
here.
I mean.
South Carolina had two pick sixes that were called back because of penalties that didn't really look like penalties.
How about the game-winning play to salted away and a phantom offensive pass interference? It was an absurdity. Total absurdity. LSU had no business winning that game.
You almost wonder, like, was this game in Baton Rouge? Because the way it looked, like, okay, you could at least say the crowd influenced the refs.
The cockaboose.
Yeah, you hate to say
the Cowboys didn't earn that respect yet.
They didn't. It was a sad Cockaboose Railroad postgame.
You got cockaboosed, all right.
That's right.
You did.
Those refs are all about the boost.
Well, I talked about Florida State. Let's talk about Florida. There are reports that boosters have already collected $26 million to buy out Napier. But then there's a report later on today or earlier today that said they're not in talks with getting rid of him. Like, they have to get rid of him.
No, here's the thing. Here's what I have learned, okay? When you start hearing these rumors, the talks have happened.
Can you hit the bell for me, please?
Okay? The talks have happened because they're leaking it out. They're telling their fans, we see what you see. We're rich. We could fix this. It's going to happen. Now, the university has to do we're standing by our guy. No, we're not. We're just trying to see when is the check here yet? Is the check here? You're constantly calling the secretary. Is the check here yet? So we can fire this man, rip the Band-Aid off. It's not going to happen.
He's right, except he's going to be wrong in this regard. Mark a date in your calendars, October 4th. If my Golden Knights go into the swamp and beat Florida, him and that $10 haircut of his are out. That's it.
No, that's embarrassing. You can't lose to UCF.
Yeah, well, buckle up. Because about 300 yards of rushing of R.J. Harvey, K.J. Jefferson, Penny Boone, and some guy named McMillan who just straight kills people.
Boom.
Shout out Rico. If they waltz in and beat him in the swamp, it's over.
So this is a next one here is about Wisconsin. It's a personal question for me because I understand the offense they're running now there. But at one point in that game, there was a 4th and 1. They lined up, Wisconsin did, in the shotgun and ran the ball. And I understand what they're running. I get that's football now, but this is still Wisconsin.
No, it's not.
Is the air raid going to work there, though?
No, especially with Tyler Van Dyke being dead.
Yeah.
That backup they put in there, he can't complete a forward pass. How is that a quarterback competition? This is like Davis, Warren, and Orgy. What the hell? How is this ever a competition? One guy has no arms.
Yeah, it's not a competition, David. And I think it's going to kind of be like Michigan, how Rich Rodriguez was never going to be, okay, we're going to give you a game or two to run this cute little offense. You know what? We don't like it. We want to go back to the way things used to be. I don't see Wisconsin embracing this at all. I think they're going to say we want to go back to being the Wisconsin where we grew offensive linemen and running backs, and that's ground and pound. That's Badger football. Not this.
But why would you hire Phil Longo, who wants to run up tempo, and then Luke Fickell, a.k.a. Rob Riggle, you're running one play per 26 seconds. Now, which is it? It makes no sense. These are allegedly smart people. I don't understand it.
Because smart people are not necessarily smart people.
Yeah, it's not fitting. And we'll close it out here with the only Heisman spotlight that I saw.
No, wait. We can't. David, this one's for you.
Okay.
Your team's replacing the quarterback. Alex Orji has been named starter for the University of Michigan, looking at USC coming in. Your thoughts?
Yeah, we'll get to that tomorrow.
Oh, no. Kenny had to answer questions about Georgia. You got to answer this right now.
They had to make this decision before the season. They needed to make it before the season because now they got to possibly completely change their entire offense. It needed to be done in the offseason.
You need to pop in a tape of UCF and TCU from Saturday night and glean as much of that Malzahn Wildcat as you can. Because
remember what you said about smart people, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, well then Orgy's going to have to show us an aptitude throwing the ball that I don't think we've seen quite yet. I don't know. Look, KJ Jefferson throws the ball.
7-yard pass for a touchdown. He's thrown it twice now.
I understand that. I'm talking on an actual regular basis.
Real passes, things that matter. I'll get to the Heisman spotlight tomorrow.
No, just do it right now.
All right, Heisman spotlight was Jalen Milroe.
No.
He had a great yes, he is the first FBS player since 2012 to post 3 straight games with multiple passing and multiple rushing touchdowns.
Great. Do it against someone I care about.
Johnny Manziel.
Play someone.
They did. They played Wisconsin. And, shout out the Lounge. We told you he was going to get 2 rushing touchdowns.
Wisconsin isn't Wisconsin anymore.
Do they still do the jump around?
No. All those fans are posers. They stayed for the jump around and they all left.
Don't worry. Milroe will do it against Georgia. And that is your college football blitz.
All right, NFL football. You got a chance to start a new week with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You'll get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. Build an SGP if that's your deal. Maybe a little Saquon TD, a Kyle Pitts TD, whatever you like. These SGPs, it's up to you. Just don't get crazy. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Lions coach Dan Campbell at the podium right now. He said that Amon-Ra St. Brown will be good. His injury is soft tissue in the lower leg. He's also confident they can turn it right back around soon. He also mentioned that linebacker Alex Anzalone is day-to-day with a concussion, but felt pretty good today. The Tigers kick off a 3-game series with the Royals tonight at Comerica Park. Seth Lugo makes the start for KC. The Tigers start is still TBA. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Michigan football is making a switch at quarterback. Alex Orji has been named the starter. Orji was 2 for 4 for 12 yards and a touchdown last week. No update on Colston Loveland's status yet. Michigan State football has once again been hit with the injury bug. Right guard Gavin Brocious is likely out for the season with a lower leg injury suffered in last week's win. It would be the second right guard injury that the Spartans have faced this season. Chiefs running back Isaac Pacheco will likely hit the IL with a fibula injury that he sustained yesterday versus the Bengals. He's set to undergo an MRI today to determine whether it's a fracture or a ligament damage. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2. You missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. We're playing the blame game. I mean, the Lions, it's an inexplicable loss. You hold the Bucs to 20 points. You hold them to basically 200 yards of total offense. It was a disaster. The end of the first half where you went John L. Smith at Ohio State field goal fast, it's unforgivable. Some of you, I know it's like heresy in this town to criticize Brad or Dan. Well, you know what? Then I guess I'll be exiled. It's on your coach. That was pathetic. And he can cop to it. He can own it. I can respect it. It doesn't take away. It's like a kid who wraps his car around a pole. Oh, Mom and Dad, it was my fault. You're damn right it was, and now we're out of car. Owning it doesn't mean I don't get to get mad. I mean, Jesus, David comes in and says I got busted doing crack. David, it's a bit of an issue. The point I'm making is...
What a weekend.
Yeah, David had a wild sermon. So, look, it just... I want to know...
Communion to the next level.
People talk... You got to talk about Goff. You got to talk Ben Johnson. You got to talk about the red zone. I don't think you can blame the defense at all. I don't understand anyone who comes in here when you hold the Bucs to the numbers they were held to.
216 total yards.
And stymied. Guys, you're going to allow points in this league. This isn't 1985. You allowed 20. You put up almost 500 yards offense. 16 points. You threw the ball 56 times. 16 points. You gave away 3 at the end of the first half, which cost you the ability to kick twice in the fourth quarter. But who are you blaming? 248. Go ahead. Reset it for the people.
No, for me, it is Campbell. I mean, he came up there. He took the blame, as he should, because his team was not prepared for the end of the half. You have to make sure everybody's on the same page, and you clearly saw they weren't. You heard Dan Miller saying, too many people are running out on the field. You have to let the offense spike the ball on third down, and then you kick the field goal. And I also blame Ben Johnson. This team looked as if they had an offensive game plan, and they were never going to deviate from it. Things changed. Villavez no longer in there. You can run the ball. No, because the last 2 times we beat the Bucs, Goff threw for over 40 times in a game, and we won. We're going to do the same. He threw the ball way too many times. You have an offensive line. You got 2 running backs. The situation changed, but the offensive game plan didn't, and I blame Ben Johnson for that because you could have called better plays. You showed me at the end of that Rams game, hey, we're going to do – why are we doing all this cutesy stuff? Line up, run Montgomery, let's win this game. And this time, you didn't make that decision. You were going to stick with the cutesy stuff, and it bit you.
David, blame game.
It's on Jared Goff. You cannot force the ball to St. Brown the way you're doing it, and you cannot throw those swing passes. I don't care what the call is. If it is the call, you cannot throw those swing passes that are giving you negative yardage on first down every single time.
I don't understand. Look, zoom out, lose the loyalties, lose the bias. Player A signs huge contract. Player A has come out and been subpar in his first 2 games. In fact, I could make a case that Goff was terrible yesterday. Call it. I mean, that's reality. You want to win a Super Bowl? These are the rules. I don't care how much I like somebody. I don't care what you do or don't make. But the reality is you're the quarterback. You did sign a contract, and you're not good enough right now. So you want to blame the OC? That's the easiest thing to do. I opt to blame the quarterback who actually has the ball in his hands. Find someone out there in geek NFL media who thinks Goff played well yesterday. Or as I call them, the PFF Warriors. Some dude in Glasgow that's going to tell me he had a 96.7. It's ridiculous. Rico, if he plays this way, they'll lose next week. True or false?
False. I mean, true.
Oh,
No. True.
Both
true.
answers.
No, true.
Kenny. Kenny's answering the phone. We'll get to Kenny. Let's go to the people. Go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, boys. How's it going?
Good, Scotty. What's up?
I'm just thinking I disagree with blaming Campbell for this one. I think Goff in that situation, 15 seconds less than the half, why are you throwing 6 yards down the field that does nothing for your team? And it's kind of similar. I grew up playing hockey. It's kind of similar where it's like a line change, a bad line change. You get too many men on the ice. It just takes one knucklehead to do that, and then it has a cascading effect. And all of a sudden you got, 5 other guys out in the field. You got too many out there.
But
I
remember,
think Goff throughout the game.
But Scott, 1 second. Here's the issue I take. Just one moment. You have all the time you need. When Goff makes, in my mind and yours, a mistake throwing it without being near the sideline or towards the end zone, they were still going to clock it in plenty of time, and he had complete control of his operation until he looked over and saw 15 yutzes walking out on the field. Scotty, that's a sideline issue. That's on Campbell.
Right.
Yeah, I agree, but Goff put him in that spot, and all it takes is what I'm saying is it just takes one guy to do that, and all of a sudden the next guy's saying, oh, wait a second, what are we doing? He hops out in the field. Goff should have thrown that away, and then we're never here sitting about talking about it. And then the other issue I had was just thinking, why was Goff always throwing short of the sticks on must-convert downs? It happened at the end of the game on back-to-back drives, and then it also happened end of the half, numerous times when they weren't in good field position as well. He's throwing to a guy who's got a wet blanket. He's got a defender breathing down his back, and he's throwing 3 yards when they need 6. I just don't get that.
Yeah, and look, you have Dan Campbell at the podium, today saying we wanted to open up the run game with the pass. That's not a justification to throw the ball 56 times in a one-score game, 20-16.
Yeah.
That doesn't fly. That's like Brian Daboll going up there and saying, well, I'm not a doctor. Don't even get me started. It just, I don't double down on that. It's not funny.
No, it's really not.
And I'm not going to get into it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just who cares?
Explain it to the people.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it when coaches double down. Yeah. Like, look, just say, you know what? In hindsight, we got to do a better job managing our ratios. Yeah. Don't say you want to open up the run with the pass. Dude, it's 20-16. The game was never out of reach.
Right.
At what point, once you realize Vita Vea's 400-pound destruction is not in the game, they don't have Cansey. Come on.
Right. Your run stuffers are gone. We have 2 backs. How about we change things up and let's just run this ball, eat the clock, score the winning touchdown, and yeah, we look gritty, we're resilient, but we get the W and we're 2-0 and you move on. Instead, it was no, got to stick to the game plan, got to pass the ball. That part is where I'm like, hey, Ben Johnson, look at the environment. It changed. You're not married to this play that you're trying to do. You don't have to throw the ball anymore because I don't think they can stop the run. But they didn't see it my way.
And I don't want to overreact because we're also existing in a league where Sam Darnold's one of the top 5 quarterbacks in football, according to his QBR. So, no, I don't think Jared Goff forgot how to play, but we can say in real time he's not playing good enough. You want to blame Ben Johnson, go ahead. But you're only as good as the guy executing your calls. If we're going to be remotely fair. David, is there an issue? I see you snickering.
No issue at all.
Okay. I want to make sure if that was a bad take, let's call it. Let's go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's going on, buddy? How are you today?
Hey, Mike and Rico. Oh, living the dream, Mike. Rico, how are you guys?
Excellent. Good. What's on your mind?
So, not to piggyback on what everyone else said. By the way, that was brilliant. Brian Dable is not a doctor. That was great, Mike.
I don't even want to get started, Rob. I'm so upset.
I'm sorry, man. I know. So to piggyback again, what people are saying, sure, we could blame Ben Johnson. Jared Goff needs to play better without question. I guess at the end of the day, I always go back to, and again, not overreacting because it's week 2. Dallas got shelled yesterday by New Orleans, Minnesota. You know what I mean? So I get that. But if you would have asked me yesterday who is the coach or the offensive coordinator to this team without telling me, I would have said they have 2 new guys because in 2 games this far this season, with the exception of the overtime drive against the Rams, it doesn't seem like we have an identity. And I was always of the impression the most important thing is never, always be true to who you are. And Detroit is that tough nose, top 5 offensive line, ground and pound, open up play action for Goff. Okay. I mean, anyone throwing the ball 50-something times in a game is inexplicable to me, let alone Jared Goff. But it just screams inefficiency to me. So when I read an article this morning, I think it was a Tampa Bay Buccaneers reporter. I never even actually heard of him, but he wrote something, and it was kind of interesting. Detroit ran 28 offensive plays in the fourth quarter, and 23 of them were inside Bucs territory.
Yep.
And we didn't score a point. And I'm sitting there going, what good is 480 yards worth of offense if we have no points in the board?
But Rob, here's why you didn't score a point. This is why I believe it's on Campbell. Had he done the right thing and had an operation working in the first half, you kick a field goal on at least one of those last 2 drives.
One of those things.
You win the game. But to your point and to Rico's point, you're right. You should be good enough to overcome it. Score. Be done with it.
At the end of the day, and I agree, at the end of the day, there's enough blame to go around, but at the end of the day, as my corporate always says, it all starts at the top, man. So, Campbell, I appreciate you owning it, but you should own it. And we can blame James Houston a little bit, too. That's fine. Thank you for the call, guys.
You got it, Robbie. I got a power stat on Goff. I want you to tell me whether it's something or nothing. Next. Yeah, I know.
Hey. You know what, Mike?
It's Monday. I'm not
telling people something. You've earned it.
Don't worry. By Wednesday, I'll be totally furious.
You've earned it.
We're good. If you look at reviews of roofing companies, you'll see a lot of negative comments, whether it's timeline, budget, or communication, or, complete lack thereof. Victors, you don't have that because you're assigned a project manager for every roof they install. They are your concierge. Their job's to take care of you and guarantee 100% satisfaction on a perfect roof installation. With Victors, you get the best experience. It's backed by hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating from the BBB. It's simple. That's how they offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. You'll be hard-pressed to find a roofer that offers more than a 5-year guarantee. Call today, set up your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com. So does the offensive line get any blame? I talked to TJ Lang about it yesterday. We were just texting. I mean, the interior third of that line, I didn't think it was I didn't see much. I didn't feel like they were owning the line of scrimmage. Just, blame whoever you want. You want your power stat?
Yeah.
All right, you tell me if it's something or nothing. But if some of you think I'm being too hard on Jared Goff, as somebody who likes Goff, this is by if you care about some of the Pro Football Focus, right? I said not even those dopes could defend this. You ready? Jared Goff's 6 worst career games. Since 2022. All right, so just his Lions tenure. Ready? Number 6, yesterday, a 49.1 PFF grade. Yesterday. Number 5 was last year, week 11, against Chicago, a 48. Week 1 opener of 22 against Philly. Not really on him, considering this team was trash at the start of that year, 47.6. Then week 9 of that season versus Green Bay, 47.1. Who could forget week 11 against the G-Men, 42.4. His worst game ever? Week 1 this year against the Rams. 2 of his worst 6 games of his Lions tenure, weeks 1 and 2 of this year. So if you think I'm not being fair or somehow I'm doing a wrestling heel turn, I'm not. I watched the games. He ain't playing any good.
I thought you were going to say the Patriots game.
No.
I mean, wow.
That didn't even qualify in this mess. So do with it what you want. Wow. You want to play the blame game, don't be putting people up on that pedestal. Whether it's Campbell, Goff, you want to do the Ben Johnson thing, go ahead. Is it Ben Johnson's fault his quarterback has 2 of the worst performances of his Lions career?
No, Mike, and it could have been worse because it was 2 interceptions that were dropped. Okay? The Bucs could have had 4. They dropped 2. Yeah, I can't argue that stat. I mean,
you like that?
Yeah, that's wow.
248-539-9797.
Especially after, like it or not, signing that deal, expectations got higher for you. And I mean, his contract,
100%.
And this is what you're giving the people.
Not good enough.
No, it's
so when you want to just blather on, not you, but you want to blather on about Ben Johnson, just make sure there's a little sidecar next to that motorcycle and it's got Goff in it.
Brother, with that stat, just just go ahead. I'll take the show from 6.
See you later.
You can leave. You earned it.
Woo!
Wouldn't it be awesome if on radio, if you actually made a good point, it shortened the amount of time you had to be here? You earn your way out.
You made it to the next round.
You survived. You are the weakest link. David, what's on Ticket Text? What do you got?
You guys are blaming Campbell for that play, and he took the blame, but who throws that pass in that situation?
Stop. Hold on. I made an hour and 23 minutes without getting pissed. Stop. You were in the process of spiking the ball. It is a non-issue. You didn't run out of time. You had 30 guys on the field at the same time, which is a 10-second runoff. It is not about, I didn't like Goff's decision, but it wasn't the crippler. You were spiking the ball until Goff looked over and went, what the hell are you guys doing out here?
Right.
Sorry.
No, you're right. He immediately looked like, I had this. Campbell pissed me off. Take the points when you can, because we all see where it ends in the fourth quarter. Like Mike said, razor thin margins.
And again, this is a game where you dominated this team. We're faking a punt from our own 20. Yes, it worked. But you know what that play is? That's a contested step back 3 with 18 on the shot clock. I really don't care if it goes in.
Oh, I blame Dan Campbell. Maybe pay attention to your team more and stop being on so many commercials.
No, stop. God, oh my God. Okay. Guy does 1 commercial, which actually I thought was a B+. Pretty solid.
He's got 2 technically.
Oh, he's got the local one too. Look, the point I'm making is one has nothing to do with the other.
Correct.
It's just horrible timing when you have that bad blunder and then the next commercial.
David, do it right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You'll never see it coming.
Guys, like, what are you talking about?
It's funny. It's not a bad commercial. Funny. Come on.
Matt in Rochester says it's time to end the Ben Johnson worship. He's not elite. You cannot be elite and have a game like that.
You're on the road to a Super Bowl. You don't worship anyone. It's all hands on deck. That was garbage yesterday. They are going to be begging for that game in December. The Niners went up to the Minnesota and lost. You could have an advantage on them right now. You dominated the box score.
Especially if Atlanta and primetime Kirk actually goes out there and beats the Eagles. They're sitting there at 1-1.
Be amazing.
So, yeah.
That would be fun, wouldn't it?
Now, this text message came in before your stat, but someone saying, I am by no means a golf hater, but that was the worst performance I've seen him have as a Lion.
Well, actually, that would be last week.
I can't believe his
number 6 and number 1 the opening 2 weeks of the season.
That,
yeah, you're shook. Collect yourself.
A little bit.
You look like a Michigan fan realizing Davis Warren sucks.
He doesn't suck.
Welcome to my land.
They just need more plays for him.
Got it. Run more touchdown plays.
No. He was perfect. He was 14 for 14 throwing.
Yeah, I know. And 3 of them were picks. You can't throw 14 passes, throw 3 picks. It's not possible.
Sam, but at least people caught him.
Okay, then. DJ 97.1. Hi, DJ.
Mr. Michael Valeni, how are you doing, Doc?
Were you there live for this yesterday?
Took my 8-year-old to her first game. She's an Hour Pride member. Of course I was.
That's Absolutely. It. She's banned. No more of her at the games.
Hey, check this out, though. I got a receipt from you, man. I called you last Monday, and I brought some up, and you kind of got me up out of here, but you just brought it back with the stats that you just read, so I'm about to remind you.
Go ahead.
Last Monday, I got on this radio show, and I said, hey, Mike, you know, it started with the Chicago game and the Green Bay game last year. I said, they're starting to adjust. Safeties are moving in. Linebackers are cheating. They're taking away the middle of the field, and they're making gobblers. But you said, oh, no, DJ. Now the Bucks and the Rams had 9 months to prepare. And even with that, the Lions still had a chance. I'm saying this is a small thing, but it could be bigger. 9 months to prepare. They both did, and they both are making him look bad, Mike. Mm-hmm. They have figured out how to stop him. I ain't saying the Lions. Him.
Yeah, so here's the question. Right? First of all, when it's one game of a new season, no, I'm just never going to be the guy to react to that. But when it's 2, I ain't going to fight you on it, DJ. This is back-to-back weeks where I have walked away going, that's not good enough to win a Super Bowl. From the quarterback.
My man, that's why I rock with you. You stay fair, you keep it consistent, but there's a pattern, Mike.
Yeah.
And I noticed it last year against Chicago, and one more team did it to us too. They're figuring him out. But now let's get to what I wanted to get to answer your direct question. The direct question is, I give 55% to Bill Cowher 2.0, which is Dan Campbell. Mm-hmm. I give it to him from the standpoint of being, having some things happen before where, guess what, man? I have the right to veto anything that I don't like going with the way it's going with my business. So if it's not going the way we planned it, and I see something in the middle of it's not going right, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell my supervisor, hey, man, we deviate for that. I seen some changes. Let's stop this. We ain't doing that right now. You get what I'm saying?
100%.
He is the one who could have seen what was going on and said, hey, Ben, too many shotgun plays, man. Let's call it some run play. Let's bang it. Vita Veda's gone. Let's bang it now. That's him. You get what I'm saying? Number two, I'm going Ben Johnson because as my assistant, guess what, man? You can make a suggestion. Hey, DJ, man, you know what? The game plan we had, man, you think it had time? You think we might want to take this from a different angle? You know such and such is out. We can adjust. You get what I'm saying? And then number 3, lastly, I give 20% to golf. So that's 55 for Dan, 25 for Ben, 20% for golf. And I could have went lower, but the fact of the matter is, man, guys are open. And he is doing what the defense wants him to do is, Jameson Williams was open on the sideline, not even a deep route, on some outs on the sideline where he didn't even look his way. There were guys open on them sidelines, Mike. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I'm giving him 20% of the blame. And it's like they think that he's one of them guys. That baffles me. When they gave him this contract, they gave him one of them guys' contracts. Like, he can go win a game by himself, and he's not that.
Okay,
so I'm not really that mad at him.
No, but DJ, here's the one thing, and I'll jump in, and I got to be brief because we're up against it. But no more bringing your daughter to the game. She's banned. That's it. We have to stop acting like there was a choice in giving Jared Goff a contract. If you don't pay your quarterback, you don't have a quarterback. Then you end up in a space you don't want to be in. Walk in my shoes. Go around the league. Here, have Gardner Minshew as your guy. Jared Goff earned his contract. He didn't get a Dak deal. He's not going to get the next. He got paid fairly and appropriately. No, I don't think it makes him the guy. Like, oh, he's CJ Stroud. He's not. Right. But you have a window right now where you could pay him that money, insulate him, and we can get a parade out of it. You don't want to go to that door B. Not everyone gets blessed with a rat Purdy.
See, why?
When it comes to, because my team didn't have a kicker.
My team lost too, Mike. My team lost too.
Not because
he's 0-2 against the Vikings.
You're a problem. When the IRS collection or audit comes calling, you need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. These guys are legit representatives. They are lawyers. They will fight for you. This isn't some goofball scheme on a phone. These guys have been in front of the Supreme Court. They'll save your time and your money. Visit AbrahamandRose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Detroit Police has confirmed that a second person has passed away after the Eastern Market tailgate shooting. Dan Campbell offered some thoughts in his presser today. Campbell says that receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is good after his leg injury yesterday. Linebacker Alex Anzalone is day-to-day with a concussion. The Lions Review Show returns to the ticket tonight right here at 6. Jonathan Smith said today that Michigan State wide receiver Jaron Glover may be able to return this week. He's considered week to week with an injury that is not long-term. MSU's game with Ohio State on September 28th has also been announced as a 7 p.m. kick, airing on Peacock. The Tigers are on the road tonight as they begin a pivotal series with the Royals. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 7:15. The starter is TBA for the Tigers tonight. Tomorrow it'll be Casey Mize as Tarek Skubal wraps it up on Wednesday. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4. 97.1theticket.com.
All right, I understand today's a Lions Day. Can I got to do this because I have had it up to here, and I don't know what's going on. But, I mean, but what is it with Michigan State and just players dying and dropping like flies? What is our strength and conditioning program, a bounce house? Every week this season, we've lost at least one player for the season. We're down 5 guys in the rotation for the year. Now I got Jeremy Otto coming in here and dropping a grumpy, telling me Jaron Glover's week to week. What are we doing? I'm coming to you for answers.
The offensive lineman, Mike, it happened, unfortunately, 2 plays before all the starters got pulled out of the game. Knew it was bad. As soon as he got hit and hit to the ground, he slammed his helmet. I'm like, oh, this isn't good. I don't know why, Mike.
Well, you're the one who's up there shaking your ass in Alan Haller's box. Tell us what is going on. I want to be happy about my team, but we don't have any players now.
We're trying to raise NIL money.
I don't see other schools dealing with this level of injury.
They have injuries. You just don't pay attention.
Bro, these are all season enders,
Yes,
or now
that's
Jaron
true.
Glover week to week. What happened?
I have no idea.
I quit. All right, sorry. I had to get that off my chest. I've had enough. We're down to David at right guard. What other team in America is down to a third-string right guard right now?
Notre Dame's having some problems with their offense.
To hell with them. You lose to NIU, you get what you deserve. Go to Matt and Royal
I think they
Oak.
lost 2 guys on their line.
Fine. Matt, 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey guys, I'll give you my breakdown in the 3 areas. Obviously, Mike, you're right with Dan Campbell, but I do want to touch on some Goff execution stuff, but a lot of offensive coordinator Ben Johnson stuff. First with Goff, that hearing that audio from Campbell makes sense now because in the first half, as the other caller said, you watch that game back like I did after I got home from it. You could see people were wide open. Gibbs and Laporta especially were wide open on stuff where they could have just got shorter things that would have had a lot more development after. They were forcing it down the field. Yet at the end of the game, he's throwing a screen pass over the middle to Montgomery, who can't break that for another 15 yards. So a lot of the third down red zone plays specifically were just weird play calls and weird execution, but they went on. But I want to talk about Ben Johnson for a second. Sure. Anybody that says that teams are figuring out this offense, also going on the Campbell audio I just heard on hold, I got to think that they looked at these 2 games and said, we just saw these 2 teams in the playoffs. We're going to have to proactively change some of what worked wildly at the end of the season going in. And maybe they got a little too cute with that. I have to hope that that's what happened. But what was down big time is pre-snap motion. You look at the top 6 teams last year, Lions were 5th in pre-snap motion.
Right.
We loved seeing it. It gets your skill guys open. The top 6 pre-snap motion teams made the playoffs last year.
Right.
This year, the first 2 weeks, way down. And the quality of the pre-snap motion is different. They're pulling somebody off and they're running 5 yards and then resetting on the line. It doesn't look at all like last year. Again, I'm hoping that maybe this was just these opponents and it comes back in a big way next week.
I don't have it. I don't have it right in front of me. I know week 1, I thought they were 76% on passing downs. Now you're talking in totality, run and pass. You might be right.
I wanted to email PFF last week and say, please go regrade that because the quality of the pre-snap motion has been garbage. It's not the same stuff. And also, both these teams said, you got JMO, you got St. Brown, we're going to run zones and cover. The defenses the last 2 weeks have not reacted to anything that they've been doing. It was a lot like, we know what you're going to do. They know what each side is going to do, just line up and go. But it's just looked weird.
Yeah.
And then the play action, too. Let's talk about Gibbs and blitz pickup. He does okay on the outside when he's standing back 6-7 yards by line of scrimmage. But up the middle,
he gets
got
bullied.
Run over like a tsunami hitting the very last pick of the game.
Yep.
Ragnow blocked the wrong guy, and Gibbs just got run over.
Well,
the middle.
and Ragnow, let's be fair, he had 2 blunders because, and I'm sure I'll get called out by John or TJ if I'm wrong, but that screenplay should have been a touchdown, and he blocked the wrong guy. He blocked the wrong guy.
So next week, hopefully they get back to more pre-snap. Pre-snap motion is what is happening right now with Sam Darnold in Minnesota and Carr in New Orleans.
And Matt, what you're talking about, great example.
A ton of it.
Look at last night, Sunday Night Football, Bobby Slowick, Houston. They had one play with a pre-snap motion where Nico ended up in the backfield, and then they used Joe Mixon on a jet sweep. They had a D lineman from the Bears totally frozen. He may have bleeped himself, and it went for like 19 yards. But to Matt's point, there's motion for the sake of it, and then there's intentional pre-snap candy. No one does it more than the Niners. So no, I'm okay with that.
No, it's true, but I don't know, man. This offense,
it doesn't look right.
You know what? It looks stale. I hate to say it.
Well, it's hard to say that when you have 500 yards, but you're right is that it produced 16 points.
Okay, right. But we will let you do whatever you want between the 20s. But once you get into the red zone, all bets are off because we kind of know your tendencies now.
And let's face it, last week they were down. They were sitting there at 17-3, not 27-10. Right? They're not scoring.
Right.
Go ahead, David. What's your issue? You're shaking your head.
I hate to say this, but was Josh Reynolds the straw that stirred the coffee?
Oh, come on. I mean, this is what we're doing now. What do you want to do?
I'm just asking a question.
Maybe if you didn't waste a pick on a dead quarterback and you drafted Tank Dell, we wouldn't be here. Is that what you want to do?
Sure.
You want to open that can of non-perishables?
Hour and 43 minutes. We had a Hendon Hooker reference.
248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. We got to check in some zaniness in the NFL. But, yeah, your calls, the blame game, and where we're at after 2 weeks with Lions football. Old Nation Brewing Company, you've probably heard of them, and if you haven't, well, now you have. It's the best brewery in the state of Michigan. They are one of the last independent breweries, truly independent, not playing pretend, and they're owned by, like, Dutch or Chinese companies. M43 Hazy IPA put them on the map. Drink it year-round, including football season. Everything brewed respectfully in Williamston, right in our backyard. So try it for yourself. You will taste the difference. Support local, support independent, 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please, please drink responsibly. I'll get back to the people in a second. Hit some damn music. Ask me what you want to ask me. It's time for a blitz.
Gentlemen, let's talk a little NFL outside the Lions. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, then we're going to talk about some individuals. But more surprising to you, Mike and David, Pittsburgh sitting atop their division at 2-0, or Cincinnati and Baltimore 0-2?
Cincinnati and Baltimore. I mean, Cincinnati got effed yesterday. Baltimore, it hasn't looked right. Lamar still can't win games from the pocket. And I'm just more surprised those two allegedly elite teams are 0-2. The Steelers, let's be fair, they've kind of grifted their way to 2-0. They can't score touchdowns. They can't even get to 20 points. So I'm not going to go crazy there.
Yeah, I'll definitely take the 2-0, but it's not real. I'm more surprised at Cincinnati and the Ravens. More the Ravens than I would say Cincinnati. But both of them, yeah, surprising.
All right, gentlemen. The Texans sitting there at 2-0, and everybody else in their division 0-2. Tennessee, Jacksonville, Indianapolis.
The latter. And I hereby decree I'm done with Trevor Lawrence.
Wow.
I'm done. I don't want to hear about him. I don't want to look at him. Go cut your hair. You're done. You suck.
Yeah, the 0-2s is surprising to me, especially with the Colts. The Colts are supposed to be a little bit better than this, and they did honestly play well in week 1. They just didn't score enough points.
Seattle is leading the NFC West at 2-0. Arizona and the Niners 1-1. Rams 0-2.
What's the question in that?
More shocking, Seattle leading the West, or, you're looking at everybody else. Arizona at 1-1 tied with the Niners.
Yeah, I think it's the Rams. But look, the Rams are a victim of, you want to talk about injuries?
Yeah.
Gutted.
Yeah.
Gutted. Yeah. I mean, you're down 5 linemen. You're down both receivers now. Cooper Kupp left that game and left the stadium in a boot. Nakua's gone for at least a month. Rico, it might just be a lost year for the Rams.
Yeah,
they'll probably trip into they'll probably get the number 1 pick because the Giants will screw around
win the last game
with Italian Jesus, and they'll get the number 1 pick and they'll end up with a CJ Stroud, and the Giants will take a new Bryce Young. That'll be my life.
We'll talk about that in a second. Okay, here's something. Would you have believed me if I said beginning of the season that in week 2 of this, after week 2, Minnesota would be the only undefeated team in the NFC North?
It's shocking. It's shocking. It's Sam Darnold. God.
He looked pretty good.
But it shows you the value of what teams think about players and what we think about players. Look, I just thought this guy was a ginger bleep hole. The Vikings went and selected Sam Darnold out of a pile of trash. No. We want Sam Darnold. We can fix him. They have.
That's
straight up.
That is such a fair statement because it's a couple years ago with Geno Smith. We're like, oh my gosh, he's nothing. Yep. And he won things for Seattle.
But we all didn't say he was nothing.
It's what good organizations do, or it's what my team does.
Mike, you brought this up. Bryce Young has been benched, according to multiple reports. Is Carolina giving up on him too soon?
If you saw Dave Canales' press conference where he would not answer the question as to what role did owner David Tepper play in this, that kind of tells me everything I need to know. Bryce Young is there because of David Tepper. Frank Reich wanted C.J. Stroud. David Tepper you're a real problem. I don't know that anyone wants to work for David Tepper. He is Steinbrenner on steroids. It's a problem. Yes, Rico. If you bench anyone after 2 games, they never should have been with your team. They hired Dave Canales to fix Bryce Young. It's now or never, or they're drafting another QB this year. Carolina they're trending to be the worst organization in all sports.
Look, for my entertainment, I know what never happened, but just name David Tepper the head coach. Works for me.
It's like he wants to be Jerry Jones so bad. I'm going to get actively involved in everything this team does, even if you don't need me. I heard you had a meeting and I wasn't invited. From here on out, the meetings will be in my backyard to make sure I'm always invited. Mike, you're the gambler of the group. Lions Cowboys, 49ers, Ravens. Gigantic point spread favorites this weekend. All of them lose. How do you explain this?
You don't. It's the NFL. It's the upside down. The league is drunk. I don't know. I don't know how the Ravens go to 0-2 losing to the Raiders. I mean, the Saints just dropped a bomb on Dallas.
Wasn't even close.
It's the NFL. You can't beat the NFL long term. You can't.